Remember when Pearl shapeshifted? I'm not talking about the time she took the form of Rose Quartz to stage Pink Diamond Shattering, or when she joined in the game of Steven Tag thousands of years later. I'm talking about when she turned into Greg Universe in a desperate plea to keep Rose by her side. Wait, what the hell? Of course, this wasn't something we saw in the show itself, but Rebecca Sugar revealed concept art of the incident not that long ago over on TikTok, and it's been living in my head rent-free ever since. And how could it not? We know Pearl was lethally down bad for Rose, but this is a new level of deranged, while also being pretty devastating once you think about the implications. This might be Pearl's darkest moment, the lowest point she ever hit, the darkest episode of Steven Universe that we never saw. So today, not only do I want to pinpoint when this would have happened in the timeline, but also highlight the other two instances where Pearl shapeshifted and unpack what this ability means to her and how each transformation represents different points in her character arc. Prepare to have your emotions shattered because this might get heavy. The first time Pearl shapeshifts is over 5,000 years prior to the events of the original series, when her and Rose conspire to end the Gem War by faking Pink Diamond's demise. Now I know a lot of people write this off as just Pink commanding Pearl to shapeshift, but there's a lot more to it. Pearl saw herself for the longest time as someone without agency, someone who needs to be told what to do. But the reality is, she had way more power in situations than she realized, and this is more apparent with Pink Diamond than anyone else. Pearl was intended to be a more sensible Pearl for Pink Diamond, grounding her impulsive decisions. Yet Pearl has always been prone to using her rationality to justify irrational things. She's an enabler. She practically created the persona of Rose Quartz, suggesting that Pink should shapeshift as a way to interact with other gems and explore the Earth incognito. We saw how that spiraled into Batman-level antics, something that Pearl wanted, as she admitted to having daydreams about running away on Earth with Rose Quartz specifically. She doesn't want to be with Pink, she wants to be with Rose. All of this is to say, Pearl associates shapeshifting with fantasy. Shapeshifting allows the two to live out their wildest dreams, and the persona of Rose Quartz embodies those dreams. So the stage shattering of Pink Diamond wasn't just Pearl obeying orders. It was her making a conscious decision to liberate her and Rose from Homeworld and make the fantasy she sought after a reality. In fact, we know it wasn't an order, but something of Pearl's own volition, because as they're making preparations, she says she can't believe she's about to do this. It's a small line of dialogue, but one that emphasizes that Pearl is shocked at her own defiance. For a brief moment, Pearl became the embodiment of their hopes and dreams to destroy what she perceived as the embodiment of the oppressive system that's been holding them back. Pink's only real command, the only thing Pearl didn't have agency towards, was being told that no one can know about what really happened. Pearl's agency is also why she felt immense regret after the Diamond Blast, asking why she did it. Her actions led to her comrades getting turned into monsters who can barely comprehend what happened to them. She was supposed to be the logical one, the one who prevents catastrophes like this. But she enabled Pink, planning the idea of shapeshifting in the first place, and she ultimately hid behind a selfless cause to live out her selfish fantasy. While the act of poofing Pink Diamond while imitating her alter ego is pretty traumatic in its own right, it's the guilt that really made Pearl swear off shapeshifting. What she thought was a long-term plan was actually pretty short-sighted and resulted in a mountain of casualties. Shapeshifting became taboo in Pearl's eyes, which I'm sure contributed to how often she clashed with Amethyst at the start of the series, someone who loves shapeshifting. But hey, as long as Rose is around and their fantasy is intact, Pearl will never have to shapeshift again. Last year, Rebecca Sugar created a TikTok account where they've been giving us a glimpse into the creative process, which of course includes a ton of Steven Universe art. This past May, she posted concept art and sketches of young Greg during the height of his rockstar days. But going through all of these pages, you'll notice that one of these are not like the others. You know, the canvas of sketches where Pearl has assumed Greg's appearance, much to Rose's discomfort. While these are only a handful of sketches, there's enough context context clues to piece together when this happened, why this happened, and why this specific flashback was omitted from the show proper. We all know the ballad of Greg, Rose, and Pearl. Greg and Rose hit it off, formed a meaningful connection, and Pearl was pretty salty to say the least. She thought Greg was just another one of Rose's flings. She's just entertaining him because he's entertaining to her. But ultimately, Rose's best match would have to be the one who was tailor-made for her, right? Another gem who could indulge in things that only gems could do, like fusion. Pearl thought she had this in the bag, so when she saw that the pair was able to look past fusion, that Rose was going to settle with Greg regardless, she panicked. Her anxiety and inner turmoil only worsened once Rose began expressing interest in having a child, sacrificing herself to make it happen. Suddenly, for the first time since the Gem War, their fantasy was in jeopardy, and it was because of a choice Rose made. Desperate to preserve their happily ever after, Pearl resorted to drastic measures and shape-shifted into Greg. Despite the immense guilt that's attached to shapeshifting, Pearl was willing to torment herself and take the form of the person she envied most to try and persuade Rose into believing that she doesn't need him. That Pearl can change just like a human, and unlike a human, she can be whatever Rose needs. Of course, this just saddened Rose, who begged Pearl to change back. But Rose has two pieces of dialogue on this page, and the second one made me question how Pearl was trying to win her over. How do I talk about this? Rose's first piece of dialogue is simply, "Pearl, please," expressing how uncomfortable she is by Pearl's stunt. But then what she said next made me raise an eyebrow. "Pearl, stop. It's okay. We can do this. Just don't be him." Do what exactly? Judging by the sketch in the top right corner, it could have just been fusion, and Pearl was trying to recreate Greg's dance, winning over Rose by having her fusion actually work at the end. But the more I thought about Pearl trying to prove to Rose that she doesn't need Greg, and that she can do anything a human can do, the more I wondered, was Pearl trying to have a moment of human intimacy with Rose? You see where I'm going with this? You see why this feels weird to talk about? You see why that would have been tough to put in a kid's show? TV PG only gets you so far, my nigga. To be blunt, Greg and Rose had to bump uglies for Steven to be born. Rose used shapeshifting to give herself a womb and all the other reproductive organs to make it all happen. And whether or not she talked about this experience with Pearl, or if Pearl found out on her own because she can be kind of creepy, she might have told Rose that she wanted to experience the act for herself. Something that would have made Rose happy because, hey, Pearl's finally showing interest in humans. But really, Pearl was just trying to upstage Greg, and it just wasn't the vibe. Pearl reopened old wounds, and of course, it wasn't worth it. It just increased the distance between them. Now, a more family-friendly take on this would be something that's equally ridiculous, but a lot more amusing. Pearl shapeshifting into Greg and trying to serenade Rose with one of his songs, but she doesn't know how to play guitar, so it sounds horrendous, and she's singing really off-key, everyone's cringing, it's still not a good time. Even if you clean up this interpretation though, I think I know why we never saw this in the series itself. All flashbacks in Steven Universe serve a purpose. The Rose and Greg's flashback in particular tend to come up pretty organically, like when Steven and Connie fused in front of Greg, so he told them about the time he tried fusing with Rose. Pearl would have been the one who told Steven about this moment, but I turned into your dad to manipulate your mom isn't something you just spring on a boy, and we saw how the opposite turned out for Amethyst. This flashback only would have worked if Steven was in a situation where his romantic relationship is in jeopardy, and his attempts to keep Connie by his side only pushed her away further. So he goes to Pearl for advice, and she hits him with the story, more or less informing him that he can't control how things shake out, but he can control how he responds to situations, and he can't respond in a selfish manner. Which maybe could have worked during Steven and Connie's brief falling out in season 5, or after Steven's proposal in the future, but if my interpretation is correct, I do think this story is better suited for a more adult Steven universe. Something that's more along the lines of Fiona and Cake. It's TV-14, and can get away with a lot more. So if we ever do get that sought after revival, this would definitely be a flashback that transitions the series into a more mature direction. Although that might mean Steven is dealing with relationship problems again, which, while realistic, because conflict can happen in even the healthiest of relationships, I know a lot of people would still be pissed if Steven went through a depressive episode after a Connie related incident again. It's happened a lot by now. I don't want to end this video on a downer note, so let's talk about the third and so far final time Pearl shapeshifted in the Steven Universe Future episode, Snow Day, an episode where Pearl gets to redefine what shapeshifting means to her. By this point, the corrupted gems have been healed, and the truth about Pink Diamond was out into the world. A weight was lifted off Pearl's shoulders, and she finally began to move on from Rose Quartz. Steven's on the cusp of adulthood, so she succeeded in raising him. She was there for Rose's son. She's put herself out there and started to connect with other women, and I think the fact she's hitting it off with human beings is something that would have made Rose really happy. For Pearl to see what she saw on the planet. I wouldn't say she's healed, but she's healing. With the Earth at peace and Homeworld no longer breathing down their neck, Pearl no longer has to chase after a fantasy, and instead embrace reality. So like Amethyst and Garnet, she can use shapeshifting recreationally. And with Snow Day in particular, instead of shapeshifting for selfish reasons, her cause is selfless, as she and the other crystal gems just want to cheer Steven up, helping him remember that it's okay to relax and just enjoy life. The very lesson that he taught them when he was a kid. It's okay to take a stroll down memory lane and partake in the things that you used to do when you were younger for no other reason than it makes you happy. A sentiment that I hope carries over to these SU videos that I've been doing over the past few months. I hope these take you back to simpler times while also giving you a greater appreciation for the show. Making these has definitely been getting me through the horrors of adulthood. So, this is a video I didn't expect to make on its own, but instead include in a big Steven Universe Future retrospective I was cooking up, as this entire situation directly correlates to Future's existence. In the months since Steven Universe concluded, I've seen a lot of people who frankly have had the end of the original series leave a bad taste in their mouths. Now let me make it clear, if you didn't enjoy Change Your Mind, either as an episode or an ending, that's okay. If you didn't enjoy Steven Universe Future or its ending, that's okay. If something has felt off to you about the events of the final installments of the series, that's because at the core, something was off. There's a simple truth with Steven Universe, one that can easily be overlooked as the full story wasn't able to emerge until the series concluded. Cartoon Network practically controlled and killed the original series. The abundance of episodic or towny episodes, the fast-paced Era 3 arc to round out the original series, it's all aftermath and compromise of Steven Universe, a concept that turned out to be much larger than what the network signed up for. The higher-ups at Cartoon Network wanting a profitable IP to fall in line with what they want. So let's jump into all of it. Why Steven Universe's ending was rushed by Cartoon Network, the path that led to its controversial conclusion, and why the many episodes people felt to be fillers existed in the first place. Everything I'm going to say is backed up with interviews, panels, and excerpts from the new art book, End of an Era. So I'm not just blowing hot air out of my chest as some defensive Steven Universe fanboy. This is not meant to change your mind on any of the 3 endings of the series, but rather give everyone insight into how hard the Crewniverse had to fight just to get where they landed, so you can understand the circumstances of these endings better. This is why Cartoon Network rushed the ending of Steven Universe. Before diving into the nitty-gritty, we have to draw attention to an elephant in the room that otherwise would be weaponized against the Crewniverse. The Towny episodes. Why waste so many episodes on Ronaldo busting an eardrum instead of exploring everything Homeworld has to offer? In the past, the Crewniverse has defended the Towny episodes with the argument that there is no filler in Steven Universe, and that's because we're in Steven's perspective. Both sides of his lives are equally important to him. And while that's true, I'm also gonna be blunt, that's also when the future of the show is on the line. Sugar even states in the beginning of End of an Era that this book is the first time she's able to freely speak about the difficult experiences faced when producing the series. Now, I'm not trying to make Cartoon Network out to be the bad guy here. Let's just be completely transparent. Cartoon Network didn't order a serialized space epic. They ordered, well, Season 1. A show about a boy shaping up to become the leader of the Crystal Gems through zany adventures, with a hint of a bigger story. Completely serialized television series where every episode is connected to the last and builds to a grand conclusion are something that's still a gamble for Cartoon Network, as shows remaining episodic in nature, where any episode can be aired out of order, was preferred by the network. This obviously wouldn't work if Steven Universe was 100% serialized. I mean, hell, when the show actually did get reruns from 2013 to 2016, I remember them airing so many episodes out of order that it hurt my brain. Seriously, they would air The Return one segment and then a random tiny episode the next. It was completely nonsensical, but in hindsight, I'm glad we had that weird period of reruns because it backs up Cartoon Network's agenda. Cartoon Network wanted Steven Universe's storytelling to fall in line with the way animated television had always been. You could have a significant story advancement in the season premiere, mid-season finale, and the season finale proper, but you're mainly going to be doing random adventures of the week until then. There were certain episodes that were more or less corporate mandated. During 2016, which saw season 3 air in its entirety and the beginning of season 4 pretty much unanimously agreed to be the weakest season. Cartoon Network required Steven Universe's team to produce 3 specials that would be aired within that year, which, if we assume most of these episodes were storyboarded in 2015, considering animation takes 9 months to a year to produce an episode, makes a lot of sense, as 2015 is when the series skyrocketed in popularity. Cartoon Network probably saw those numbers on Stronger Than You and said, hey, get to work. The first special being the 100th episode of the series, Bismuth, which in hindsight is extremely telling of the kind of battle the Crewniverse was in with Cartoon Network. Bismuth was a major character for the show, all things considered. Yet, she was not around nearly as much as she should have been. And with what we know now, and I could be completely wrong, it seems like the network relegated her existence to a special until the end of season 5. We know Uzo Aduba probably would have been too expensive to keep around for multiple episodes. But going back to how the Bismuth special was advertised, it blew my mind.
Wait! And what makes it so special?
This is Bismuth.
Oh, just a new member of the team!
The network pulled the whole brand new character incoming, only to take them away by the end of the episode card. I don't think that was solely a conscious effort by the crew, but again, what Cartoon Network wanted. Bismuth remaining a special event character means that, in theory, casual viewers could watch the following episodes and still keep up. Like, we all found it weird that, even with the addition of new crystal gems, it still basically remained the Steven, Garnet, Amethyst, and Pearl show. Peridot and Lapis were moved to the barn. Bismuth was kept bubbled under the burning room. Jasper was basically killed off. And even human characters we thought would become regular additions basically faded into the background one other time or never appeared again. For the longest time, these things were often blamed on the Crewniverse, but again, think about it. The network wants episodic programming. We can rerun all of these episodes and they don't even have to be in order. But by that same merit, wouldn't it be harder for a casual viewer to follow the show, more than they probably already would have been, if Peridot and Lapis were in the Crystal Temple, if Bismuth didn't remain bubbled, especially when these things aren't in a season premiere, which, looking back on it, was typically when episodic cartoons added brand new characters that actually stuck around? Just think about these things. Think about all of these factors and form your own conclusions, but if you ask me, based off what we know now, based off the way Cartoon Network programming has been, I could not in good faith say, yeah, that was on the Crewniverse. But anyways, back on track. The second special, Gem Harvest, was an episode that had immense hype around it, as the title was floating around the internet for months, and a throwaway line from Peridot that fans fixated on felt as if it was finally going to have payoff. Instead, we got a Thanksgiving special, and Steven's old-fashioned Uncle Andy. This is because, simply, Cartoon Network wanted Steven Universe to produce a Thanksgiving special, despite the lore already establishing that traditional holidays don't exist in this world. Now, I'm not gonna say Cartoon Network greatly supervised every moment of this episode. I don't know that, but based off what we know now, the laid-back tone over an action-packed blockbuster of an episode could probably be because of the higher-ups. I actually like Gem Harvest for what it is, and I'm sure Sugar was happy to express the message of the episode. Although, for the connections people made to Uncle Andy in 2016, and especially would have made in 2020, I don't think everyone vibed with it. But hey, the show takes place on an alternate Earth. Just keep that in mind. The Big Orange Man probably doesn't even exist. Uncle Andy probably ain't supporting that. You know what? This is getting messy. The third and final special of 2016, 3 Gems and a Baby, served to be a holiday special more so than a Christmas special. Because, again, traditional holidays don't exist in the lore. But at the same time, I see why Cartoon Network would want a Christmas special of sorts from a popular IP. Now, this episode seemed to be more accepted by fans because of its flashback setting. It felt like a necessary installment of the series, so no one really questioned it. Still, keep this in mind. 3 mandated specials. No matter how they came out, these were slots forced upon the Crewniverse, and it really gets you thinking, how many normal episodes were from the network's interference? Sugar even references having to pitch an episode to higher-ups, although we'll save that for the segment of the video it falls under, but it goes to reinforce that, as a showrunner, you don't have complete control of the stories of your own show. Not only do those ideas need to be approved, but having a show on a network or even a streaming service is a collaborative effort, not just between your team, but the people who are funding your show. It blows, but that's business. Like, really think about it. Future Boy Zoltron, Onion Gang, Rock Naruto. Episodes people really don't care for. With what we're already uncovering, I don't think these were necessarily episodes the Crew-Universe were dying to do. Not that they disliked making them, certainly not as much as fans disliked watching them, but I'm almost positive they weren't stories that they were eager to dig into, but the stories they had to deal with to appease the network. Look beyond Steven Universe and at other Cartoon Network shows with an overarching story. Codename Kiss Next Door, Adventure Time, OKKO Let's Be Heroes. Hell, even regular show's 7th and 8th season, which had an ongoing narrative, wasn't able to be fully serialized. Granted, the crew of these shows seemed more content with their episodic outings. In OKKO's case, the biggest blow to its premature ending was all the hijinks that we wouldn't see. But speaking of OKKO, for example, Ian JQ actually mentions on the What a Cartoon podcast that when OKKO was canceled, the network allowed him to let season 3 have free reign.
The show had been out for less than a year, and they told us that they're axing us, and it was... I don't know.
Well,
what can be said about that time?
Yeah, the way it kind of worked was that we were full steam ahead on season 3, and we were writing outlines for what was to be season 3A, and we had written 20, the full. We'd written
the whole thing.
We had just finished episode 20 of the season, and then we were told, hey, you know,
episode 20 is going to be
that's going to be
last
the end of the show.
Yeah.
And then we were like, oh, that's very bad.
Yes.
We don't like that. And, you know, we had received, you know, there was some degree of indication to us in advance, but it still was, unwelcome news that we weren't exactly prepared for.
It was a bit of a surprise,
Yeah, and so the way it worked was, we talked to the network about it, and we were like, hey, production on the season 3 had just barely begun.
Yeah, we just started doing maybe like the first board.
Yeah, and so we saw, what Ian would call a crisitunity in this moment where we were like, we still have our writers and we still have quite a bit of time before most of these episodes are supposed to get handed out to the storyboard artists. So we said like, hey, this being the situation that these 20 are all we have, we would like to keep the writers on and restructure the entire 3rd season to be a final season pretty much from the jump.
Because originally 20 episodes into season 3 was the big reveal.
Big reveal was the mid-season episode.
That was the mid-season finale.
Yeah, and the network agreed to this.
Yeah.
And they also were in a situation where the network basically was like, we understand this is not what you guys want, and so they also creatively were like, do what you need to do, basically. They were like, we understand this is not a good situation for you, and so whatever you need to do to reach a satisfying finale, do it.
The show's current executive, Conrad Montgomery, who was also the series' current executive on Adventure Time, regular show, Steven Universe, Craig of the Creek, so many other things. He was also our current executive, and so he really knows the value of like telling a full story and getting it. On all those shows, he's always pushed for, oh, you should get to do an ending. You should get to tell the whole story.
Yeah, all those shows have, great final.
Which is bonkers to think about. Oh, sorry your show was prematurely dead. Figure out the ending the best way you can. Also, you only get 20 episodes instead of 40. No matter how popular your show is, no matter how much people are invested into your story, if you're on television, you have to conform to its rules. The only exception on Cartoon Network being Over the Garden Wall, a miniseries, and Infinity Train Books 1 and 2, which everyone should watch. The creator actually confirmed that Infinity Train was always meant for HBO Max. HBO always funded the show, so of course Infinity Train got to play by streaming rules. That in itself is a bigger topic, but to make it clear, Voltron, She-Ra, Infinity Train, Kipo, these shows were made for streaming. They were made for binge culture. This is why they have little to no filler compared to Steven Universe, Adventure Time, etc. But speaking of Adventure Time, it's actually reflective of a beneficial loophole that Steven Universe took advantage of. You see, Adventure Time had miniseries. Stakes, islands, elements, these were a set of episodes designed to air within 1 week. Sound familiar? Steven Universe utilized this with the bomb format, starting at the end of season 1. Now, I'm not sure which episodes were in production first, but as evident with OKKO's Point Prep Academy arc, which was clearly designed for the week-long event format, but Cartoon Network kind of fucked over the series in many ways. These were all events that was pitched to the network and taken a bite out of the episode count for that season. Basically, it appears story arcs had to become special events in order to minimize filler between plot points. Relating this back to Steven Universe, Week of Sardonyx, the Abduction Arc, Wanted, Heart of the Crystal Gems, Diamond Days. These were all reflective as such, although Diamond Days is a unique story of itself, only existing to properly conclude the series. Steven Universe would have had an even more rushed ending or a flat-out cliffhanger without Diamond Days being greenlit by the network. So, let's shed light on that part of the story. How international homophobia and a potential loss of funding led to a lightning speed paced arc to conclude the original series. And how the network would later backtrack when Sugar pitched the movie, giving the creation of Steven Universe Future. Let's discuss the beginning of the end, the Rooffire Wedding. There's no need to beat around the bush. Steven Universe proper was essentially canceled. But what does that mean? The idea of cancellation is one that's been conflated with a lack of renewal for television properties before they reach their proper conclusion, or if a show is cut shorter than what the showrunner and producers behind it wanted to go on for. When it comes to exact technical terms, cancellation isn't necessarily a show failing to get another season. It's more so like what happened with Nickelodeon's Glitch Text, where the network pulls the plug on a show in the midst of production, leaving episodes unfinished, never to see the light of day, and a team of talented, hardworking people suddenly out of a job. Steven Universe evaded a fate that terrible, but in the broader scale of casual conversation, yeah, it was canceled. And originally, we weren't even going to have enough episodes for Diamond Days if Sugar didn't campaign for it. But what does this have to do with the Ruby and Sapphire wedding? Well, the following information is taken right out of the new Steven Universe art book, End of an Era.
This wedding story took years to become a reality. Initially, when we introduced Ruby and Sapphire in Jailbreak, we were told they could not be in a romantic relationship. I was told by Cartoon Network standards and practices that they could not kiss on the mouth. When I was asked internally by my executive at the time if they were a couple, I said absolutely yes, of course. They sang an entire song about how they're in love. I wanted them to be an absolutely iconic cartoon couple, the queer, interracial, gender-expansive answer to Mickey and Minnie Mouse. But this was 2014, and same-sex marriage was not yet legal in the United States. There was a huge stigma against LGBTQIA+ content in children's media. Once Jailbreak came out, our audience picked up on what we were doing with Ruby and Sapphire, not to mention Pearl's obvious love for Rose, but we could not confirm these relationships publicly. Cartoon Network needed the show to work internationally. Most animated media for children is designed with an intentional audience in mind, so we were being held to the standards of most conservative countries in the world. If they so much as read an interview with me online, the show could lose its international support, and we'd be finished. Even though I couldn't answer, at every public appearance, people would ask me how on earth I was managing to get these stories on TV, usually in the form of, "How are you getting away with this?" I wanted everything for Ruby and Sapphire, every genre of romantic story. Their romantic reunion, a dramatic fight episode, their romantic fairy tale origin story, the rom-com baseball episode. It only made sense to top it all off with a big animated wedding. So we pitched the first version of the wedding in 2015. It was called If You Love Yourself So Much. And at that point, it was only one episode, about Garnet marrying herself. I was told at the time that international SMP may object to some of the more direct language about Garnet as a committed relationship, so we may need to be more subtle when approaching their identity through the lens of a wedding.
Real quick, this is the direct example I was talking about, pertaining to how it seems just about every episode of a television show has to be pitched to its network and ideally approved from there. So again, with that knowledge, form your own conclusion on the amount of Townie episodes.
But I didn't want to be subtle anymore. After suggestions of changing it to some sort of gem celebration, I put the story on hold to try and figure out how to do it in a more direct way. Then, in June 2016, Ian Jones-Cordy proposed to me. Garnet had always been based on our relationship, so that was it. It wasn't going to be honest now if Ruby and Sapphire didn't get married. We decided it would be an inexorable part of the story. And then the back and forth started, and no one wanted to say the real concerns, so instead it was, will this appeal to our demographic of 6 to 11-year-old boys? But Ben 10 had an alien wedding. Powerpuff Girls had a wedding. There was no question that the Cartoon Network audience would definitely watch a wedding. Arguments were made that it was out of character for Steven to want a wedding, but we'd covered our bases there with the episode Open Book, which had already aired ages ago. It's old news that Steven loves weddings. I wouldn't bend on the story, and every time there was a concern about it not being entertaining enough, I would add more. A big musical number, a huge fight, a half-hour special. This thing will be so entertaining it will blow kids' hair back. But if Steven Universe gets a gay wedding, then every show is going to want a gay wedding. Yes, I said, good, why not? Eventually, the decision came down from on high. We could have the wedding. I knew that this was an extremely difficult call to make, and that we were going to be censored heavily and pulled in many countries because of it. And we didn't know at the time that this would mean the end of the show. It looked as if the writing was on the wall, and we were working towards the end. I had been told that this would be the final pickup for us, and I campaigned for an additional 6 episodes on the end of the season in order to wrap up the story. This became the Era 3 arc.
And there you have it. Although those in charge stood with Rebecca Sugar and went forward with the wedding, the phrasing here makes it sound like the wedding being brought to fruition is intrinsically tied to the proper series ending prematurely. Now again, I'm not out here trying to antagonize Cartoon Network. As Sugar says, it must have been a hard call for the higher-ups to even settle on this decision. Not because they weren't down for it. Hell, one of the biggest players at Cartoon Network at the time of Steven Universe was Rob Sorcher, a gay man. Sugar actually references a time where, after the Answer storybook was published, she was basically brought into a meeting and berated for publicizing this LGBT relationship. And it all comes back to the fact that they knew the consequences of this. The idea of the show being pulled, losing funding from International, the backlash from homophobes in America itself, the backlash you're still facing to this day, as evident with the response to a corny, harmless PSA, Steven Universe was and still is a big property for Cartoon Network. And because of how many eyes were on it, every big stance the story took would make waves. I hate that this internal controversy had to happen. I absolutely despise that they couldn't have done this without the story's future being at risk. That people out there with such darkness where their hearts should be had that much of a say and ripple effect on the series. How many people at Cartoon Network were harmed from dealing with the blowback? And not just on Steven Universe. I offer you another clip from the What a Cartoon podcast, where Ian discusses how LGBT relationships in OKKO, namely Enid and Red Action, received negative feedback and notes given to them, and how Steven Universe changed everything for them.
Enid and Red kiss at the end of it, and that was like, that was a very happy moment for me. I didn't know if you guys could, make the subtext text with those two characters and their relationship.
Well,
We didn't either.
The reality of it is that Steven Universe changed everything.
Mm-hmm.
And,
I was curious if the wedding had made the change happen.
I think, it might end up being forgotten in years, but it's like we all owe a huge debt to that show in terms of just pushing through not just like representation, but just like the idea of just getting to be honest about a character and who these characters are and what they would do. That was huge. That was basically the only thing that changed in between the first Red Action episode and the third Red Action episode, is that the hammer had come down. Like, you can't say no to that stuff just for that reason anymore.
And it's not like it wasn't a challenge to make these things happen.
Of course,
for us,
it's still
just
hard.
That Steven did so much.
They did most of the work. Yeah,
the fact that Steven is a PG show and we are a Y7 show, it can only hold water for so long as a reason to hold back on these things.
Yeah.
And so we were very happy that we were able to do it, and it's one of my favorite episodes.
Yeah, absolutely.
If there's one silver lining to this, it's that Steven Universe really did change the game. While animated content did have LGBT relationships before Steven, you are legitimately lying to yourself if you believe there would be just as much prominent representation in animated content today without Sugar fighting for the Rufire wedding. Case in point, look at Voltron Legendary Defender. Season 7 releases in the summer of 2018, around the time Heart of the Crystal Gems airs. Fans felt baited by the San Diego Comic-Con panel promising that they meet Shiro's boyfriend, Adam. Only for, spoiler alert, Adam to be dead when they arrive on Earth, and we only get the smallest of a flashback scene that barely indicates they're together. Jump to the series finale, months after, and suddenly, we have a loosely animated epilogue tacked onto the end. One that was all but confirmed to be produced in response to the backlash. And it features Shiro getting married to a random side character, Kiss and all. This didn't sit well with many fans who knew this was tacked on. A constellation prize. Fans were just jaded and ready to move on. But considering how Adam being killed off was a direct response to censorship, a horrible response, given that the Voltron team was basically told that they couldn't show Shiro in an actual gay relationship, the timing of Reunited is likely what caused DreamWorks to allow the sprinkle of damage control. Also, it's the series finale. Who's gonna stop you at that point? But yeah. She-Ra, the Owl House, OKKO, and many more to come, I'm sure. They were only able to get these strides in expanding representation in animated media because of Steven Universe breaking the barrier. In a way, it was sort of a sacrifice. A sacrifice that means nothing to online critics treating it like it's modern Star Wars. So let's wrap up and talk about those final 6 episodes, the movie, and how Future came into existence. If it wasn't apparent to the crew in Season 4, it was definitely clear to them in Season 5 that the show was coming to an end. I know tiny episodes are a big complaint of the show, and have already come up in this video already, but I want to make the ultimate point of tiny episodes clear here. They really weren't responsible for how the show ended up. Not just for what I said earlier about Cartoon Network having a hold on the show's pacing, but because when you lay it all out on the table, not only did they come before any of the big Homeworld conflicts, tiny episodes being used to establish the traits of Steven and how the presence of the gems affect the world around him, but when you look at each season of the show, once the story becomes more focused, they really don't eat up much time. Just using Season 4 as an example, which is generally considered the weakest season of the show by fans, myself included, there's only about 6 or 7 episodes that focus on Beach City, out of a 24 episode season. That's about a 4 for third, yes. But when the story can only advance so far in a season, that's really not that bad because you need breather episodes. My only real issue regarding tiny episodes is simply, as the series progresses, they incorporate less and less of Steven's powers and the corrupted gems. I feel like we could have traded or simply reworked episodes in Season 4 and 5, like Future Boy Zoltron, Onion Gang, Rock Naldo, and Pool Hopping, to feature more of Steven's abilities and how those abilities inadvertently create conflict, or are utilized to resolve a conflict, like in most of the Tiny episodes in Season 3, which has some of my favorite Tiny episodes out of the whole series. When looking at Season 5, there's not many episodes I would take out for the sake of more gem lore, as not only do I feel like things such as the Connie cooldown arc was necessary for us to have room to breathe, but it was important to touch on how Beach City and various characters were reacting to the big status quo change that Topaz and Aquamarine's abduction brought. Yet, because it was the final season, we weren't really able to marinate in those changes. When it comes to Season 5 and the additional 6 episodes that make up the Era 3 arc, the biggest issue is simply that, for the pacing of the show up until that point, they needed more time. 32 episodes, most of which running at 11 minutes, simply could not deliver on the story the crew was envisioning and attempted to realize. Even if you had no Beach City episodes, no human side adventures. From where Season 5 starts and ends, if you took the exact same number of episodes, I still feel as if you could not get a reasonably paced conclusion. Something would end up on the cutting room floor. And I'm saying this from the perspective of, no matter how you rewrote it, you would only have 32 episodes, excluding Change Your Mind since that is a special case. If you branch out any episodes to a half hour or longer, you're going to eat up that 32 episode count. For what they had to work with, I really enjoyed the Era 3 arc. And if we're being real, if we all went into this knowing it was the final arc of the original series, everyone would have been predicting that the diamonds given to Steven and begin taking accountability for their actions. And not to start arguments in the comments, but to call that redemption would be ignoring everything that comes after this arc. But even if we did know it was the end, I don't think many people's feelings on the episodes and the brief screen time of White Diamond as an antagonist would have changed. The Era 3 arc, at the bare minimum, felt like it was meant to last as long as at least the Barn arc did, which was 13 episodes. There are clear nods to the idea of the properly paced arc they wanted to do, Steven's room being recreated by the Pebbles, as if this was going to become the new base of operations for the Crystal Gems for a while. Amethyst gaining limb enhancers at the Era 3 ball felt like something that could have happened much sooner in the arc, having an episode all to itself. In fact, I'm pretty confident that Garnet, Amethyst, and Pearl would have all had episodes exploring the return to Homeworld, what that means for them. Steven's time with Yellow and Blue likely would have went beyond familiar, but instead having 2 episodes where Steven follows the day-to-day of Yellow and then Blue. White Diamond as a whole needed at least a full episode to explore her thought process and the family dynamic with Yellow, Blue, and Pink. Recently revealed at the New York Comic-Con Online panel, Change Your Mind in itself was going to feature an arc of Jasper and the Rose Quartzes, but those weren't able to fit in and were moved to future.
In terms of things we couldn't fit in, we also got Jasper's story and the gold roses finally got released. Those are things that we had in Change Your Mind, but couldn't really expand on just because of time, and it kind of bloated out the story in a way that diluted the message we were trying to tell at the time.
They really had to fit so much into 6 episodes, and it does work. But I think there's a clear argument to be made that they don't work as well as what came before, because now they're on an entirely different level of pacing, faster than what we're used to, not leaving much time to take it all in or really explore all the interesting concepts they had set up. But I'm also saying this from the perspective of someone who was invested in the show for years and had to play the hiatus game quite a bit of times. I have a lot of friends who binged the series after Change Your Mind and even after Future, and they didn't really have much gripes with the Era 3 arc. That's not to say they thought it was a masterpiece, but at the same time, most people watch TV just to be entertained, laugh, and have their emotions touched a little. And they got that. So, how did we get to the movie in Future? This is something I talked about before on this channel, but with this topic, you kinda have to throw it into the mix again. We went from a show being rushed to completion to having a movie and an epilogue series. Well, let's jump back to this Polygon interview with Sugar from earlier this year.
So, why split the last part of Steven Universe off into its own miniseries? Why tell the story this way in particular? Sugar says it's an artifact of the green lighting and production process. While I was working on the original series, around 2016, I was told with a fair amount of certainty that we would not be picked up for more episodes, she says. I was asked if the remaining episodes from our current pickup would be enough to finish the story we'd planned. Immediately after this meeting, when I was told there wouldn't be more, I went up to my office and wrote the song, I Could Never Be Ready, which got folded into an episode we were working at the time, Sugar says. I wasn't ready for the show to end. Instead, she asked for a movie finale, so we could spend a little more time together as a crew and in this world with these characters. Oddly enough, Cartoon Network approved of the idea of a movie, but then wanted the show to continue afterward. I was told that there was no point to a movie unless it existed to promote more show. So all of a sudden, I had 20 additional episodes to work on while working on the movie. I was overjoyed and tried to conceptualize a way to put the pieces of the story that we'd intended to include in the original run into these additional episodes. But everything had to be different after the ends of the movie, so I needed to approach these stories from a new angle.
And while I have a lot to say about Future, as someone who did love it through and through, but also wished to shed light on more concepts, I look forward to discuss the miniseries as a whole in my upcoming retrospective. I'm sure I talked your ears off enough today, so I just want to conclude on this. There are real people working on these shows who fought and continue to fight day in and day out to make sure the people they love, alongside themselves, are represented on the same level anyone else is. We're all human. We all deserve to exist. A big reason I made this video wasn't because, oh no, people have differing opinions about Steven Universe, but rather, wow, a lot of criticism I see for this show is either in bad faith or it completely goes overboard in making the people behind the show out to be some of the most incompetent people to walk among the earth, when that couldn't be further from the truth. Now that that truth is out there, that little nugget of information on how tiring it is to put cartoons out into the world, I hope that criticisms arriving around the show don't dissolve, but now considers factors and perspectives previously unknown. The team worked hard, they put their all into the story, and ultimately, sticking by their guns saw the story reach a premature end. But that isn't really their fault. At the end of the day, they inspired and resonated with a lot of people out there, and that's one of the greatest accomplishments storytellers can achieve. But as always, these are just my thoughts, and I want to hear yours. What do you think? Now that there's a bigger picture out into the world, how do you feel about the ending of Steven Universe? Or more so, the circumstances behind the ending. Something I find interesting about the discussion around Steven Universe is that even for the people who detest the series, they find the world itself interesting and brimming with potential. I recently made a big video on Steven Universe's relationship with Cartoon Network that I hope people find eye-opening for one reason or another. But the original series ending prematurely, and stories naturally evolving as a team comes together to really flesh things out, resulted in a lot of untold or altered storylines. This is what I want to talk about today. Between End of an Era, the complete series collection, and digital panels throughout quarantine, we've gotten lots of information on unrealized Steven Universe plot points. So I wanted to go through the ones I found most interesting, putting in my 2 cents here and there. From characters originally turning evil, to a storyline I suspect could be used if the franchise ever got another installment, let's revisit the world of Beach City and indulge in one of my favorite cartoon pastimes, thinking about what could have been. And if you're interested in content on cartoons old and new, please be sure to hit that subscribe button and bell. With all that said, let's dive in. As touched on by Sugar during an online panel and reflected on the Steven Universe story timeline, Steven was going to wind up in Pink Diamond's palace after the events of Lars of the Stars and experience flashes of Pink Diamond's memory, including Pearl approaching her with the sword. Sugar also explained that the diamonds would sense Pink Diamond's presence through Steven. This one massive plot point was scattered throughout the final season of the original series. Steven and Connie crash landing on Jungle Moon and Estefani experiencing an obscured memory of Pink Diamond. Then Steven encountering Lapis on the moon base, which would lead to him getting the push he needed to confront Pearl on the truth. And finally, having his aura act as Pink Diamond's presence, getting through to the diamonds and reunited. Personally, I'm mixed on this original plot point and the changes in the final result. The original idea does feel like it could have thrown too much at once for a standard episode. On top of Steven ending up in Pink's palace, meaning that Lars and the Off-Colors would have been forced to return to Homeworld after the space battle with Emerald, which feels a bit contrived and unfair to them. Like, oh, we finally got off of Homeworld, but now we're already back. Granted, their delay to Earth was also unfair, and felt like it crippled Lars' space adventure subplot before it could truly begin. The diamonds suddenly sensing Pink Diamond's presence also would have raised some questions like, why didn't they sense them before when Steven was within close proximity to them? Unless they directly tied that to Steven using his aura prior to Reunited, which would have definitely been a welcome addition. On the other hand, it would have been nice to visit Homeworld once more before the Era 3 arc, and it sounds like this original concept could have featured a deeper exploration of Pink Diamond's palace, as we didn't get to see much of it in the finale arc. Again, if they explored more of Steven's aura before he used it against the diamonds, it would have made Reunited even more satisfying, as his aura being used as a solution wasn't fleshed out. So it remains more of a concept that makes sense based off what we've seen Yellow and Blue do, but still could have used the extra padding. I also would believe this plot point could have worked if Season 5 wasn't forced to be the end of the original series, as they could have had time to properly explore a way for Steven to end up in the palace at least once before Era 3. This next one is something I'm actually pretty sad we didn't get to see in its full glory, even if the concept lived on through something similar in future. Perfect Steven. What is Perfect Steven, you may ask? Well, it was his anime transformation before the anime transformation. Perfect Steven was a concept that kind of became split into two, as it began to take shape since the very beginning of the series. In the new art book, End of an Era, Rebecca Sugar has this to say: "We had this amazing writers meeting while we were on the first season, and around this time, I was drawing Perfect Steven. We knew that Steven was rose and pink, and I was starting to experiment with him tapping into his pink powers, becoming her size, and having his hair turn pink. We were calling it Perfect Steven mode. At the writers' meeting, we got into a heated argument over this. We all ultimately agreed that we could never do Perfect Steven because Steven is perfect the way he is. If we were to say this form of Steven is Perfect Steven, we would be undercutting the premise of the show. Honestly, I would have loved Perfect Steven, or as I'll refer to him as, Hero Steven, from the standpoint of a transformation 14-year-old Steven achieved. I feel like this form could have coexisted with Diamond Steven, which would have been a natural but toxic evolution of the form. And despite sporting hair much closer to Rose in this form, I don't think this transformation would have detracted from the conclusion Steven reaches in Change Your Mind. The reality that he isn't Pink Diamond, he isn't Rose Quartz, he's not his mom at all, he's simply Steven. But just by the sheer existence of his shapeshifting and latent abilities, it makes sense to me that classic Steven would have manifested a hero mode of sorts, where he had enhanced speed, strength, and agility, just not to the level of where those abilities were in future. And although I'm glad Savani got to wield the sword and shield, I would have loved to see Steven do so on his own. I could definitely envision an episode of Classic SU where Steven and Connie get inspired to play around and act like superheroes, cheesy costumes and all, and in the climax, while facing off against a threat, Steven's superhero aspirations collides with Connie's life hanging in the balance, resulting in Steven tapping into this form for the first time. Hero Steven wouldn't even have needed to appear frequently. I could see him being used sparsely like a fusion, having only a handful of appearances. And I would wager that if he did exist in the original series, they would have found a way to work him into Change Your Mind. Granted, his conception led to this series of discussions that would bring us the ultimate fusion dance between Steven's two halves. But you know, I'm sure it would have worked out. This next one, alongside two more in this video, is newer information that has arisen from the complete series DVD collection, which if you ask me, has incomplete features. Since the commentary tracks on this release were extremely limited, the Crewniverse had to fit as much trivia as possible on the only future commentary track on the entire release, the final episode. One interesting reveal from this commentary track is that one of the big theories that began to circulate after Change Your Mind was actually something the Crewniverse was planning for a brief period of time. Volleyball, aka Pink Pearl, being a villain.
Like volleyball was a mini villain for a while.
Right.
We were talking about like activating all of the unactivated pearls.
Right.
Based off what was said in the commentary, it sounds like Volleyball would have initially been in a position where she'd grow disillusioned with Era 3, assumably mourning the loss of Pink Diamond, potentially leading to an attempt of some kind of Pearl uprising. On a deeper level, Volleyball was flat out replaced by our Pearl after being damaged by her own diamond. She got replaced for not doing anything wrong. So perhaps her hypothetical revenge scheme could have explored a big issue pertaining to pearls throughout Eras 1 and 2, the abusive relationship between pearls and their owners, and how they're easily discarded at a moment's notice despite the abuse they endured. A huge example of this isn't just Volleyball, but the pearl that's a part of Rhodonite. So Volleyball liberates all the unactivated pearls. Again, I imagine she could have been planning to lead some sort of uprising, even though the diamonds stepped down from their position of authority. And I imagine Pearl and Volleyball still would have had a heart-to-heart, similar to the one in the final episode, as this story still would have likely functioned as Pearl's send-off. Now, to be honest, I'm happy we got this story in future over a story where Volleyball was a villain, simply because Volleyball becoming a mini-antagonist would have felt like an easy way to manufacture drama. And since she's someone we know is close to Pink Diamond, I feel like she wouldn't resent her post-mortem, nor would she try to ruin anything in Era 3, when I'm sure Era 3 is what Pink Diamond would have wanted to see. The story we got may not have been as extravagant, but it was still really fun, and provided organic drama with the tension between Pink's two former pearls. Not to mention Mega Pearl, Prince Pearl, whatever you want to call her, is one of my favorite fusions in the entire series. Speaking of favorites, it puts me over the moon that I share the same favorite character in the series as Ian Jones-Cordy, Jasper. With everything we know now, it really sounds like Jasper is the character who had the most move around or delayed further down the franchise, one of the results of the network prematurely ending the original series. So let's talk about that, everything with Jasper. Ian JQ was a huge Jasper advocate in writers' meetings, remarking that when he popped up in the first Big Future meeting, almost everything he suggested had to do with Jasper. Some things in the original series that ended up in Future included Jasper training Steven and his powers, which I would have loved to see in the original, and I imagine could have potentially led to Hero Steven instead of Diamond Steven. Jasper living alone in the woods was another idea that finally saw life in Future. I imagine in the crew's original vision, Jasper would have been uncorrupted way before Change Your Mind. But her checkered past and hot-headed nature prevented her from living at the temple with Garnet, Amethyst, Pearl, and Steven, and turn away from the barn with Peridot and Lapis for obvious reasons. It kinda hurts even more that she lives alone in Future, away from literally all of unified Gemkind. Jasper also had a B-plot in early drafts of the movie, although details largely remain unknown. Just that it felt like they were doing too much at once.
Really, at that first brainstorm meeting, all I wanted was Jasper.
Jasper and Steven training together.
That was an idea, that was the thing I wanted in the original series.
And Jasper living alone in the woods.
Yeah.
Yes.
I would have been very sad if we had not gotten to follow up with that.
They actually took Jasper out of the movie at the very beginning, so we're like, what would that imply?
There was a really early movie version that had a B plot about Jasper, and then that just all got moved.
It seems like
Personally, I would have preferred this and would argue that Jasper could have worked in the movie. You see, the Mega Injector's existence is largely because Cartoon Network wanted an end-of-the-world angle in the movie. Generic high stakes that excite the audience and elevate its atmosphere to blockbuster level. And although the Mega Injector has a cool factor to it that you can tell the crew loved working with, I also feel that, narratively, you can tell it wasn't their highest priority. If somehow, Jasper was working with Spinel before her rejuvenation, maybe Jasper gets rejuvenated herself, she could have been put in charge of guarding the Injector, leaving the Crystal Gem B team to take on Jasper as they try to study the Injector for a weakness. I feel like tying the stakes of the Injector to another established character would have made the audience a bit more invested in the Injector. Ultimately, Jasper is a character that I feel still has a lot of unexplored potential, and let me remind y'all, Sugar has expressed when Future was wrapping up that she's still interested in exploring the series in some capacity. And if we ever got new animated specials a la Distant Lands, I'm really hoping we'd get a Steven and Jasper adventure, especially after the interesting but odd place their dynamic winds up by the end of Future. This next one is something I've discussed in the previous video, but I want to readdress for the last big thing I want to touch on. At one point, the crew was heavily considering a second Lars episode for Future, one that I actually feel was desperately needed. It would have been nice to have Steven visit Lars in space. There's a cheeseburger tree that Joe Johnson was championing, Lars searching for a mythical cheeseburger tree in space. Rebecca shot that down instantly and with glee. Honestly, I don't know if Joe really loved the cheeseburger tree or if after a while, he was just having fun, getting Rebecca to laugh and wince. But once, much later, the phrase hamburger backpack appeared in an outline, and Rebecca made a little correction on the side of the page, cheeseburger, and Joe put a note under that, which said, tree. I took a screenshot of it so I could keep it forever. And I'm gonna cut it there to save it for our last segment, and to keep this section Lars focused. And if you ask me, because Lars was denied a Space Adventure episode, Little Graduation was almost retroactively underwhelming. But keep in mind, this is coming from a big Lars fan. Future consists of send-off episodes that build into the big climax with Steven. Little Graduation is more or less the Lars and Sadie send-off episode. But the issue that arises from this is that the episode doesn't really do anything to reflect how far Lars has come, just that his relationship with Sadie is over. Little Graduation is definitely a Sadie send-off, but I don't think it's fair to call it a Lars send-off episode when it really doesn't do much Lars-wise. He leaves his bakery and goes back into space, but we know that's really in service of Steven's arc and to get Steven thinking about his own future. Sure, Lars has definitely come a long way from the beginning of the series, and this is reflected in his dialogue with Sadie, but most of his involvement in Little Graduation serves to just make Steven think about his future and feel bad, whereas Sadie's actions actually round out her character arc. I won't say much else about the episode because of my upcoming Future retrospective, even though I do enjoy the episode, but yeah, we really needed another Lars episode that was actually a Lars episode. But this takes us to the final unrealized storyline that, not to plant any seed of false hope, this is my speculation alone, could one day be potentially realized. The origins of the diamonds. To read a few excerpts from End of an Era, very early on, there was the idea of the final 4 episodes consisting of a cosmic journey into the origins of the diamonds in gem culture. There was a remnant of that in the Lars idea, and then that episode fell by the wayside, and a lot of these secret ideas went away with it. So that's something else that changed as the complicated, intense nature of Steven's own arc became apparent. And on another page, Sugar has this to say. With Future, we were originally planning to delve into gem origins. We always nod to it. Gems are obviously technology, and they have their own extensive mythology. But we were having trouble finding the emotional pulse to complement that exposition. As we were having our earliest talks about Future, out of the blue, I heard from Bradley Snyder, the expert from Cartoon Network's Stop Bullying campaign. He gave me a book called The Deepest Well by Dr. Nadine Burke-Harris, in hopes that it might help inform the PSA-style self-esteem shorts I was writing for Dove at the time. This book struck a huge chord with me, especially the idea of the emotional and physical being so inexorably linked, the toll that adverse childhood experiences take on someone's physical, social, and emotional development. But most of all, the healing power of awareness and care. To read so much hard evidence on the actual healing effects of love and kindness truly blew my mind. I was so inspired. On top of this, the coveted character timelines are present in End of an Era. All the major gems are present and accounted for. And at the very bottom, we can see what's clearly the origins for the diamonds, represented with a visual of their 4 gems emerging from a planet, which I wouldn't look into as this timeline isn't the definitive and all to be all. Some details have shifted in the final product, and all gems emerge from a planet. So in concept, this visual makes sense, but again, don't look into that part in particular. What we should focus on is that despite all of this, despite the series being over, the diamonds' origins are blacked out. Another secret that outlives the animated series itself. But what if this particular mystery is a story being saved for a potential sequel movie down the road? Think about it. Steven Universe the movie was a hit, the highest rated premiere on Cartoon Network in 2 years when it debuted. It still gets reran on television, and when it came to the DVD release, it was advertised as Steven's first movie. I don't believe that means they already had another sequel planned, but rather that they wanted to leave it open for the potential for more. Couple this with the future revealing that Steven is planning to meet up with Lars in space during his road trip, and the lack of proper closure of the diamonds in the epilogue series, I could see another movie installment in the franchise realizing this story. After all, the Crewniverse only discussed that they planned to explore it at one point. They didn't reveal any of its details at all. Putting it out there that they had a story and putting the story itself out there, like with the cut Rhodonite backstory, are 2 different things. Steven visiting Lars and somehow getting derailed into an intergalactic adventure where Steven would not only discover the origins of the diamonds, but assumably, as the story would focus on the relationship between him and his diamond family, he would finally have to confront how he dislikes them, and if that's something that could ever change. Let's not get it twisted. Steven used his kindness and connection to the diamonds to cause them to take accountability. Nothing less, nothing more. He actively avoids them and can't stand being around them after Change Your Mind. And considering the movie and these episodes were in the pipeline before Change Your Mind even premiered, this was always something Sugar planned. Steven growing a larger resentment for the people he had to get through to the most. That's something that does need its own adventure to resolve, considering how much stake it's had in the series. But who knows? Maybe this story will have to remain untold. But you know, I'm hoping HBO Max would come in clutch if Sugar wants to tell this story. We really thought. Welcome back to Crystal Clear. I'm Ultra Vox, and yeah, Steven Universe Future, the Steven Universe franchise came to a close for now. I'll break this down in a separate video, but while I personally think this series is complete, people are still holding out hope, especially since, although Sugar issued a tweet stating that there are no plans at this time to have any official continuation of Steven Universe through comics, and any comics in the near future claiming to be canon are, well, not. She did say in an interview that she will always be thinking about this world and the characters and how they grow and possible timelines, and that she just wants to give them the privacy for now, essentially stating, we'll see in the future. So that long-winded tidbit aside, yes, the Steven Universe animated series is over, and it concluded without revealing one of its longest-running mysteries. What the hell is inside the treasure chest found in the pocket dimension that's accessed through Lion's Mane? Lion 3 straight-to-video aired on December 4th, 2014. It's been over half a decade, going on 6 years, and we do not know anything about what was stored inside this chest. And I'm sure a lot of you want to talk about it, you want to hear some thoughts on it, you want some form of an explanation, so I won't leave you guys hanging. Let's just dive into all of that, starting with the question, why did they never touch on what was inside the chest in the first place? To that, I just need to touch on the time skip as a whole, because the chest being open was an event that happened over the course of the time skip. Much like all the other events that transpired, we never get an answer. And while I can understand that that was a creative decision, especially since the crew likely approached the movie and future with the idea of, we only have so much time left, I will stand by my opinion that they chose the worst plot points, character arcs, and finer details to be left to the audience's imagination. And I feel like if you are going to do a time skip and never have any flashbacks, never verbally state what occurred during that period, then it should at least be things that the audience is able to infer. I don't know how we're supposed to figure out that Bismuth poofed during construction work over the time skip, or what exactly occurred between Amethyst and Jasper to cause Amethyst to go from, hey sis, to f that bitch. And I don't know what a 2-year passage of time is supposed to infer between a random chest that only had attention drawn to it once, going from closed to open. However, I will give the Crewniverse the benefit of the doubt and offer a reasonable explanation as to why the Chester chest wasn't touched on, as to why a lot of things that occurred during the time skip were just straight up never mentioned. Aside from a dose of realism, the idea that characters, or people in general, would just bring us something that randomly happened to them 2 years prior in a completely different situation, but also, when developing the movie and future, as they were two projects that had to be developed simultaneously, Rebecca and the crew could have also imagined the possibility of there being more, even if it's not necessarily more episodes. So by never touching on the events that occurred during the time skip in future, the crew can pick up those pieces down the road, whether if it would be through an eventual run of a canon comic storyline or just another mobile game. These mediums can still be used to explore the stories of that time skip. And the treasure chest wasn't touched on because they still wanted to be something impactful should they ever reveal those secrets. But I gotta tell you, they know what's in the chest. You want to be held up in suspense? Have this snippet from one of the movie's DVD bonuses that features the happily ever after animatic with commentary.
So the chest in Lars's head is open. Who knows
What's
what
in
was
that chest?
there?
What's in that chest,
Yes,
Joe?
Joe really wanted that open chest.
Yep, we know what's in the chest, but it's up for everyone else to
Yeah.
I
imagine.
actually don't know what's in the chest. I think I forgot.
We'll tell you later.
Oh, we'll tell you later. Not the audience though. They don't need to know. Honestly, since we're on the internet, let me just set the record straight. That's nothing to get mad over. Honestly, I think that's pretty hilarious. But above everything, I feel as if the crew didn't tell us simply because, well, they wanted their show to have a cartoon mystery. Think of all the cartoon mysteries that viewers still pine after even in their adulthood. What was Miss Bellen's face? Wizard Kelly's face? Whatever did happen to Robot Jones? Did Brandy and Mr. Whiskers ever get off the island? I mean, there's a whole slew of unanswered cartoon questions, mysteries. It's not like this channel has a slew of cartoon topics we didn't already talk about, so that should be kind of a given on my end. I don't know why I said that. The point being, the crew could have just simply wanted to give their own everlasting cartoon mystery that never gets answered, but that's the point. It's a long-running mystery, a running gag, whatever you want to call it. A question that is supposed to keep us up at night and speculating in YouTube theory videos for years and years to come. One day, a fantasy universe will make a cartoon and directly reference the fact that this mystery was dangled over our heads. All of that being said, what do I think is inside the chest? Well, I feel as if Rose was very hit or miss on her gifts. Steven, have this sentimental tape of how much I already love you. Steven, have this gem who will probably mistake you for me and then try to kill you. So the answer is probably something that'll either make us cry or make us want to bash our head in. I know a very popular theory is that Steven's jacket came from the chest, and that could be it, but as explored in Unleash the Light and straight up demonstrated in the show, Steven now wears light clothing and his clothes stretch with him, so it makes it kind of hard for me to believe that Rose would have that foresight, since when he enlarged to the size of Pink Diamond, his jacket did grow with him. But truth be told, the answer that I like best is that it doesn't matter. The entire point of the treasure chest, alongside everything else in Lion's Mane, is that it was simply representative of Rose's secrets. And now it's open after the time skip because now we know everything. There are no more secrets left, so now the chest is open. Aside from the whole, volleyball thing, but we'll just let it slide. She did. At the end of the day, the chest was something that would have just been nice to know, but wasn't necessary information. They were able to complete the main overarching story and then later Steven's arc, and at no point during the climax of the original series and future did I think, oh, the treasure chest will be the MVP. And I think I can live with not knowing what's in it. I know. We all want answers, but the truth is, not everything in life, even no matter how much you want, and what's inside that chest? Welcome back to Crystal Clear. I'm Ultrich Vox, and Spinel is without a doubt a fan favorite of the Steven Universe franchise after its hit television movie, and really, Spinel is one of the biggest, if not the key factor, as to why the movie was a success, becoming an internet phenomenon that introduced thousands to the series. And for good reason. Spinel has a tragic yet relatable backstory, appealing design with alternate skin, accompanied with gorgeous animation and key moments, and although she has her moments, she's hilarious and sometimes downright chilling. Although she was given a pretty sweet conclusion by the end of the film, leaving Earth with the diamonds with a new goal to strive towards, things could have been very, very different for Spinel. As an interview with Rebecca Sugar reveals that Cartoon Network at one point during production wanted to see Spinel die at the hands of Steven. Let's take a look at this excerpt from the interview and even explore how this event would have affected Steven by the end of the film and going into future. Alright, so this dates back to one of the farewell interviews Sugar partook in right as Future was winding down. This particular article stemming from Variety, which states the following. The climax of Steven Universe the movie comes not when the hero battles the vengeful, superpowered alien atop the planet-destroying weapon. It arrives a beat later, when the titular Steven and his adversary Spinel form a delicate friendship while standing in a smoldering crater of their own making. Steven helps Spinel see that although the trauma she suffered can't be erased, personal growth is good and possible. Their rapprochement follows a slugfest as action-packed as any you'll find on Cartoon Network, and creator Rebecca Sugar had to fight like hell for it. I would get these notes that he should obliterate her and rid the universe of her evil. That's not really what our show is about, but it's what is expected from children's programming, that if there's a bad person, you kill them, and then everything will be fine. I just think there should be some alternative. And alternative we got, as Steven was able to get through to Spinel, the movie capping off the relationship on good terms, although she still drives Steven cuckoo bananas. I can make a change. So yeah, it's easy to see that, even with notes, why this ending did not come to fruition. Killing off Spinel would not have fit a Steven Universe movie, especially with the way this particular story was set up. Steven spending an entire movie getting the memories of the Crystal Gems back, this stroll down memory lane reinforcing to the audience that no matter where you come from, no matter what you've been through, you can still change and grow as a person. coming out stronger and happier for it. So going through all of those motions, and then getting Spinel's origins, only for Steven to go and kill her in the final act? It would have been messy to say the least. This isn't your annual comic book blockbuster film. The villain doesn't have to die at the end. Not to mention, considering the movie and future were developed around the same time, perhaps Rebecca Sugar already had a particular vision for which character would get shattered, and it would not be in the movie. I personally think in order to make this work, Spinel would have had to have done something irredeemable. Something that either Steven's powers or singing and crying could not have fixed. Like if the Mega Injector's poison actually took out Greg, and Steven was there to witness it before the resolution, unable to revive his father for whatever reason. Or if Spinel went even darker, and was literal moments away from shattering the crystal gems and actually murdering Steven's organic friends and family. But I believe this also would have changed the film's ending. We already saw what shattering a gem by accident does to Steven. And while the contest with Future was a completely different story, I still think it would have gave Steven that feeling of, oh no, I'm no better than the diamonds. And instead of Spinel leaving with the diamonds, the movie could have became a lot more open-ended, or at least not so much of a standalone, as Steven takes up the diamonds offer from the beginning of the movie, moving in with them as he either works on his problems or succumbs to them, setting the stage for a much darker Steven Universe future. Yeah, even more depressing than it already was. Even if Steven did shatter Spinel and didn't live with the diamonds, I think the whole angle of Steven being unsure of what he wants for his future, knowing that he still wants to help people but maybe he lost his touch, all of that would have been amplified with the death of Spinel. Steven not only having Jasper to worry about, but frequently being haunted by his biggest failure, how he was never able to save Spinel, instead performing quite the opposite act. Welcome back to Crystal Clear! I'm Oshrik Vox, and the diamonds continue to contribute to Steven Universe's immense cool factor with its lore and world building. The episode Homeworld bound equipped the diamonds with brand new abilities, which are the inverse of their signature moves, that, as all things Steven, can also serve a much greater meaning and commentary towards the themes of the narrative. In this case, Steven's mental health. So let's run through each of the diamond's new abilities and break them all down, from both their full potential in the world of the show, and how many fans have interpreted the meaning behind each power. Of course, spoiler warning. If you did not finish Steven Universe Future, please go do so, do yourself the favor, and then come back. With all that said, let's dive in. As stated in the beginning of this video, the new abilities of the diamonds complement Steven's own. They're the opposite of what everyone's familiar with. For Steven, instead of developing defensive powers, he now harbors a handful of destructive, offensive abilities. Those that don't help and heal, but damage and destroy. So for the diamonds, instead of using their abilities to oppress, dictate, and control, their powers now service others as well. And let's just start in the classic order of how the diamonds appeared in both the episode and in the series, starting with Yellow Diamond, whom instead of destabilizing gems with bolts of lightning, now can stabilize, as she's now able to permanently alter any physical form. Now, when this was said in the show, I could only think about her role in corruption. Long-term viewers of this channel know that when dissecting the initial powers of the diamonds, I claimed that their form shifted to an animalistic state due to Yellow Diamond, which was further backed up in the episode Lecture to Homeworld, as Yellow's attempt at healing Senti was at the very least able to shift her physical form back to that of a standard Nephrite gem. I imagine this entire scene was used as a building block when the time came to develop the final episodes, since Yellow was more or less doing the exact same thing here. It was just a matter of her trying and putting in the effort. But yes, Yellow can either alter a gem's projected body as a whole, as shown with Flint, Steven, and later Garnet, or she can just alter certain body parts, as shown with Spinel's arms and legs. Now, Garnet already demonstrated one of the best uses for this ability in combat, being able to alter one's size when facing against a larger enemy, although in their case, they were all trying to hug a gigantic kaiju Steven, but I feel like another great use of this ability actually doesn't relate to combat, but with communication. I feel like in a lot of ways, Yellow can use this power to strengthen bonds between other gems. For example, if two gems hit a bumpy spot in their relationship, let's take a small gem like a ruby, and then a larger gem like a topaz, and the smaller gem feels like they aren't taken as seriously because of their height. Well, let's say Yellow pulls these two gems aside, and ramps up the skill of the ruby to match the topaz. These two gems will be able to communicate with each other and work out their problems while being able to make direct eye contact, looking eye to eye, and standing on equal ground. Or let's say that topaz willingly shrinks down and has to live dealing with being at a ruby's height for a day. This allows gems to walk a mile in each other's shoes. That's kind of beautiful, but let's look at the real world implications and how a lot of fans felt this episode was trying to convey Yellow's new power. Essentially, when it came to Steven's struggling mental health, Yellow's power was akin to modifying your appearance. Steven not seeing a change in scale as a viable solution because changing the way he looks on the outside won't fix the way he is feeling on the inside. Now, do not conflate this with changing the way you look on the outside to match the way you feel on the inside. That's everyone's natural born right. The thing with Steven is that he didn't want his powers to grow out of control, but he didn't know how to control them. He didn't know where to start. As he told Greg, he was unsure of who Steven Universe even was. So the gem equivalent of giving himself a new haircut, it wasn't gonna fly. Next, we have Blue Diamond, who has by far the funniest ability. Instead of using radiated pathokinesis to make others around her feel misery and bawl their eyes out, Blue can now create clouds that, when in contact with another gem, will cause their mood to spike up and be as happy as can be. Now, my biggest question is, could she use these clouds? And instead of making others happy, could she shift the emotion to make them angry? Or maybe really nervous? What about hungry? Or would those manifest in a different material, a different substance in the cloud? Imagine angry rain. Well, I guess the Owl House has that covered, but the real world implications for this ability is pretty on the nose. Can we just put up some Snoop Dogg B-roll? Yeah, keep it right there. Blue Diamond is getting blased. Okay, this may not be the exact interpretation, but the two biggest things I've seen thrown around is that yes, Blue Diamond's clouds are akin to the sticky icky, or something that should be presented a bit more grounded and a lot less memey, antidepressants, essentially conveying that substance abuse or prescribed medical drugs won't be the fix-all for how you're feeling. Now, I can't really speak for antidepressants. In my experience of mental health and being diagnosed with depression and anxiety, I personally am way too intimidated to take that step, though I suppose I am grateful enough to be at the point where I don't necessarily need to weigh those as an option, but I would imagine that antidepressants are meant to aid you. They can help, but no amount will be the permanent fix-all. Your happiness cannot come out of a bottle. Again, I'm not in the loop with a conversation around antidepressants. I'm not trying to say objectively that they're good or bad. I have people in my life that it's helped, and I have people in my life that hate them with every fiber of their being. As Steven himself said, in his particular situation, they are not the remedy for him to feel better and have control over his powers. Last but not least, that takes us to White Diamond, whom has the strangest power. Instead of controlling others, she's finally letting people in, figuratively and literally, adopting their color palette once they take control. Now, I'm not sure what trips me out more, the fact White Diamond is just allowing others to puppet her body, the 2008 YouTube movie maker rainbow effects, or the fact that, unlike Yellow and Blue, White's power is absolutely vain. We get it, she's all about herself. But whereas Yellow Diamond is actually piecing gems back together and literally help them land on their feet, and Blue Diamond is at least helping gems feel better emotionally, even if it's just a short while, White Diamond's power seems to just come from a place of, yeah, I'm pretty great, now I'm going to strive to be better, but what could be better than allowing the others a chance to be me? And it's true. I'm sure for a lot of gems, the chance to be a diamond for a moment, and as White said, giving them a voice, I imagine it's a cathartic experience, one that can benefit gemkind, but we also saw how flawed this ability is. As once Steven was in there and saw himself as a diamond, he attempted to smash in White Diamond's head, shattering her gemstone. Or at least, he thought about it, which in return caused him to act out the motions on himself. But imagine if this power fell in the wrong hands. If Bluebird got control of White Diamond, you think the diamonds are in the loop of what happened with them? No. White Diamond is kind of inviting any gem who can pretend to have good intentions to control her body, which they could easily use for their own mischievous deeds. Now, something I'm curious about is the ceiling of these abilities. For example, would Spinel controlling White also have been able to use her own abilities? Like, could she have made White Diamond's body elongate in any way, shape, or form? Would Spinel be able to use White Diamond's own power once she's in control? Could she, using White Diamond's body, control other gems? If a ruby took control of white, could that ruby use fire powers through white diamond? What about shapeshifting or fusion? There's a lot of potential here with this ability, but none of it is good. And ultimately, I think the real world implications of this ability, especially in Steven's own journey, is that you cannot deny who you are. Steven interpreted this in the worst way possible, but if someone was having problems, they couldn't just hijack someone else's life, assume someone else's identity. You have to embrace who you are and not hide it from anyone. Even if you're scared to show someone that side of you. Don't live a false identity. Be the person who makes you happy, but that person needs to be yourself, whom you are on the inside. As long as you don't see yourself as an evil space dictator, and then try to slam heads through pillars. But yeah, White just has this knack to make everything about herself. Why go out of your way to change the topic about something else for your own gain? Why can't she just do something better with her time, like build a website with Squarespace? With a better understanding of the circumstances that left Steven Universe's world vastly unexplored in the animated series, I think a lot of fans will find themselves lamenting at what could have been for the unknown. But in my opinion, violinist and co-composer Jeff Ball said it best. That simply means you're craving more of the show. And craving more indeed. Since the conclusion of Steven Universe Future, life as I know it has, well, remained uneventful because of quarantine. Wash your hands, stay home when possible. But it is a little weird no longer looking forward to a brand new installment of the Steven Universe franchise. A feeling that drives me to speculate the various aspects I've been lamenting over in my spare time. One of which being the confirmed 100% canon fact that every single fusion we've seen in the series have their own Homeworld single gem equivalent. Save for Steven's two organic fusions and the cluster, of course. Sadly, we only have a few examples of this in the acknowledged canon. Hessonite, Demantoid, Pyrope and the Light games, Snowflake Obsidian, and assumably any quartz soldier variations such as Zebra Jasper and Ocean Jasper. The closest fusions we have to those being Smoky Quartz and Rainbow Quartz. But don't you want to know more? What about the equivalents we didn't see? How much do single gem equivalents differ from their fusion counterparts? And how much are they alike? Well, today, we're going to go over what we know about Homeworld single gem equivalents, and I also want us to dip our toes into that crazy pool of possibilities. Hopping around and taking a stab at what some of these unseen Homeworld gems could be like, and what their duties were prior to Era 3. With all that said, let's dive in, and the best place to start is actually a few of the aforementioned gems that are canon single gem equivalents in the story. The Garnets, Hessonite, Pyrope, and Demantoid, whom unfortunately were relegated to these video game side stories. Save the Light and Unleash the Light, which is really unfortunate because, let's be real, these will only become more isolated minor stories with time that a lot of fans aren't aware of. There's no guarantee that these games will be available years from now, and people who get into the show by binging will have no idea that this material even exists because it's not going to be marketed towards them. And fans would have no reason to assume it would be a canon adventure because we live in an age where so many mobile games can just be a brand dropped into a brand new gimmick. It becomes a real shame due to the fact that these three garnets actually inform us a lot about the single gem equivalents, as again, they actually aren't too far off from the fusion counterparts. For example, fusions seem to become gems that are of combined status of their components. Using the garnets as an example, our crystal gem garnet is comprised of ruby and sapphire. We already know how that factors into Garnet's array of abilities, but it does factor into why Garnet identifies as, well, a garnet. Sapphire is a high-ranking diplomatic gem, while Ruby is a low-ranking soldier equipped for action. Combine those together, you get a Garnet, a glorified, decorated, and determined leader. That's right, just like how our Garnet served as a great leader for the Crystal Gems, Hessonite was the commander leading gems in the war, namely our Nephrite aka Centipedal. We can assume this position applies to all Garnets, as these three were all gifted light prisms, alongside Pyrope and Demantoid formerly having dominion over colonies, which they still fought control over in Era 3 as seen in Unleash the Light. But yes, Garnets are natural leaders. As seen with Hessonite and Pyrope, they're shameless and proud of themselves, much like our Garnet. After all, she has bops such as Made of Love and that awesome scene where she stood up to Blue Diamond. That empowerment and self-love, it was basically a courageous endeavor for our Garnet considering her circumstances, but for other Garnets, it just comes with the territory. Pyrope's pretty snooty after all. And yeah, much like our Crystal Gem Garnet, single gem Garnets on Homeworld evidently tend to have both afros and monobrows, although the shoulder pads can vary. Over the course of Steven Universe and Steven Universe future, as Garnet came out of her shell and spread her wings, she became pretty blunt and straightforward, something that is present in Hessonite, Pyrope, and Demantoid. Not to mention, all of these gems are pretty great at fighting. Like, Pyrope can fight with fans. Fans! The biggest difference is that our Garnet is humble, while the other Garnets were put on the pedestal. They were made to believe that they were the best of the best, and that if the Diamonds can't lead Homeworld, they'll just have to do it themselves. But unfortunately, their egos were so big that it got the better of Pyrope and Demantoid, who end up pooping themselves in the climax of Unleash the Light, while Hessonite is given a wake-up call at the end of the previous game, Save the Light, becoming a vigilante hero of sorts in Unleash the Light. You would love to see it. And yeah, when applying all of this to the other fusions on Homeworld, we can surmise quite a lot, but I think even more questions arise. So I picked a handful of fusions, those who I imagine their single gem equivalents would be the most peculiar on Homeworld. What in the hell could they even be doing? And applying the traits of the fusions to these gems, I think we can get a pretty decent idea. For example, how about the very first fusion we saw in the series, aside from Garnet? Opal! Now, considering Opal can come in a variety of colors, I'm not gonna say which court an Opal would be on in particular, but rather make the argument that each court can have different Opals that either have different weapons or are suitable for different terrains. If you take an Amethyst who's a court soldier, and a Pearl who is very versatile as just a gem servant or slave, I think you would get a gem who's a soldier, but more of an assist than anything. Not necessarily the gem who's running across the battlefield throwing hands. Someone who can help a fellow mineral out, but almost keep a little bit of a distance from the core battle, which luckily would be easy for our Opal, considering she's equipped with bow and arrows. But that got me thinking, what if all Opals naturally summon long-range weapons? Because I believe they could be gems on the front lines. Imagine in the formation of an army, you have a dozen or so Opals at the top, scattered in with a few rubies, firing away at any approaching forces. Or let's say if a Homeworld controlled planet was under attack, an opposing force raiding their base. I imagine the Opals would have their designated hiding in plain sight positions, where they can just snipe away the enemies. Pretty straightforward stuff, but now let's shift gears over to a different kind of gem. One whom I believe would actually give us insight into another big mystery, White Diamond's Court. That gem being none other than Rainbow Quartz. Now hear me out. You may be thinking, but Rainbow Quartz isn't white or grayscale or anything. Why would they be under White Diamond's court? Well, let's remember what White Diamond says and what Rebecca Sugar has said about White Diamond. White Diamond sees herself as pure light and every color of that light. She has identity issues. She sees every gem as herself and herself as every gem. Like literally, it's not even a metaphor. That's just how White Diamond saw the world and still kind of sees it going off her brand new power, letting others puppet her. So I imagine any rainbow gems who sport multiple colors, and you wonder, okay, which diamond made them? Because it is canon that you can tell which diamond created a gem due to the color of that gem. Therefore, if a gem is purple, for example, they would have been created by blue diamond and pink diamond. But for some gems, you really can't tell. There's just so many colors, and some of them you can't make with just yellow or blue, yellow, and pink. Thus, I believe it makes sense that the most colorful gems would belong to the most powerful court, which would be White Diamond's court. There would be white gems. There is a white gem at the end of a single pale rose that we just never actually properly saw, and it still haunts me. I'm sure that gem could have been from White's court. That being said, I think just like White Diamond herself, White's court would have light-based abilities and duties, essentially maintaining the affairs of gemkind and the gems themselves. For example, if a gem is suffering from a gemstone-related issue, something wrong with the actual gemstone, or maybe even they desire a different shift in hue, though I doubt that would be tolerated before Era 3, a gem under White Diamond's court would be able to handle it. However, Rainbow Quartz is, well, a quartz, which would mean she's more than likely a court soldier. However, both of the Rainbow Quartz fusions we've seen do not resemble soldiers at all, and I just believe that's because of who their equivalents were. And this is actually one that's a bit more challenging to say, oh, you take the status of a blank and blank, because Rose was secretly a diamond, and Steven is a diamond. Their fusions, however, at least in naming schemes, works off of Rose Quartz logic. So if anything, keeping the diamond presence in mind, I think Rainbow Quartz could be the ultimate court soldier. Imagine the peaks of Amethyst and Jaspers, but stronger. The difference being that Rainbow Quartzes have light manipulation, which could directly impact the enemy gem. For example, imagine a rainbow beam of energy surging from a Homeworld Rainbow Quartz. It hits the enemy gem right in their gemstone, and they desaturate a bit in color. almost like a nerfed version of White Diamond's mind control. Maybe the Rainbow Quartz would just be able to influence the gem, or maybe with a different beam, the opposing gem still desaturates a bit, but then their form horrifically falls apart, like when Garnet was destabilized. But then, when the gem tries to reform, until the effects of the beam wears off, every reformation would be severely messed up. Gems reforming into the different states Amethyst found herself in when her gemstone was cracked. I mainly drew influence from Rainbow 2.0's moveset and Unleash the Light, said ability being rainbow beams of light firing away at the enemy. But shifting gears from Rainbow Quartz, I want to focus on another fusion whose Homeworld gem equivalent probably raises a lot of question marks in your head. What in the hell could they even be? I am of course referring to the 90s mascot known as Sunstone. Look, I love Sunstone. They're a riot, they're a fun time. I want them to be the host of an anthology series where they use their multiverse future vision, yes, I just made that up, to look into alternate timelines. You know, one episode we can get Spinel as a crystal gem in the Gem War, or we can get, Stephen's mother was Yellow Diamond, stuff like that. I think that'd be an interesting series, and I think Sunstone as a host, like sitting on the Dove set short set, that would be fuego. That being said, if Homeworld Sunstones look anything like the fusion, the diamonds would have shattered them on sight, let's just be honest. That's a literal smiley face for a head. It works when it's Steven and Garnet, but you cannot tell me we have this, and then this. Though, again, we have wall gems, which look like that, so... Alright, getting to the point. Aside from a drastic shift in appearance, what would be interesting about a Homeworld Sunstone is that it would dip its toes further into elemental gems. As crazy as it is to say, this is something I feel as if we barely dipped our toes to in the series. Yes, we have Lapis Lazulis, who are water gems and they terraform. Sapphire has ice powers, but she's used for future vision. When I say elemental gems, I mean gems specifically suited for a certain climate, a certain element. We actually were properly acquainted with two of these gems in Steven Universe Future, Snowflake Obsidian and Larimar, as Snowflake's Obsidian's purpose was to dig ice trenches for Homeworld's armies. Meanwhile, Larimar created ice sculptures for the diamonds. Wait, so that would mean the diamonds had Larimar create an ice sculpture for Pink during the Gem War if Larimar was on Earth. So literally to compensate for the war, the diamonds were just like, have an ice sculpture. Yeah, so take this and all their advice into consideration. It's really not a surprise that Steven's mother had so many issues, huh? But these two gems weren't created for any purpose aside for the element they were designated for. They were objectively created to just be ice gems and nothing more. But that would mean there'd be gems for other elements, including fire. And that's where I believe Sunstone lies. I essentially could see Sunstone as a reverse Snowflake Obsidian. Maybe not digging fire trenches, but I imagine this is either a soldier or commander gem who was designed to serve on solar planets and hotter climates. But because this fusion consists of a Garnet and Rose Quartz, we have to imagine this would be an elite gem. Someone who holds more power than the average Garnet. That just sounds like such a fun adventure, Steven on this fire video game level type planet, and they encounter a Homeworld Sunstone. The possibilities give us more of the show. Maybe one day I'm content, but I just want to see more because I like fan service. Anyways, Elite Fire Gem knows how to pack the heat. Considering our Sunstone also shows skills of leadership, I assume Homeworld Sunstone would as well. And although normal gems can seemingly still function in heat and lava and magma, going off Bismuth, I can imagine that it could still be a crutch of some kind if you're an ice gem, gems that really thrive in colder climates. I think the best way to describe Homeworld Sunstone would be just the strongest version of a ruby. Like if you beeped up a ruby to its full potential and it had a wild Pokemon-like evolution, that would be Sunstone. And last but not least, I want to touch on just a variety of the fusions we've seen under one big category, and that's the larger, multi-limb, almost kaiju-like fusions we see. Sugalite, Malachite, Alexandrite, Obsidian, the list goes on. I feel as if most of these do have a Homeworld equivalent, maybe not Obsidian considering we have Snowflake Obsidian, but regardless, I believe these would all categorize under Homeworld Beast. What purpose would Homeworld have in creating gems this big, who are clearly about punching first and asking questions later? Well, they have armies that have fought many battles. And considering the life forms we saw in Jungle Moon, I would not be surprised if Homeworld went against some huge, monstrous creatures. Essentially, average-sized gems, no matter how strong, may not be enough to take on some of the alien creatures Homeworld encountered when conquering colonies. So they fought fire with fire, creating their own animalistic beast. Imagine Malachite, but instead of the personality of Lapis and Jasper, they would have just behaved like your typical Marvel movie alien army. Terrifying, right? Homeworld seemed to really appreciate efficiency, and considering Sukalite already has a knack for destruction, I really can't help but to assume that their Homeworld equivalent would not be too far off, and that they would use Malachites for more water or liquid-based environments. Maybe colonies that mainly consist of oceans. Sukalites would be more for on land, and Alexandrite, give me more time to think on that. For most of these gems, I feel as if their moveset would more or less be the same, unless they are a special variant like, again, Ocean Jasper or Snowflake Obsidian. Which I think means regular Obsidians in Homeworld just dig regular trenches, if I'm correct. Yeah, we'll probably never know. 2022 gave us the best DreamWorks villain ever. And his name is Jack Horner.
You're not gonna shoot a puppy, are you, Jack?
Yeah, in the face. Do I wait for the cats to steal the map and then kill them? Or do I just kill everybody all at once?
But what makes him such a good villain?
You're an irredeemable monster!
What took you so long?
He's comically, unapologetically, irredeemable. And in a time where villains in animated films are usually misunderstood, or there is no bad guy and the real villain is generational trauma, it's a breath of fresh air to have someone who's just rotten to the core and owns it. And the beloved Cheater Pumpkin Eater John Mulaney's performance elevates Jack's ruthlessness to a brand new level.
It's so cute how you think that would work on me.
Of course, when the internet hears the word irredeemable, they're bound to meme it up and ask the age-old question, could Steven Universe fumble their redemption? To which the answer is usually, yes he would. I mean, it writes itself. An irredeemable monster goes up against a pacifist teenager who tries to see the good in everybody. We know how this is going to end. Or do we? Okay, so like, I don't want to be that guy pulling up to the party with the,
actually?
But as someone who's rocked with Steven Universe longer than most people in the meme ecosystem, I don't think the Steven we have at the end of the franchise would try to redeem Jack, like, at all. If we're being real, he'd probably kill the guy. I believe there are 3 different kinds of Steven, 3 variants, if you will, that would all handle old Jackie in different ways. Let me explain. But first, I want to make it clear that I'm not taking this seriously, like, at all. Memes are memes. I just thought this would be a fun little thing to talk about. And I want to make money. Tee. It's not surprising a lot of people have the perception that Steven is someone who tries to redeem any villain he remotely comes into contact with, and it's all because of this little stink right here. I mean, this is the Steven whose series concluded with him making amends with giant tyrannical space ladies. That's gonna leave a, impression on people.
These same people think Steven's a little bit.
I think in some alternate universe where Jack pulled 14-year-old Steven out of his magic swag bag, instead of Jiminy Cricket, Steven would try to reason with him just as much as Jiminy, and make just as much progress as Jiminy, which is 0. The memes are right on the money with this one. Steven would probably be like,
Mr. Horner, I know sometimes the world can be pretty bad, and that can make people feel like they have to lash out and hurt people, so they won't get hurt themselves. But trust me, this isn't the answer. You may think being mean feels good, but being nice feels even better. If we work together, we can pave a path a little less cloudy and a little more cheery.
Sorry, I had my AirPods in. Did you say something? But if we're being for real, I think it would go deeper than Steven trying to sing some song and Jack blasting him with some magic lock. Steven in the OG series is definitely pretty gullible. He's been tricked by his ops on multiple occasions, and taking advantage of people is Jack's forte. I think it wouldn't take long for Jack to realize that Steven has actual godlike powers and try to lure him into doing his dirty work. That journey through the dark forest would have been a cakewalk for Steven. I mean, sentient man-eating plants? Bro, Steven can make an army of them. Where the baker's dozen folded, Steven would prosper. And right when Steven pieces together what's going on, the gems would show up and kick Jack's ass, while Steven watches dazed and confused. But again, this is just 14-year-old Steven, the one the internet is most familiar with. And by familiar, I mean memes that are about like 24% accurate. The next Steven, however, is completely flipping the script. Future Steven is a much different story. If there's one thing a lot of memers who never really watched the show don't know about Steven, it's that my boy knows how to throw hands. He did so sparingly in the OG series, only really cutting loose during training. He was ready to scrap at pretty much every inconvenience. Hell, the clip of Steven singing to Jack that started this tsunami of memes, in the context of the movie that's from, Steven singing about not wanting to fight while fighting. He's not that little kid who tries to hold off on a brawl anymore. Just because he doesn't want to do something doesn't mean he won't do it. The movie's actually a case where trying to redeem and reason with the villain is Steven's last resort. The first thing he does when Spinel shows up is put her out of commission. The first episode of Future is built around Steven trying to befriend Jasper for the millionth time, and they end up fighting. When two of the biggest ops in his life pull up as a fusion, he jumps them as soon as he's given a reason. The gems had to check him throughout the episode and remind him to give people a chance to change. This is a complete 180 from that cheeseburger backpack kid. And then, when his mental health is at its lowest, he goes back to Jasper for advice, and they start fighting again! And Steven kills her! Brutally! And then he reluctantly goes to the diamonds for advice, and tries to kill one of them! When pushed to the limit, and with no therapy, Mans is a true menace through and through. Just listen to how unhinged that laugh is. My dude saw the Twitter comments and had enough. Now, Steven was having a mental breakdown throughout most of that, but if you don't think being around Jack for more than a few seconds wouldn't set him off, I'm here to let you know, it definitely would. Whereas kid Steven would be gullible enough to fall for Jack's deception and give him the benefit of the doubt, future Steven's on edge enough to give Jack one look and say, "You gotta go," before rocking his shit. This Steven knows he's a demigod, knows what he's capable of, and wouldn't waste too much time on Jack. But then, there's the final Steven. A Steven who, frankly, scares me. A Steven who only existed for a collective 8 minutes, but still managed to leave his mark on this world. A Steven who fears nothing, not even death itself. And that Steven is Pilot Steven, a force to be reckoned with. A Steven who doesn't fight with his fist, but his words. And those words are like daggers. I can still hear his slightly stuttering voice. His witch-like cackle that he belted to the heavens. His roast Catopolan empire, bringing even the most fearsome, powerful world leaders to their knees. What if I told you that Pilot Steven had that dog in him? When local donut shop cashier, Lars Barriga, informed Steven that he wasn't a quote-unquote hot girl, invalidating his status as a crystal gem, Steven hits him with,
"Well, if I was, I wouldn't be talking to you!" Lars!
The one thing no one tried to do throughout all of Puss in Boots was roast this man's haircut. And let's be honest, it's pretty stupid. But Pilot Steven would rise to the occasion. He probably would even stop at the haircut. Everything Jack remotely likes about himself would suddenly be under scrutiny. You don't try to appease the dickhead. You fight dickheadery with dickheadery. And if anyone's gonna get that job done, it's Pilot Steven Universe. Or maybe I just made all that up. You're not gonna check. So, Steven versus Jack Horner ranking. Last place, OG Steven, he's definitely gonna get folded. Future Steven at number 2, he does the folding. And Pilot Steven at number 1. He'd make Jack believe in therapy. What are your hot takes on Steven versus Jack Horner? Who would win? Who would lose? Don't take this too seriously. Welcome back to Crystal Clear! I'm Ostrich Vox, and Steve Universe Unleashed to Light is a canon side story that helps bridge the gap between the events of Change Your Mind and Steve Universe, the movie, giving insight to how Steve dismantled Homeworld's empire. Having assistance from Rebecca Sugar and Core Crewniverse, this video game introduces us to a few Homeworld gems, the 2 new Garnets, Demantoid and Pyrope, alongside run-of-the-mill Homeworld Peridots, Bismuths, and Jades. So today I want to run down these gems, the similarities to their crystal gem equivalents, and how some events of this series were inevitable given the nature of these gems. Of course, spoiler warning. If you have not played Unleashed to Light and you don't want to know what happens, please go watch a walkthrough, go play the game, and then come back here. With all that said, let's dive in. I think the best place to start are the brand new villains, Demantoid and Pyrope,
who are the prime examples of what I've been preaching for months on this channel in relation to gems who are not only unhappy with Era 3, but believe they are capable of so much more than the diamonds. Starting with Pyrope, this aristocratic pink gem is a handful to deal with. Pyrope is the definition of bougie. Despite her cheerful, optimistic demeanor and attitude, Pyrope is probably one of the most irritating gems we've ever met in the series, because not only is she far from a team player, she's all about herself. But like most pompous a-holes, she's kind of a ditz. Most of her appearances kick off with her being very oblivious to the situation at hand, much to Demantoid's dismay. What she values most in this world is her time and attention, thus quickly becoming disinterested in objectives in favor of other things that she feels is more worthy of her attention. In terms of her role in the story, Pyrope believes that Gemkind needs a leader, that everyone is lost in Era 3 without guidance, which on paper isn't entirely incorrect, but of course she can't help making everything all about her, making it clear she feels she would be a better leader than the diamonds ever were. But like, bro, you were made by the diamonds, yet somehow you have a bigger ego than all four of them combined. To add even more irony to the situation, Pyrope's ego is her downfall, as she's easily flustered to the point where she and Demantoid poof one another after an embarrassing defeat at the hands of the crystal gems. All I have to say is, if other Pyropes are as egotistical and up their own ass as she is, then Steven should be on the lookout for other Pyropes in Era 3. But I assume this is also just a thing with Garnets. Not Garnets born through fusion like our Garnet, but the default cut-off gem on Homeworld, as Hessonite also had an ego of her own, one that still maintains in this game, but is played in our hero's favor, as Hessonite's small role in this game is along the lines of a superhero vigilante, reformed in the hopes of assisting the crystal gems in their mission to dethrone Demantoid and Pyrope. Speaking of Demantoid, let's switch gears over to her spotlight. Juxtaposing with Pyrope, Demantoid is an Era 2 gem, much smaller than her pink counterpart and thus sports her own limb enhancers that greatly outdo a Peridots. Demantoid is very monotone and analytical, keeping her emotions under control. Her motivation in Unleash the Light is intertwined with her belief that newer gems are vastly superior to their predecessors. Era 1 is obsolete, and what Era 2 gems lack in physical capability, they compensate and surpass in every other aspect. Demantoid believes older gems ruin everything, leaving newer gems to fix the mess. The sole emotion Demantoid does display is anger. Once she loses her groove, she's prone to outburst, usually directed at her partner in crime, Pyrope. Again, ultimately poofing each other in the climax of the story. But really, what did these two expect? They both have their own reasons to believe they're superior, and they both have their own reasons to look down one another. For Pyrope, she believes as an Era 1 gem, she's superior, while Demantoid needs her limb enhancers to maintain a sense of superiority. But by those same merits, Demantoid believes she came from the superior era, variants of gem that learn from the mistakes of Era 1, gems that serve to rectify the past. It only makes sense they would hate each other's guts. And honestly, while their alliance was short-lived, it's a miracle they were able to come together at all, finding solidarity in the fact that they're both Garnets, and that they both believe that there's a lot more work to do. But moving on from these Garnets, let's give some spotlight to the Peridots, who we definitely have a good grip on thanks to this game. While their purpose isn't necessarily elaborated on all too much, when they're not kindergartening, they're meant to fix technology. Simple as that. The Peridots we do encounter almost make up for the lack of our own in this adventure. Yes, our sweet and lovable Peridot is absent, but we almost get our fix. Much like how our Peridot used to obsess over the diamonds, especially Yellow Diamond, we learned that all Peridots can kind of be fangirls, as one of the first we encounter completely freaks out over the sight of Steven, giving him the good old diamond salute, addressing him as my Steven. It's clear that Peridots will always have admiration for those they feel is superior. That being said, all Peridots also have the capability of being sassy, as other Peridots we encounter are also irritated, unhappy that their work has been disrupted. You can actually further interact with these Peridots with a side mission, returning some lost items to them, but if you show up either empty-handed or with a lesser amount than promised, not only will you get some brutal side-eye, you'll also be reminded of how our Peridot can give some, harsh deduction. Speaking of sass, Unleashed to Light also features some Bismuths. As teased in the main series, Bismuths in this game are construction workers, working on Demantoid's colony in particular. The most defining characteristics that stuck out to me about these Bismuths are that they're very opinionated and a little bit rebellious. When one Bismuth greets Steven, she actually has the right to tell Steven that the diamonds had it coming, and that she's happy Steven did what he did. After the Crystal Gems battle Demantoid, a Bismuth even remarks that they need to have a chat about workers' rights. These things are awesome to see. One Bismuth even lays around, refusing to do work. It kinda goes to show that our Bismuth wasn't the odd one out, but rather was in an environment that enabled her to rebel, that all Bismuths have a rebellious streak. It's actually pretty cool that our Bismuth is introduced in this game in this stage, helping the other Bismuths cease construction. Last but not least are Jades, which are the gems we knew least about in the main series. And honestly, we don't get much here. Because the Jades are very obedient, they're very timid, quiet, and terrified of the crystal gems. Every time they attempt to speak to Steven, they immediately shut themselves up. Except there is one Jade. If you break the pots around her, she's very taken aback and very interested in what the hell you just pulled off, requesting that you break more jars. Which anything says to me that Jades have the capacity to be wild, that if anything, they desire chaos and disorder, but they're too afraid of discipline to act on anything. But just that one hint of impulsion really makes me hope that Steg Universe Future will introduce Jades again properly, and we get a good feel of their dynamic and a safe environment.
2020 is almost over, and it's still wild to think that Steven Universe Future's finale was this year. That being said, as we reflect on the good that's happened this year, no matter how little of it may be, I thought it'd be fun to once again dive into the recent Steven Universe art book, End of an Era. And you know, I need a fun little upload for the day. In particular, today I wanted to discuss the Corrupted Gems, an intriguing aspect of the original series that played a crucial role in the final arc. These gems were finally restored in Change Your Mind, and 2 years later, being rehabilitated and eased into a new human gem society at Little Homeschool in Future. But we only got to see a handful of gems that we actually tangled with in the series. I'd even argue the Corrupted Gems fans were most curious about, like the Temple Gem or Desert Glass Gem, were left a complete mystery, assumed to never be seen again. Until this art book, where we got a very sweet treat. During the production of Change Your Mind, Ian Jones-Cordy briefly returned to the Crewniverse to help with various parts of the episode, namely storyboarding the scene where Steven catches and fuses with each of the crystal gems, and the gem bubble bath to conclude the story, taking the look of various corrupted gems and designing what their healed equivalent would look like, some of these winding up in the final product before being tweaked or redesigned in the movie. However, the gems that didn't make it are present and accounted for here front and center, so I thought it'd be neat to run through these designs, complete with the closest to canon gemstone names we have, and voice a few observations and thoughts, starting with Ian Jones-Cordy's designs and closing out with Rebecca Sugar's. Alright, starting with Ian's designs, we have the cryptid gem that I personally was the most excited to see in the series. The Temple Gem from Sirius Steven, who's listed here as Albite, with a look that I honestly adore, even though it's not too far off from her corrupted form. Something that Sugar wanted to capture throughout the original series was that as we got closer to Homeworld, the gems we encountered would begin to look more alien. And I feel like that translates to Albite's design. Her hair shaped like flower petals, her floating detached head and limbs, and her Christmas bulb-shaped hips. And although there's no confirmation in this concept art, I still imagine Albite would have served under White Diamond's court. But now that a lot has happened since the days of theorizing who this gem is, based off what we've seen of Homeworld, I imagine Albite could have been one of the gems used for decoration, like all the wall gems and especially the blinking statue gem we saw in Familiar. Next up, we have the Flower Monster, or as I refer to them as, the Turnip Monster, from Back to the Kindergarten. And it seems like they couldn't really decide, or that it really didn't matter, what her gemstone would be, so she has two potential names here: Grossular Diopside or Titanite. For simplicity's sake, we will just refer to her as the latter. In this thing, it appears Titanite's actually a pretty small gem. She doesn't appear to be much bigger than Little Armar. This is one of the more cartoonier designs on the page, as Titanite looks like a mix of Pebbles and Bam Bam. And while it would have been nice to see her inclusion just for curiosity's sake, considering how late in the game Back to the Kindergarten aired, and by this point in the show, the appearance of a corrupted gem just felt a bit random, I don't think there were any big losses in keeping her out. Next, we have the elusive Slinker from Reformed. You know, the gem who continually pooped amethyst, who, uncorrupted, is referred to as chrysocolla. And I really like the look of this gem. I'm starting to wish they brought Ian in to design more gems in the Era 3 arc, because my lord, a bulk of these designs just scream Homeworld in a way where a bulk of the jades miss the mark. Chrysocolla's body resembles that of a pea pod, while her legs, or lack thereof, reminds me a lot of Aku, and also Shadowy Venomous from OKKO. Particularly how he appears with his tentacle-like flames in Dendy's video channel and Let's Fight to the End. Just looking at this makes me wish we did encounter a chrysocolla, whether that have been on Homeworld or in an alternate timeline where the original series didn't have to wrap it up sooner than expected, some sort of storyline where they got to appear as a villain, because if their final appearance was remotely like this, you know they've already would have made for a fun villain. And I imagine those slinker tendencies carry over to the actual gem. Next up, we have the original look for an uncorrupted gem that made it into Change Your Mind before she was redesigned in the movie, the Bubble Buddies Worm Monster, Orange Spudjumine. Now that we have a full look at her Change Your Mind design, I gotta say, wow, she's a lot shorter. And just like Titanite, her look here once again reminds me of a Flintstones character. It wouldn't surprise me if maybe they had the idea for a Pebbles and Bam Bam type duo, or at least if that was just something Ian himself was going for. But of course, it could always just be a coincidence. But I don't know, I kinda like this look better. Up next, we have the bird monster from Giant Woman, who lacks a labeled gemstone name here, but wow. I kinda wish she also made it into the final product, because all of us referring to Pearl as Bird Mom had another thing coming. I love that her giant hands resemble feathered wings, and it really makes me question the purpose of this gem. What was her purpose? How often did she utilize her flight? Now I gotta be honest, it truly sticks out amongst the rest of the Homeworld gems, and hell, the crystal gems, and I'm sure they recognize that, hence why she didn't make the cut. Next up, we have an earlier design for Bigspite, originally named Aventurine. She's one of the uncorrupted gems who got redesigned the least in between Change Your Mind and the movie. The biggest difference is, she originally had a tutu. Afterwards, we have the Desert Glass from Steven's Lion. Another gem everyone wanted to see uncorrupted because, I mean, look at her. She's a pillow with a gemstone on it. How are you not supposed to be curious? That being said, we really can't surmise much out of Desert Glass, but I will say she is one of the uncorrupted gems who design-wise would fit perfectly into OKKO. And I love that her shoes look like potted plants. Next up, we have the Gem Cave creature from Arcade Mania, who uncorrupted is actually a blue Chalcedony. Again, nailed the Homeworld vibe. The helmet is a great touch, assuming that is intended to be a helmet, as I feel like more Homeworld gems should have had those on deck. I get that every gem from Homeworld isn't going to have a helmet as a weapon, but it's really fun seeing how those kind of accessories can differ from gem to gem. Like Jasper's first helmet, shaped like Yellow Diamond's gemstone, and her completely badass helmet in Future, which complement her horns. So I love seeing the more icy, crystallized helmet here. And Chalcedony was a gemstone I really wanted to see, so it's validating to see that she was at least on the table. Another classic corrupted gem I would have loved to see was the invisible gem monster from Island Adventure, who turns out to be a moonstone. Which is crazy to me, because I remember back in the day, it was heavily speculated that Zircon was a moonstone. Her uncorrupted look here reminds me of an Undertale character, or just a shy guy. I'm assuming once fully colored and animated, Moonstone's actual body is probably translucent, but the mask, hands, and feet are visible, and she probably would have been illustrated in a way where the general outline of her body is visible. Next up, we have the original look for Larimar and Watermelon Tourmaline, both of which I actually really prefer. Larimar's original look, of course, made it into Change Your Mind, and I really would have loved the spiky ponytail on Watermelon Tourmaline. And to finish up, we have the Roadrunner gem from the Kindergarten Kid. No gemstone name, only speed. And yeah, it would have been great to see an uncorrupted gem who's just literally Sonic. I wonder what the diamonds used her for in Homeworld. And last but not least from Ian's page, we have the Lighthouse gem from Horror Club, who, surprise surprise, is actually a white topaz. Another topaz? That would have been sick, especially with the Scars of Corruption. Production-wise, I understand why we had a lot of uncorrupted quartzes in the movie in Future, and sure, they're varied enough, but seeing a mix of new faces and Homeworld gems that we really didn't get to spend much time with their own little effects of corruption, I feel like that would have helped elevate the already exciting atmosphere of Future. But I digress. Let's run through Rebecca's page. Again, we have the uncorrupted quartzes, lace amethyst, blue lace agate, crazy lace agate, who's apparently a fusion. signified by her eyes and nose gems. There's another mystery, but explains her larger size, and makes sense considering she is one of the crystal gems from the war. In particular, one of Bismuth's homies. So of course she'd be a fusion, something that Homeworld once viewed as taboo. Then of course we got Ocean Jasper, who of course is one of the corrupted gems that Jasper Pokemon in Season 3, the Nephrites, led by our unique Senti. God, I wish she appeared in future. Angel Aura Quartz, a cloaked and ashamed Jasper. I really wish we knew what happened to her during the time skip. Zebra Jasper, Biggs Jasper, the other gem who was briefly under Jasper's control. The final look for Watermelon Tourmaline, who is also a fusion. Her two different colored pupils, those are her gems. But Rebecca leaves the joking note that this gem is basically the Homeworld equivalent of Onion. Or maybe that Tourmaline is a fusion between Onion and a gem, but I'm going to assume it's the less nightmarish of the two. Next up is Snowflake Obsidian, who I noticed has the most notes from Rebecca pointing out all her little design details. Good, because she's the best. Little Armar's redesign, the cute, cuddly, fashionable gem we all love, still a little frozen. Orange Buttermine, with her proper redesign. Granted, she's really just taller, her water dreads are covering her eyes. And last but not least, Big Spite's final design, but again, not much really changed. They just took away the tutu. You just couldn't help yourself. You couldn't just wrap up like a normal show. Instead, you had to literally go out of your way to throw one last question at our faces. Welcome back to Crystal Clear. I'm Oshrik Vox, and Pink Pearl or Volleyball's Eye. The story behind his condition was a complete mystery. Was she permanently damaged by White Diamond? Or was this just another unfortunate act by Steven's mother, Rose Quartz, aka Pink Diamond? Future rolled around, we had confirmation that Pink Pearl's eye was the result of Pink Diamond's destructive power. The two pearls shared a very nice moment, they had an awesome fusion, and everyone was at a better understanding. However, it's worth noting that after Mega Pearl infuses, we never see Volleyball's eye present day. We could see the normal right eye, but not the damaged left. And at the time, I didn't really think of it. I did see some questions about it here and there, but the show wasn't going to just prolong a mystery by not changing a thing. Until they did. Volleyball makes two more cameos in the series. One in Everything's Fine, and the other in the future. Both of which makes me want to absolutely pull my hair out. And trust me, there's a lot of it. The episode Everything's Fine takes the ambiguous ending of Pink Pearl's last appearance and transforms it into a full-on visual gag. Pink Pearl, or Volleyball herself, only appears in one scene, in the greenhouse with the rest of Peridots' class. However, the entire time her left eye is comically covered up by a plant, even when she's shown running for her life. Now, there is one shot of her where it looks like she still has a crack in her eye, but upon further inspection, what looks like the crack is actually a cleverly colored flower. So they truly are making it an entire mystery on if Volleyball's left eye ever began to recover after her fusion with Pearl. I always imagined the scar remaining intact would be the more powerful call. She's more at peace with herself. She has a better understanding of her relationship with Pink Diamond and the person she became, but those scars are scars for a reason.
See, that's the thing. Scars heal. No, they don't. Wounds heal. Oh yeah, what do scars do? They fade, I guess?
But then they bluntly made it a recurring mystery. Even in the future, you conveniently cannot see her left eye. So although I'd personally like to believe the scars might still be there, what if they aren't? If that were to be the case, I would assume it wasn't because of the Mega Pearl fusion, but instead something else we were shown in one of the final episodes. Homeworld Bound caught us up to speed with the diamonds, introducing us to each of their brand new powers. Blue Diamond's a certified drug lord, distributing clouds that make you feel better. Yeah, I'm sure it does. White Diamond now allows others to puppet herself, which tells me she'll always make everything about herself. In this case, what could be a better experience for Gemkind than the chance to be me? Whereas Yellow Diamond has what's probably the most efficient ability out of the three, the power to permanently alter any physical form. She uses this power to stabilize gems who are pieced back together. She alternates the proportions of Steven and Spinel's arms and and legs, and mentioned to Steven that if any of his court friends want their horns reduced, she can even take care of that. She's a miracle worker. You know, minus all the destruction. Yet, I believe if anything, Yellow Diamond's power would have been the one to cure Pink Pearl. That once Yellow recognized his skill and spread awareness throughout Homeworld, Volleyball could have been one of the first ones to get in line. And that's assuming Yellow Diamond didn't go out of her way to find Volleyball in the first place, because I'm sure mending that cracked eye would have meant a lot to both of them. Obviously, the Diamond's pearls may have some complicated feelings towards them, so they recognize that any assistance given to them by the Diamonds will help maintain a relationship with them in the future. But to Yellow Diamond, who's now fully aware of how hard she was on Pink, who's making the most strides to atone for her actions because, honestly, besides White, she definitely has the most work, restoring Volleyball's left eye is one of the only few things she can do to give Pink Diamond an apology by extension. And for Yellow, the one who is often thought of as the angriest of the Diamonds, the one who harbors the most rage, I can only imagine every time she looked at Volleyball, staring into her cracked eye, she must have only been able to thought about how much she hurt Pink. How bad things must have been for Pink in order to harbor so much power to damage Volleyball in the first place. I imagine after the event of Change Your Mind, Yellow Diamond truly must have felt immense guilt. So she would have been more than happy to heal Volleyball hassle-free, perhaps even giving Volleyball the incentive to join Little Homeschool in the first place, shrouding this entire timeline in mystery because it's a story that's much more emotional when you piece it together rather than having it spelled out for you in the show, especially because, as made a very strong point in Little Graduation, we're not gonna know everything because Steven's not gonna know everything. Some things are better left private, and Yellow's gesture towards establishing a connection with Volleyball by healing her eye, it's one of those private things. One of the most beloved aspects of Steven Universe is fusion. While not entirely unique to the series, I mean, come on, Dragon Ball's right there, there's no denying that Steven Universe tackled this concept in a pretty refreshing way. Whereas Dragon Ball's rules allow for fusion to be performed by practically any character through various means, such as the Patara rings or fusion dance, Steven Universe plays the game a little differently by gatekeeping fusion to gem kind. Steven acts as a living loophole, existing as a half-human, half-gem hybrid, not only enabling fusion between himself and other gems, but also humans such as his dad Greg or girlfriend Connie. But beyond that, another area where fusion really shines in Steven Universe is in their design philosophy, which in itself seemed to be an extension of its world building. The look of fusions weren't just following the rule of cool. I mean, don't get me wrong, a lot of them are very cool, but their appearance, weapons, and behavior are a direct result of their components. Sardonyx and Sugilite are gigantic in size as a result of their larger-than-life personalities. But the two couldn't be any more different in basically every aspect, despite Ruby and Sapphire making 2/3 of both fusions. And that's because, with Sardonyx, Pearl complements both Ruby and Sapphire. All Pearls are consistently portrayed as theatrical, to say the least, and that flair for the dramatic is amplified by the eternal flame that is Ruby's passion. But it's all reined in by Pearl and Sapphire's often reserved demeanors. Toss in the fact that Pearl's mind is an intergalactic encyclopedia, alongside Sapphire's ability to see to the future, and you get a 20-foot tall showman who could probably do a better job at late-night television than most hosts right now. On the other hand, with Sugilite, who the show establishes is an unstable fusion, Amethyst, at that point in the series, was only compatible with Ruby, really. Whereas Ruby could really need to take a chill pill, which Sapphire's presence provides, Amethyst is the chill pill. But unlike Sapphire, that doesn't stop Amethyst from being impulsive and rowdy. And that amplifies those very same qualities in Ruby. They were both created to be warriors after all. This causes Sapphire to get kinda, I don't want to say overruled in the fusion, since Sugilite does retain some of Garnet's qualities, meaning she retains some of Sapphire's by extension, but Sapphire does get the short end of the stick compared to the other two. To directly quote what Garnet has to say about Sugilite in the book Guide to the Crystal Gems, Amethyst can be a bit reckless and I can be a bit brash. At times we can both get carried away, especially if we're egging each other on. Together, we become Sugilite, an inhibited powerhouse with nothing to prove and everything to show off. Amethyst's lack of inhibition and my raw power makes Sugilite so fun to be that it's hard to want to separate once we form her. you get the idea. I could honestly spend 20 minutes gushing over how clever each and every fusion in the show is.
Even though Rainbow 2.0 could have looked cooler.
But the point I'm trying to make is, fusions are cool, and I wish we got to see more of them in the show. So, we made more, nigga! Teaming up with one of the MVPs of Roundtable Steven Universe artwork, Coda, we banded together, brainstormed, and delivered 5 brand new fusions. Don't get me wrong though, he drew them and did like the hard part. I was just the idea guy, you know? So we'll go through each fusion one by one, breaking down the basic idea behind the fusions and their appearance. And if you guys end up liking this video, we'll do a part 2. Probably. I've said I've wanted to make a lot of follow-up videos over the last few years, but I'm gonna try to be more consistent going forward. But I also want to run like 2 other channels on top of this, so no promises. Hey, wait, what's up? Kicking things off, Coda and I explored a variation of fusion that I really wanted to see pop up in the show at some point, and that's a 3-character fusion between Steven, a gem, and a human. Specifically Pearl and Greg. I'm sure there's a crystal clear on this theory somewhere on the channel, but if Steven is able to fuse with both humans and the crystal gems, then it should be feasible for him to hold down a fusion that encompasses both parties. Humans' inability to fuse is portrayed as a barrier between mankind and gems in the episode We Need to Talk, where Pearl dangled the fact that Greg can't fuse over his head. That no matter what, Greg can't connect with Rose in this way, a way that's just natural to other gems. Of course, that episode made it clear that Greg and Rose don't need to fuse in order to have a strong connection with one another, and they can achieve a similar level of intimacy just by talking and enjoying each other's company. And after everything Greg and Pearl have been through, it'd be nice for the two to experience fusion through the same person that bridged them together and brought them to a mutual understanding and healing in the first place. Steven! Of course, Greg would ultimately fuse with his son in Steven Universe the movie, giving us Steg Multiverse, who's pretty divisive among fans for how he's depicted, and while I like Steg, I totally get why someone would be put off by him, but even if you're not a fan of Steg's look or demeanor, I think the idea behind him is something everyone can appreciate. To quote Rebecca Sugar, Steg is the ultimate ally who has all of Greg's emotional intuition and free spirit, and all of Steven's compassion. The support that Steven gets from Greg is so grounding for him, and Steg is just in a perfect position to do that for others. To just radiate support and confidence. I mentioned Steg because in figuring out the idea behind this 3-character fusion, I really wanted to cross the attributes of both Steg and Rainbow Quartz 2.0, who also exudes confidence alongside a selfless, mindful attitude. Not to mention Rainbow's based off of Mary Poppins and Dick Van Dyke. This really got me thinking, what would you get if you mix a rock star with Mary Poppins? What happens when you cross Rainbow's super speed with Steg's sick guitar skills and muscular build? And then it hit me. There's only one possible outcome. You would get Sporticus.
Don't let your kids watch it!
Hear me out, hear me out. Are you listening? I know this sounds ridiculous, but are you really going to tell me that Sporticus isn't a Steven Universe character already? Like, let's really talk about it. Let me read this man's wiki. The local hero of Lazy Town, who modestly calls himself only a slightly above average hero. I imagine Steven would say the same thing about himself. At the very least, Twitter would. He is highly athletic, as shown by his name, and does flips and jumps to do simple things, such as brushing his teeth or preparing himself a sandwich. Sporticus does flips and jumps, Pearl does flips and jumps. Sporticus is extra when brushing his teeth. Steven had a whole montage of his morning routine. Twice! Sporticus is a very understanding and modest person. He knows what he is capable of and is always worried for everyone. He's always trying to help people when he feels it's needed. He doesn't hate anyone, including Robbie Rotten, and he wants to be friends with everyone, even Robbie. He always sticks with the kids when they are playing or doing sports, and he knows what they are capable of. But he never gives up, and he always does his job. He's just like Steven for real! And is that a crystal on Sporticus? Game over, case closed, what else do you need me to say? Okay, but seriously, I do think Sporticus is a pretty good example of what a fusion between Steven, Pearl, and Greg would look like, between things like the Coach Steven persona, Pearl evidently being a volleyball coach, Steven and Rainbow super speed, their mutual optimism, and yeah, Sporty be singing. I just see this fusion having the persona of a fitness coach that wants to uplift others and push them beyond their perceived limits. I know Steven's fusions usually keep his physical clothes, but screw it. Let's say Pearl's jacket and Steven's jacket create some brand new drip. Steven's iconic shirt now sporting 3 stars to represent each component of the fusion, alongside accessories such as knee pads and bracers. We didn't discuss a weapon for the fusion, but let's say instead of an umbrella, this fusion would have Pearl's spear sandwiched in between 2 shields to create a gem barbell. Adjust Rainbow 2.0's colors to accommodate Greg's pigmentation, and boom! What should we call this fusion? Because technically the gem is still Rainbow Quartz, so we could just add a word in front of them like Turbo Rainbow Quartz. Or we can name them after a variant of Rainbow Quartz like Sunset Quartz or Aura Quartz. Or we can name them something entirely new, like Velocity or Bolt. Let me know which name you like best in the comments down below. And with that, 1 fusion down, 4 more to go. Next up is a fusion that makes sense on so many levels when it comes to both character development and world building. A fusion between 2 members of the Crystal Gem B team, Lapis Lazuli and Bismuth. Lapis and Bismuth is a duo that I didn't think much of during the original series due to their lack of interaction, but I immediately had a need to see more of these two interacting together after Steven Universe the movie, where they seem to be pretty buddy-buddy after the time skip. There's even some interactions in the video game Unleash the Light that can definitely get some shippers fired up. And need I remind you, the Light games are canon. Ultimately, Lapis and Bismuth didn't get to interact much in future, but that doesn't mean the argument for a fusion is shallow. Far from it. Lapis and Bismuth have a lot in common. At one point, both were imprisoned by the Crystal Gems, although under different circumstances. And by extension, both were plucked out of the mist of war and suddenly found themselves thousands of years in the future in relatively peaceful times, forced to adjust to a new world with new rules around people they can't put their complete trust in. Although that's more the case for Lapis than Bismuth. Both tend to live in isolation, at least when overwhelmed and deeply conflicted, as Bismuth had her forge and Lapis had the barn. Although, as of future, Bismuth has a new forge and little homeschool, and Lapis seems to reside in her own studio on campus. Both are very powerful gems in their own right, with similar methods of combat, as Bismuth can shapeshift her arms, while Lapis can shape the water around her. And neither are afraid to get their hands dirty in battle, often holding back from getting lethal thanks to Steven's influence. Not to mention in eras 1 and 2 of Homeworld, Bismuths and Lapis Lazulis are basically both construction workers. Lapis's terraform planets, while Bismuths built the actual structures on said planets. As you may or may not have known, it was confirmed years ago on the Steven Universe podcast that single gem equivalents of fusions exist on Homeworld. So I imagine a fusion between Lapis and Bismuth already exists as a gem who deals with planets with much colder climates and much larger bodies of water than what we deal with on Earth. Like Enceladus, one of Saturn's moons that's covered in a large layer of ice, but underneath is a subsurface ocean that's estimated to be about 19 miles deep. 10 times the size of Earth's average ocean depth of 3.7 kilometers or 2.2 miles. Fun fact, Enceladus meets almost all the basic requirements we need for life, and some even believe it may host eyeless creatures that rely only on sound to navigate. And did I call these fun facts? Because they've actually been keeping me up every night for months now. What's really out there? So yeah, Lapis and Bismuth fusion. Great for an ice planet, or just building structures in an ocean, like maybe the lunar sea spire. I truly would not be surprised if their single gem equivalents already exist as a Homeworld gem for said planets. maybe this fusion's personality would be similar to Garnet. Lapis's present-day laid-back personality kinda makes her the Sapphire, alongside being made for Blue Diamond's court, so she's naturally going to be a bit low energy. As for Bismuth, we know she can be brass and is usually pretty high energy like Ruby. They both got that dog in them. Bismuth and Lapis are also pretty blunt and know when to be serious. So yeah, personality-wise, imagine end of series Garnet, but with some snark and sass. You can have a good laugh with them, but you also know they can crack your skull open like a coconut if you get on their bad side. Bismuth and Lapis are both their own weapons rather than manifesting one themselves, so not really much else to touch on. Here's Rainbow Hematite, a crystal for peace and alignment, representing the journeys of both Lapis and Bismuth, as they reintegrate themselves into the world, become familiar with peace, and are finally aligned with the crystal gems in present day. Beautiful. I like to imagine they're a little taller than Opal in order to get some major heavy lifting done. What do you think? There's definitely a difference between really wanting to see something happen in the show and being robbed of it, but I'll die on the hill that we were absolutely robbed of a Steven and Lars fusion. Lars became one of my favorite characters in Steven Universe before the Pinkening because it became obvious to me what they were going for with his character. Lars starts out as an insecure teenager who wants the approval of his peers while constantly rejecting the things he believes are uncool, and on an unspoken level, masculine. He's embarrassed of his love for cooking. He's embarrassed to be seen hanging out with Steven. And even though he clicks with Sadie so well and clearly likes her a lot, he's constantly hot and cold with her because she doesn't meet his surface level image of a cool girlfriend. But the cool kids adore Steven. They think Sadie is one of the coolest people in Beach City, starting a band with her. And even though they never got a chance to try Lars' ube roll, I'm sure they would have thought his food was amazing. They like everything that Lars is ashamed of. And after taking L after L, realizing his peers and even his own parents liked him better when Steven was masquerading in his own body, Lars slowly begins to get his act together. But obviously there are relapses along the way. The biggest relapse being him ditching the potluck and later letting fear get the best of him and abandoning Sadie on Aquamarine's ship. The aftermath forces Lars to admit his flaws and his fears, leading into the Wanted arc where he faces those fears in order to protect the off-colors and receiving a literal second chance at life, introducing us to Pink Lars, who quickly becomes Captain Lars. And then the show basically got canned and they had to wrap everything up in the back half of season 5. But then Cartoon Network wanted another season, so we get a self-actualized Lars for only one episode of Future. Captain Lars was a step in the right direction for our boy, but the conclusion to his arc is blatantly missing. And much like how Amethyst's arc of coming to her own and accepting herself was capped off with the Smoky Quartz fusion, in a world where the OG Steven Universe got a season 6, Lars's arc probably would have been brought to the finish line with a fusion between himself and Steven. I think showing Lars and Steven learning to embrace everything they rejected about themselves and are ashamed of, in Steven's case, everything about being a diamond, would have been a great way for these two to connect and thus, like Amethyst and Steven, have a mutual internal conflict. From there, you just gotta put them in a situation where the external conflict calls for fusion. Honestly, given where Future left off, if the franchise ever came back, they could still execute this concept through an intergalactic road trip of sorts, given that Steven said he was going to visit Lars, and he clearly still has some baggage to sort through at the end of the miniseries. But let's talk about what this fusion would actually look like and would actually do. First off, his name is definitely Stars, not up for debate. Second, between the clear Captain Harlock influence on Lars of the Stars and the fact that Lars has had a lot in common with Lion for a bit now, I'd like to imagine that Stars definitely has beautiful, luscious anime hair reminiscent of Lion's mane. I wanted him to still wear Lars's cape and Steven's star shirt, but Coda absolutely swagged him out with an amalgamation of the Captain Lars cape, Steven's varsity jacket, and Lars's jacket from the Future episode Little Graduation, alongside some other cosmetic changes to their outfits outfit that goes a long way. Now, if you were around for my Steven Universe content during Season 5 and future, you know I was itching to see Lars use his powers, as they confirmed on the podcast that anything Lion can do, Lars can do. But we never got to see that, and it crushes my soul. So I said, fuck it. Stars has a third arm that he uses to fire bingo bongo beams out of, similar to Lion's concussive roar. I think this fusion would be pretty OP, considering you're crossing the powers of Pink Diamond with the powers of Lion. I'd like to even think that Stars would have some sort of light speed dash power, similar to Minato from Naruto, or Hunter's Palspin Flapjack from the Owl House. With all that said, here's Stars. Absolutely fire. Alright, I know what you're waiting for. Let's fuse the diamonds. But only 2 of them. The diamonds fusing was something that was always a cool idea, but due to how cross-gem fusion went against everything they stood for prior to Change Your Mind, it was always wishful thinking. Although it would have been cool to see yellow and blue fuse against white diamond or something, Change Your Mind only had 44 minutes, and due to how things were paced up to that point, I'm kinda glad we got gray diamonds instead. It showed off white diamond's powers a bit more, and a lot of people already complained that the episode crammed in too much, which I get. A lot of the moments didn't have room to breathe. But also, they thought this and the movie would have been all there was for Steven Universe when making it. So I'm still content with how Change Your Mind came out. All of this being said, when approaching the design for Green Diamond, we wanted her to feel like a fusion that would have come into existence during Era 3. A fusion that doesn't exist to serve a practical purpose, but exists simply because they want to exist. Thus, I don't envision Green Diamond as a super crazy anime warrior. Instead, I think she would look very casual. Still about her business, but casual. Business casual. Now, what I think would be really cool about Green Diamond is that Yellow's ability to alter a gem's form and Blue's ability to alter a gem's mood would result in a pretty insane ability. Gems can already shapeshift, so when struck by Green Diamond's aura, what if gems transformed into something that reflects their personality or even mental state? Similar, but not exact, to how Steven transformed into a giant kaiju. For example, if you have a gem Sona, maybe they be transformed into whatever animal your zodiac sign is. Mine would be a scorpion, which, depending on the size, could be pretty sick. Of course, you need the diamonds to turn you back, but that shouldn't be much of an issue since they're happy to help all gems in this new era. And for the final results, nice. Last but certainly not least, Bismuth and Pearl. Do I even have to explain it? Bismuth clearly has a thing for Pearl, and although Pearl seems to be a little oblivious, I'm sure if she knew, those feelings would be reciprocated. Unless Lapis makes a move, in that case, Pearl's gonna be bumping the Steve Lacey. So of course, picking them for this video was an absolute no-brainer. Pearl and Bismuth obviously have endured a lot when it comes to Rose Quartz and Pink Diamond, so this fusion could represent both of them moving forward from that chapter of their lives while learning to believe in love again. A self-assured fusion that can literally see through deception, as I'm giving them the ability to sense the intentions of others. But why? How? Well, think of Toph from Avatar: The Last Airbender, and how she can sense the vibrations of someone's heartbeat and breathing patterns in order to determine if they're lying, with Azula being the only foe who was able to circumvent this tactic. In general, I think this fusion could have some earthbending-esque powers, considering Pearl has the ability to manipulate sand, we just only saw it once. On top of Bismuth's resistance to lava, and the fact that Bismuths in real life are a metal. Not to mention Bismuth has only been shown to use a small number of abilities, compared to Pearl's widely extensive moveset, so we're gonna have to get creative to give this fusion the sauce it deserves. I think my favorite detail of this fusion that Coda and I settled on are the colors of her hair. Bismuth has her iconic rainbow locks, and Pearl's hair has been different shades of pink over the years, resulting in this fusion having pink monochromatic locks. And here we go. Ain't she a beaut? So like, while scripting this video, I just realized that we went with Rainbow Hematite with both the Bismuth and Lapis fusion and the Bismuth and Pearl fusion. So oops. Because of this little goof, I'll actually let you guys decide what to name this one in the comments down below, declaring her official, unofficial name on a community post. So keep your eyes peeled.
Welcome back to Crystal Clear! I'm Ultric Vox, and the conclusion of Steven Universe Future left us on an optimistic note for Steven and his journey of self-discovery. The one-of-the-kind half-gem, half-human being obtained a better idea of how to navigate through mental health, with the proper accommodations being made with the revelation that he's in therapy, alongside departing from Beach City in order to continue growing as he enters adulthood. Now, when I heard Steven confirm he had a therapist in the series finale, I squealed and exclaimed, yes! We didn't film our reactions and post them on the channel due to, you guessed it, COVID. We couldn't be at the Roundtable office. We've all been working from home. It just felt off without the complete Roundtable crew there in person. Being with my friends creates more excitement within me, so I didn't want to force any reactions for the end, but I digress. I believe therapy is an amazing first step for Steven, but we need to keep in mind it's just that, a first step. Steven is in a very particular and delicate situation where he could, I would argue very quickly, end up in the wrong state of mind or feel as if his life is in danger due to the weight of his sheer existence. These factors lean more external than internal, circumstances out of his control, such as uncomfortable new situations he'll endure while traveling the world and eventually deciding where he'll settle down, and straight up assault from anyone with a bone to pick, such as the likes of Bluebird or Zorite, or whoever else in the galaxy that could project their issues onto this boy. These scenarios could quickly trigger Steven's pink powers and transformations. Steven, just like the rest of us, is susceptible to bad days and relapse, and if not properly prepared for physically alongside mentally, things could spiral quickly. Keep in mind, subduing Monster Steven was just resolving his episode, that particular meltdown, which was obviously and ideally a lot more severe than other meltdowns he could be prone to in the future, but it did not resolve Steven's problems as a whole. And because of that, there are a few more things Steven could do to properly prepare for distant flare-ups and ideally having a legitimate grasp on his transformation and controlling his powers. We know these powers can be controlled or repressed, as Pink Diamond evidently was able to completely hide these abilities from Pearl, which would include the insane scarring experience of the Gem War, but I don't think this should be something Steven avoids using at all costs, but truly taming it. Jasper arguably had the right idea with the wrong intentions, wanting Steven to master his powers in order to get a good fight out of him, instead of for his own sanity and everyone's safety. It's okay, Jasper, I still love you a lot. Thank you, Crewniverse, for actually having her try to become a good person by the end. But of course, that's what happens when Steven comes to someone who refuses to work on themselves for guidance. But assistance from those who have worked on themselves and continue to, those who he knows are reliable and there for him, I think that would yield a very different kind of diamond transformation for Steven that allows him to better control his powers. So let's dive into all of that. How Steven can still seek out assistance from his support system, with each of them contributing something special that can aid Steven as he improves his mental health and turn his diamond abilities into something he isn't afraid of. And the first point I want to touch is actually, what would a controlled diamond form look like? I'll reiterate, because Steven's physical form is a reflection of how he feels, his initial diamond transformation, which I titled Court Steven in my form breakdown, was a result of extensive training with Jasper and being surrounded only by her for 3 days straight. Her influence on Steven ran deep, and Helpful Steven, or Diamond Steven, was the result of Steven feeling like a diamond. And although I do simplify the umbrella of these pink transformations as just subcategories under a diamond transformation, I don't think Steven would once again grow to the scale of his mother or even Jasper. Although I do very much enjoy that aspect, amplified by beginning to watch Hunter x Hunter around the time of these episodes airing, Steven would physically reflect the positive influences in his life, due to the nature of his swelling and how it ceases in this pink state once Steven increases in scale. I do believe having a better grip on things would enable Steven to grow to a different size. Something tall, but not as large as Jasper or any of the diamonds. I think around the height of Lars would be appropriate. Ideally, the adjustment in size would help with the swelling and shows that he's taking after a positive influence. Who doesn't love Lars? Post off colors. Lars of the Star. You know what? Just don't answer that question. I think he would still pack some muscle, but retain that signature Steven chubbiness, similar to Helpful Diamond Steven, and I I imagine his hair would take the shape of how it would occasionally look in fragments, a distinct blend of the Steven bumps and pink diamond tufts of hair. Now, I understand since I'm promoting positive influences having a direct effect on Steven's transformations, having any resemblance to his mother may seem a bit weird, considering how Steven feels about her, but this entire umbrella of transformation stemmed from the fact that his diamond powers are accommodating his anxieties and trauma. He physically has a diamond's gemstone, so any trait seeping through is an inevitability. And as for the scale of his powers, while obviously the strength of his powers would fluctuate with his emotions, I imagine a Steven with a good grip on things would be able to keep his powers at bay within reason. For example, he'd actually be able to control his super speed, not speeding up when he feels anxious. I really want to focus on Steven's battle strategy, but that's going to come back up later on. I briefly want to touch on Steven's therapy just to give a good idea of what that could entail, in case anyone doesn't have the clearest idea. Now, make no mistake, not seeing Steven in therapy was a calculated decision. When asked in an interview with Vulture on if she considered showing Steven in therapy, Rebecca Sugar stated, "I really did not want to show that. I really wanted the characters to finally have privacy. As an audience watching the show, and as us writing it, we're complicit in Steven feeling exposed. The idea of being in that space and watching him unpack it felt like a violation of his privacy. I wanted you to know that he was getting that help and that he was taking steps to live the life he wanted to live, but I wanted him to be able to do it without the pressure of being the show's protagonist anymore." I can get behind Sugar's reasoning for not showing Steven in therapy, yet if you're unfamiliar with the ins and outs of therapy and find yourself just a little bit curious of what Steven's up to, how exactly therapy is giving him the help he needs, I'm just going to pull a direct quote to avoid as much misinformation as possible. Post-traumatic stress disorder therapy has 3 main goals: improve your symptoms, teach you skills to deal with said symptoms, and restore your self-esteem. Most PTSD therapies fall under the umbrella of cognitive behavioral therapy. The idea is to change the thought patterns that are disturbing your life. This might happen through talking about your trauma or concentrating on where your fears come from. The point of bringing this up is to clarify that within therapy, Steven is working on getting his symptoms treated. Symptoms in this case being the flare-ups of his diamond powers. Taking things outside of therapy, however, I think a good place to start with controlling his flare-ups, controlling his powers, and controlling his transformation lies with something he needs when no one else is around. Steven is going to live on his own now, even with the warp pad. Unless he really hits it off of someone and gets a roommate, he's going to be in his lonesome. Yet I believe there's something Steven has access to that none of us have the pleasure of taking advantage of, is the wonderful but daunting world of Rose's room. Unfortunately, the series made its exit before we got an answer of how gem rooms were made, but it doesn't negate the fact that their creation is still possible. And in theory, they could have the materials necessary, or worst case scenario, hit up the diamonds in order to amass said materials. And within Steven's apartment or house or wherever he decides to live, they install his equivalent of Rose's room. And I know that sounds like it could be a little frightening, especially with the scenarios we can conjure up all stir crazy in quarantine. We would have to trust that Steven would use this for the betterment of his mental health and not self-sabotage, recreating the toxic individuals that have plagued his life. Instead, Steven could use this room to relax. If he's alone, I wouldn't want Steven to envision Garnet, Amethyst, and Pearl hanging out with him, at least not directly, but if he's just reminiscing and projects himself with the gems from the good old days, I think it would be beneficial and help calm him down. Or maybe, should this room be a little bit more updated and could handle a full-on simulation of a city, Steven could simply unwind as he puts himself on top of Empire City, similar to him and Lapis in the episode Can't Go Back, hanging out in Pink Diamond's moon base. Hell, while we're at it, why not just add one of those orbs within Steven's living quarters? Give this man some perks! But aside from aiding his anxiety, I do believe Steven should continue training, just not with a mentor like Jasper. Steven remarked that letting his anger out on trees did feel good, and that's because it was a form of stress release. I just believe Steven had the wrong outlet, which is why in Rose's room, he could train by himself, assuming the room is diamond powerproof, because the last thing Steven wants is accidentally unleashing a whale that destroys the entire thing. But he could project the perfect targets that he knows can't actually be hurt. They're not real, and he doesn't even have to make them gems. They can be an enemy from a video game or movie or cartoon TV show that he's watched. And he can make them as strong as he wants. Going off the idea of upgraded technology, Steven could form a running track in the room, keeping up his speed. Anytime he needs to let frustration out or just sharpen his skills, his own Rose's room would greatly come in handy. But again, Steven is aware that he has a support system that is there for him. And Sugar stated in an interview that he would visit home often. And I believe there are ways all the crystal gems and other allies can assist Steven in both his recovery and control of his powers. And I'm actually going to categorize Pearl with the latter, because let's say Steven wants to spar, but he needs a little bit more of a challenge. Well, he warps over to the temple, hits up Pearl, they pop over to the Sky Arena, and Pearl gives Steven a great sparring session with the use of her Hollow Pearls. AI Steven knows can be rough and tough. That will push Steven to the limit and can truly put his abilities to the test. I think Steven would find himself under pressure, not wanting to succumb to the adrenaline rush that his power can provide, especially with Pearl watching, and I think at times it could even become a bit much. But the important thing is that before push even comes to shove, Pearl and the rest of the gems would be there ready to support Steven, letting him know it's okay. He thought he wanted to spar, but now that he's in the zone, he's not really feeling up to it. That's okay. He can step back and take a break. But I believe if he opened up to the gems during the events of Future sooner, training with the Hollow Pearls could have been a great alternative to training with Jasper in the first place. Staying on track with training, moving away from Pearl, with Amethyst's weapon being a whip and all, I think it makes sense that she could train alongside Steven when it comes to maintaining accuracy, similar to when Jasper was throwing boulders at Steven. Amethyst setting up an obstacle course with the help of any uncorrupted gem of your choice, with said obstacles requiring Steven to defend and maneuver around projectiles, utilizing his diamond plates when necessary. And when they're feeling really good, they of course can fuse into Smokey and truly take on this obstacle course together. With Garnet, I feel as if her assistance would be with a different kind of training, one that we've already seen her instruct in the original series: meditation. Helping Steven control all the thoughts in his mind, help him ease his anxiety, and supply him with even more tactics to navigate through his feelings. Yeah, I think wisdom is always going to be Garnet's thing, but we see she's all into meditation and yoga at Little Homeschool, and if she can find a routine that aids Steven more than anyone, especially when it comes to dealing with pink flare-ups, she'd give it her all to teach. Next up is good old Lapis Lazuli, and I believe Wise So Blue gave us an excellent way she can help Steven control his powers without having him actually engage in physical combat or exert much physical energy at all, and that is through Meep Morp. It seems as if out of all the crystal gems, art is really Lapis's thing. They all can get in touch with their inner Picasso, but Lapis has it down packed. Like, we saw Steven's farewell gift to her. That's not an art hoe. That's Galileo. It appears as if Steven has always retained his own interest in art, but I think Lapis could really connect with him through the medium in a way no one else can. As we know, Lapis endured her own hardships and struggles with mental health. Lapis made it abundantly clear that art, more than anything, is what got her out of her rough patch. But the most interesting thing is that Lapis can use her manipulation over water to craft brand new pieces of art never before seen, erecting breathtaking pieces out of mud. This is very beneficial to Steven because it reminds me of his diamond plates and polygonal structures. You know, like he created a few, slapped on some spikes and shattered Jasper. Yeah, I think that especially is a situation Steven would want to avoid repeating at all costs. And I think a great way to do that is for him to use this ability, but instead of whipping up the death penalty, he follows Lapis's example and pretty much makes pink glowing origami, combining that expression of art with his abilities to create peaceful, feel-good objects and have those innocent expressions of art become synonymous with that ability, removing the dark undertones that are now associated with the power. Moving on to Peridot, as suggested by Bismuth, I can see Peridot simply helping Steven with organization and management, developing a regimen that can help Steven stay on top of his day-to-day duties. It's not always easy living on your own and being responsible for yourself and your own mental health, and I think if Peridot provided the assistance for Steven to just stay on track, it would go a long way. Sure, it looked like he had no problem sticking to daily habits in the beginning of the future, but that's only a few months in. What about further down the road, once Steven really gets busy again? If he gets overwhelmed, Peridot is the best to come in and help him sort everything out. And this brings us to the homie, Bismuth.
the queen of all inventions, the jack of all trades. This is gonna get a little fanficky, but this series has shown they can do whatever they want, so honestly, who gives a fuck?
Warning.
I could see Bismuth managing to give Steven his equivalent of a gem weapon upgrade by creating some sort of object, some sort of device. For simplicity's sake, something like a ring or a pair of rings that Steven could put on both hands that recognizes high emotions and thus the trigger of his pink powers. And the purpose of the rings would be to help Steven show restraint. As long as he has the ring on, he's able to better manage any brewing anger. So if he's glowing pink and balling up his fist, Steven's about to jump into the ring. Bismuth's ring would auto-enable bubble boxing gloves. And the ring can prevent him from adding spikes to any pre-existing ability, such as his bubbles or plates. It would function as a cap on Steven's powers, allowing them to only do so much or go so far. But of course, if Steven removes the rings, he would have to be even more mindful of said power. Also, thank you to Mike at SU for brainstorming on that idea. Amazing boy, amazing artist, give him social media clout. But moving away from the crystal gems, or at least those who are actually gems, I want to set my sights on Lars. We know from the future that him and Steven are gonna hang out. It sounds like they've already spoken, maybe even hung out once before, in that gap between him leaving at the end of Little Graduation and Steven preparing to move out in the beginning of the future. What you put in your body is very important, and I think one thing Steven will pick up on living on his own is that it can quickly become a big hassle cooking your own meals and staying on top of that. Sometimes you gotta do takeout, sometimes you don't even know what you want to cook, but you're getting tired of the same old, and Steven's a vegetarian. Sure, he broke that diet when things were getting rough, but now that he's much more well composed, I think he would return to that diet. But keeping track and making sure Steven's consistently eating good meals that not only taste good, but are good for his body and mental health, I could see Lars whipping up a meal plan for Steven. Maybe every Sunday to prepare for the week, Steven and Lars indulge in some meal prep, Lars throwing in alien vegetables and fruit and other spices and stuff he picked up from other planets, and providing Steven with the recipes and resources needed for him to cook more and more of these meals on his own. After Lars, we have Mr. Universe, Greg, who I believe would keep up the father-son chats with Steven. Not much else would change, but picking up from Mr. Universe, considering Steven actually heeded Greg's advice about seeing the world for himself and traveling somewhere new, I think Greg could continue to show Steven influential music from his early years. Hey Stubal, I showed you David Bowie, but how about some Del the Funky Homo Sapien? Shout out to my Craig of the Creek fans. And last but not least, with Connie, considering we find out in the finale that she still hasn't settled on a school, but she's touring them, I believe she can go sightseeing with Steven, which sounds like it's already the plan as they're going to meet up when Connie is touring schools, but I believe seeing new places with one another would be good for both themselves and their ever-growing relationship. Influential, formative, and romantic memories that will last for years upon years. And generally, I feel as if quality time with friends old and new is what will really give Steven through the hardest of times. Whether if it's binging new episodes of the awful Camp Pining Hearts reboot with Peridot, bonding with new anime and manga with Lapis, video games with Amethyst, and movie nights with the Crystal Gems and Greg. All of this can go a very long way and see positive effects in all aspects of Steven's life. But bringing it back to the transformation, I want to close this out with the discussion of how Steven could actually apply all of this in battle. How can he stay calm and avoid repeating what happened to Jasper? Well, all of the affirmation can help him hold a grip on everything, or at the very least be a bit more proficient with his powers. I believe backing this up with actual strategy is what matters the most. Steven is more of a defensive fighter, and I don't think he wants to be offensive anytime soon. But when push comes to shove, if again, Bluebird pulls up and she's roped in Holly Blue Agate, and I don't know, Demantoid, I think this would cause an obvious flare-up with Steven, especially if he's isolated, and I think his best bet with a middle ground execution would be to disable his opponents without harming them, before they even get the chance of laying a finger on him. One move I can definitely see come in handy, whether if it's against a sentient opponent or let's say a lingering corrupted gem that they missed, was the use of the diamond plates against Jasper, distributing 4 plates and pushing them against Jasper, efficiently making her immobile. This is a tactic Steven should use on all of his opponents hands down. Not repeating what follows, but if someone is charging after him, bust out the plates and defuse the situation once they're no longer in a position where they can hurt him. He doesn't have to do this with just the plates either. Thinking about Steven's diamond shield, how he kinda used a diamond bubble to capture a fish, or a dome to subconsciously trap his friends, I can't see why Steven couldn't do
this with an opponent, maybe use the diamond origami to encase opponents inside a mold of their own body, or using said diamond origami to create projectiles that won't harm his opponents, but severely limit their senses, such as a block of birds that can get all up in an opponent's face, blocking their sight, and then relentlessly singing to cloud their line of hearing. Essentially, Steven's strategy should be to neutralize the situation as quickly as possible without having to get too hands-on and keep himself safe. If push comes to shove and he's not able to provide that, then again, he could always enable his boxing bubble gloves and quickly fight his way out until his opponents have no fight left. Steven is a strong individual and is looking like he's the strongest diamond, so I don't have my doubts that he could quickly neutralize the situation before it gets to any dangerous point. Welcome back to Crystal Clear! I'm Vox, and an unexpected treat in regards to Steven Universe Future has been the large heapings of fusion. Out of the 6 episodes of Steven Universe Future that has aired at the time of this video, 4 of them have included fusion as a plot element with deeper implications. Smoky Quartz saving the boardwalk from disaster, Pearl and Volleyball creating Mega Pearl to combat the Reef security system, Aquamarine and Eyeball banding together as Bluebird, and Steven working together with his 2 parental figures as Sunstone and Rainbow Quartz 2.0. In a way, it may come across as an abundance of fan service, as this is the last hurrah for the Steven Universe television series. Maybe you even feel as if they're soiling what was once a treat for fans, a call only made for situations that absolutely required fusions. And while I could understand those concerns, a very special episode made me realize something about fusion in Steven Universe Future. The frequency of fusions isn't something done solely to appease viewers. It's a result of Steven's impact on the crystal gems and the universe around him. Fusion hasn't changed. It has simply evolved. Going back to the beginning in the prime of Era 1, allow me to explain how much fusion has evolved. Once by Garnet, and by extension Pink Diamond, and again by Steven, alongside speculation of what's to come. With all that said, let's dive in. Going back to the beginning, in the prime of Era 1, the comprehension of fusion was easy as the rules were strict but simple. Fusion was a technique reserved for gems of the same type to carry out tasks more effectively. Rubies fuse with rubies. Topazes fuse with topazes. On that note, it seems fusion was most common among soldiers and gems who had heavy lifting. I imagine if back then, let's say sapphires fuse with sapphires for example, if it didn't strengthen their future vision, I imagine it would have just yielded weird looks and judgment from other elite gems. So while same gem fusion wasn't outlawed, considering we know there was some prejudice around it, going by Aquamarine taunting Topaz and Stuck Together, there still would have been a considered time and place for fusion. And I imagine some kind of gem just weren't seen to have any need to fuse. Fusion didn't begin to alter until Ruby and Sapphire mistakenly brought Garnet into the world. A deadly act that almost cost them their lives, but was so vital in Fusion's progression amongst gemkind in 2 ways. One more direct, and one a much slower burn. Of course, the mere existence of Garnet fascinated Pink Diamond enough, under the identity of Rose Quartz, to give her a new reason to protect the Earth and push forward as the Crystal Gems. Hell, it piqued enough curiosity for Rose and Pearl to attempt their fusion, which eventually became the being known as Rainbow Quartz, allowing cross-gem fusion to become a core belief and principle of the Crystal Gems during the rebellion. Back on Homeworld, however, Ruby and Sapphire's incident had another impact that was only seen throughout very small doses in the original series. Remember, Garnet's birth was a very disruptive, unusual event that occurred in front of Blue Diamond and her entourage. Considering the nature of Blue Diamond's court, especially diplomatic gems, it's only natural that gossip would have spread. The knowledge of a cross-gem fusion between the Ruby and Sapphire must have traveled through many mouths, before just becoming the catalyst of forbidden love for thousands of years. It's something that would have led certain gems to ponder, what if? Causing them to re-question their own identity and relationships with the gems close to them. We know from Rhodonite that Garnet was not the only one out there who was outcast from Homeworld for being 2 very different gems with a special connection who enjoyed becoming someone entirely new. The episode Together Alone showed us with the Lemon Jade fusion that so many other gems felt the same way as Ruby and Sapphire did all those years ago, keeping their own fusion secret. Lemon Jade was vocal that she suspected she couldn't have been the only cross-gem fusion out there who wanted to exist and felt good just being herself. At the same time, Garnet clearly didn't become a legend by name,
as neither the off-colors or Lemon Jade recognized her, although that could have been due to Garnet's many reformations. But I can't imagine the actions of a nameless Ruby and Sapphire not running through the minds of those both supportive and opposing of cross-gem fusion. Back to the crystal gems, however, fusion in itself evolves into the state mentioned earlier in the video. If you're like Garnet, gems who prefer being fused as an entirely new being rather than being separated, that's more than accepted and okay. However, generally cross-gem fusions, while not being frowned upon at all, were still reserved for situations that call for their existence. Scenarios where fusions can surface better than the gems on their own. It's still representative of a relationship and teamwork, but not called for mundane, simple tasks. And then Steven came along. Alongside his first fusion, Stevani, Steven began to redefine fusion as he began to redefine the crystal gems and later gemkind as a whole. If there's one small thing that separated Steven from the gems, aside from being organic, it's that once he gained full control of a power, he'd continue to utilize them in a casual manner. There's no ability Steven really sees as reserved for tough situations only, excluding like possession. So when it comes to something as exciting as fusion, Steven has always given his fusions more time to shine than the other gems. After fusing into Stevani, we gradually saw more of their existence. Whether if it was while sharing a dance, saving Amethyst, racing a jerk, although they realized Stevani shouldn't exist for such paid situations, or training, Stevani came through more than they were quote-unquote needed. Because Steven and Connie knew Stevani didn't really need a reason to exist. Smoky Quartz followed a similar path, having more frequent appearances than the other crystal gem fusions. I don't think they were exactly needed to defeat that turnip and back to the kindergarten. But again, Steven sees no reason to bench fusion and, more importantly, prevent someone else from existing. Fusions are their own person, even if their component's influence can fluctuate. We know this. The crystal gems were ultimately fighting for their right to exist. That includes their fusion's right to exist as well. If you're going to fight for those rights, why rarely have fusions reap the benefit? They're out here just trying to vibe as well. This brings us to Era 3, and why fusion is so prominent now. In simple words, because they can be. But obviously, it's so much more than that. Again, because of Steven's nature and his passion for the practice, of course his fusions are going to have more time to shine as the relationships with his loved ones are stronger than ever. The Crystal Gems' weaker relationships also being a purpose for their infrequent fusions in the original series. Relationships that only improved over time. Fusion in a way achieves the full potential of those relationships and to truly share experiences with one another. Steven fusing with Greg to respark Pearl's drive and memories, fusing with Amethyst to save Funland, busting out Rainbow 2.0 to become the best companion and babysitter for Onion, giving it up to Sunstone to properly lead their students through the rules of safety. Pearl and Volleyball finally getting the full picture of their diamond, not realizing they even needed to open up to each other, but because of Steven's need to help, they found each other's comfort anyways. Sure, you can argue that they're not as special as they once were, but to me, I'm just seeing that Steven refined what fusion means, for the show itself to refine what it means to the audience. We even see antagonists, one of which who once scoffed at the vulnerability of fusion, partake in the practice with Bluebird. A fusion that was born out of a taste for revenge, that ultimately wants to exist for themselves, and their love for their hatred by the episode's end. And in a sadistic way, Bluebird still exists because of Steven's impact. But it's Bluebird's existence that causes my desire to speculate on what Homeworld is like in Era 3. What gave this fusion the comfort to exist in the first place? We still haven't seen Homeworld for ourselves properly in Era 3, aside from a few shots in the film, and I find that to be very intentional. Imagine how many more stories that are akin to Lemon Jade and Rhodonite that have emerged and can exist freely in Era 3. I feel like the next time we do see Homeworld, we'll see many more casual cross-gem fusions who exist for themselves when we finally visit the planet. And I feel like there has to be many, for Eyeball and especially Aquamarine to even consider doing fusion as a mean to take down Steven. And above all else, with fusion evolving to its current state, will we finally see the diamonds fuse? When it comes to the original series, it makes sense that we didn't see any of the diamonds partake in fusion. The relationships with one another were estranged. They lacked the trust and communication.
They were grieving in different ways, and really closed themselves off from one another as a result. Yellow and Blue Diamond may have been the closest, but even they held secrets from each other. And with Spinel in the picture, will they finally fuse not just with themselves, but with other gems? The Diamonds truly have a lot to figure out, so I don't expect them to just rush into fusion because they can. But I do think the existence of a fusion between them by the resolution of Steven Universe future will be a perfect way to truly cap off their development and arcs, as it shows they really do embrace this new era. Welcome back to Crystal Clear! I'm Ultric Vox, and it's not hard to see why Spinel became the fan favorite character that she is. Whether she's happy, angry, or just trying to find her place in the world, she's always able to remain a captivating character, with a tragic yet relatable backstory that many people can experience some kind of form of throughout their life. Being left behind by Pink Diamond, destined to just wait for nobody, waiting for nothing, as the person she was created to serve abandoned her, never to see her again. But what if Pink Diamond didn't abandon Spinel? What if that fated day in the garden never happened? What if Pink Diamond never punked Spinel, and instead of having them play a little game, she actually brought Spinel to the planet Earth? This is a question I've seen proposed over and over and over again. So after chewing on it, I feel like I've come to my own conclusion, my own hypothetical of what if Spinel was a crystal gem? And I'm going to hit on all the big time periods. The Gem War, its aftermath, and the main events in the series. So with all that said, let's dive in. Immediately, I can envision Spinel actually having a tough time adjusting to Earth. Whereas before she was just relegated to a garden, now she has an entire planet with different climates and changes in weather, dinosaurs and cavemen. It would definitely be a lot to take in. We already know Spinel can be a little bit clumsy, and that clumsiness can lead to destruction. So at face value, Pink Diamond may have a little bit of regret with bringing Spinel to the planet. But the Gem War would change everything, as I believe such a dire situation would showcase all of Spinel's strengths. First off, I would think Spinel would have to stage defecting from Pink Diamond, as Pink Diamond and Pearl masquerading as her alter egos is easy enough to pull off. Multiple gems can have pearls, so it's not out of a question a Rose Quartz can rebel with a pearl of her own. It's not like the Diamonds are exactly great at keeping track of their gems, but a Rose Quartz, a Pearl, and a Spinel, especially a one-of-a-kind Spinel with a perfect cut and pink, that would get a little bit fishy. But if Pink Diamond simply informed the Diamonds that her Spinel went haywire or got kidnapped by Rose Quartz and her Pearl, then things would be a little easier to pass off. But back on track, the Gem War and the bonds that are forged with all the crystal gems wouldn't necessarily force Spinel to be someone else's best friend beyond Pink Diamond, but would rather give her the natural inclination. A purpose of the crystal gems is for everyone to grow into their own person, not just what Homeworld assigned them to be. So I can see Spinel being the biggest moral support of the group. She would always provide verbal aid to lift everyone's spirits. On the ropes in a tough fight, next thing you know, Spinel is cheering you on, giving you the boost to overpower your enemy. All those hours playing with Pink Diamond, trying to make her happy, trying to evoke a smile and a laugh, it would finally have payoff to people who would, well, actually appreciate it. But I don't think this would be the only place where Spinel excels, as she could actually be a formidable foe on the battlefield. Rusty or not, the crystal gems got their asses handed to them by Spinel, and although they endured many battles by that point, for Spinel, this would logically be her first time in the ring. And yes, although she was fueled by revenge and anger, it doesn't subtract from the notion that she knew how to take on 3 gems and 1 hybrid without breaking a sweat. So imagine if Spinel had the experience of a war. I think she would be able to adapt pretty quickly, using her elasticity to an advantage. Although it's worth noting she was only able to pull the crystal gems because of her rejuvenator. We're not really sure what goes into a gem having a weapon, if it's something they can manifest on their own, or if it only happens by design. In that case, why does Pearl have a spear? Maybe pearls also have the ability to protect their servants? Spinel wouldn't really be able to rack up a body count, okay that sounds kind of dark, without some form of a weapon. Luckily, very early on, she would have Bismuth enter her life. And I can only imagine what Bismuth could have whipped up for her. If not just, you know, a scythe? So essentially, once the ball got rolling, she would be unstoppable. We would also have to consider what Homeworld has out on the battlefield, because whereas the crystal gems are just a hodgepodge of any gems that affect, Homeworld would not have thrown out just anything and anyone. It definitely would have been calculated. We would have seen quartz soldiers, and we would have seen rubies, and all the variations of garnet that Blue Diamond mentioned in Together Alone. We would have seen gems like nephrite, but we wouldn't have seen Homeworld dish out gems like Spinel, or even lapis lazulis for that matter, which plays into why Homeworld mistook her for a crystal gem in the first place. They didn't send any lapis lazulis out on the field, and not all of them would have realized she was there to terraform. So even just having one lightning-fast slinky of a gem would have made all the difference. And although I could see Spinel getting pooped quite a bit of times, just because again, she does appear to be kind of clumsy, I think each time she would have bounced back stronger than ever. Until that fateful day, where the Diamonds launched their final attack against Earth. Spinel joining Garnet and Pearl as Rose Quartz shields them from the deadly blast. After the war, I can see things being a little bit intense with Spinel. During the Gem War, she was moral support, so naturally, that's what she would want to be to her smaller family afterwards. And before we continue, yes, Pink Diamond would have pulled the same number on Pearl to Spinel to avoid her true identity ever seeping out to the other gems. But anyways, Spinel's tricks and games wouldn't really be the guaranteed remedy for sunshine and rainbows after the war. If anything, it could serve as a grim reminder, maybe even causing annoyance. Garnet, Pearl, Rose, all getting unfairly irritated by Spinel. They wouldn't give up on her, but they would definitely have her tone it down just a little bit. Rounding up corrupted gems would have been a lot easier with Spinel by their side, but I really think that awkward feeling would persist until Amethyst came into the picture. Spinel latching onto Amethyst as her new best friend, and her desire to entertain, to be moral support, that would all go into Amethyst as they adjust her into society. Although, as we all know, Amethyst would become the most human out of all of them. If anything, I think Amethyst would get Spinel into a lot of hijinks and shenanigans, causing Spinel to act a little more lax and human as a result. When Rose Quartz gives up her physical form in order to give birth to Steven, Spinel would definitely be conflicted. Pink Diamond was her original best friend, and of course she still feels a sense of allegiance to her. But I can definitely see Rose pitching it as, look at it like this, Spinel, you're going to have a new best friend and he'll be unlike anyone you've ever met before. And thus we know the story. Steven would be brought into the world, and the events of the series would probably play out the same at large, except Spinel would definitely have an interesting arc of her own. She would always try to be everyone's best friend without having a best friend of her own. Steven would see the toxic traits that his mom never really corrected, but just kept pushing on to other people. Slightly similar to their arc in the movie. But just as how all the gems have truly grown into their own person by the end of the series, or at least up until Change Your Mind, Spinel would definitely be her own person by the end as well, learning how to truly be a good friend without being overbearing, and learning that it's okay to be alone, it's okay to not smother someone with affection 24/7. She would learn how to form friendships organically, not forcing anything. She would be the best version of Spinel possible. But obviously, the events of the movie would not have happened, and the Diamonds would not have anyone to replace that void Pink Diamond left behind. And from there, we don't really know what would happen, because we don't really know what's in store for Spinel in the future of the series. We're obviously going to see the Diamonds again, so it's only natural we would see Spinel again. But at least for now, I hope you guys would be satisfied for this alternate storyline and outcome for Spinel, a version where Steven was able to truly help her out. And that's not to say he didn't in the film, but Spinel clearly goes on her own journey. She accepts that she can't embark on such a quest with Steven, that their past is already too complicated. But that is okay, because she's still trying to correct herself. She's going to become a better person, even if she is aware that friendship with Steven isn't on the table. But again, in this alternate reality, it is. Like, they were friends, and it was great. And yeah, there's probably a lot of goofy townie episodes with Spinel, and they were like, Spinel. Welcome back to Crystal Clear! I'm Oshrik Vox, and I thought it'd be fun to indulge in a little thought experiment. You see, back in the summer, I did a breakdown of all the Diamond's powers post Change Your Mind. And surprisingly, a comment I saw a lot was the question of, what would happen if the other Diamonds resurrected an organic being? Like how Pink Diamond and Steven were able to resurrect Lion and Lars. This isn't a question of if they could do it. Yes, it's very likely that Pink Diamond's resurrection abilities stem from her initial healing abilities. I don't disagree with that at all. It's clearly what's presented in the context of the show. But if we really want to debate, how do we know for sure that the other three Diamonds aren't capable of healing any organic beings? Just hear me out. As far as we know, Pink Diamond was the only Diamond to directly interact with organic beings, especially with one that's, well, dead. I simply don't think organic beings was kept in mind whenever Pink Diamond was created, by whomever she was created by. The ability to resurrect organic beings was probably a shock to her as well. And to further push this in the gray area, technically we have seen the Diamonds heal gems with the corrupted gems. Sure, this can be contested, but Yellow Diamond's solo attempt that healing nephrite brought her to a state closer to her original self than Steven ever could. We know that the 4 diamonds together fully healed the corrupted gems, so we can assume they have their own healing properties. They just might be in ways different from pink diamonds. Still, that doesn't discourage me from asking, if liquid of some form released from the diamonds and made contact with a recently deceased organic being, and it did affect them, what ways would this character change? First, we should look over what happens when Pink Diamond or Steven resurrects somebody. After being revived by Steven's tears, Lars's entire pigmentation turned pink, his hair becoming more like the curly, messy style of Pink Diamond. He's nearly immortal, but confirmed through the Stevenverse podcast to just be aging at a very slow rate.
So, next question is from Bone Janky. They want to know, are Lars and Lion immortal now, or is their aging process just extremely slowed down?
Their aging process is extremely slowed down, as indicated by the very, very slow heartbeat you hear in, is it Lars's head?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Joe and I have disagreements about what Lars's life is like now.
I don't like this answer.
I like to imagine that the trade-off is he lost his sense of taste. So now he just eats occasionally to sustain his body, but he can't enjoy food anymore.
And possesses a horde of gem-like abilities. Essentially, as also confirmed by the Stevenverse podcast, Lars can do anything Lion does.
He can make a warp, and he can make a sonic blast with his voice.
Nice.
Yes.
Has Lars figured that out yet, or is that something he's going to find out later on in life?
Well, he will at some point figure that out and use it, and it'll be really funny. But, yeah, don't worry about it.
Okay.
Steven will pop out and he'll scream Steven, and then he'll knock a wall down. That's how it'll go.
Yeah, he infiltrates the Cosmic Jubilee. All these things would be very difficult to do if he was
but
just walking
by
in.
virtue of not being a gem and none of the technology can find him?
Yes, he can't be scanned, but he also...
But they still have eyes in their heads.
Yeah, they still have eyes in their heads, and he also can warp around, so he's very well equipped to do his space pirating.
Nice.
And I guess by extension, he can also walk on water.
Yes.
Lion can do.
Yeah. Yes, I can.
That's also there. Yeah, anything Lion can do.
Anything Lion can do, Lars can do.
Yeah.
Hair functioning as a portal to a pocket dimension, which I now assume is to mimic the ability gems have to store belongings within their gemstones. As we saw in the episode Single Pale Rose, that in itself is kind of its own pocket dimension. But Lion, and thus Lars, also has the abilities to create portals and concussive waves of energy. They can even walk on water and probably have incredible stamina. But I'm gonna be honest, in relation to Pink Diamond, I have no idea how these powers correlate exactly to her. If anything, I think the ability to create portals may be the organic body adapting the ability to warp, as warp pads can only be activated by beings that possess gemstones, so as long as the gemstone isn't corrupted, and I believe it could also be mimicking the ability to bubble things, as when something is bubbled by a gem, it gets teleported to wherever the gem considers home. So let's say the increased stamina and the concussive roar is what we're going to change. So let's start with Blue Diamond. What if she resurrected somebody? Now, when brainstorming, Blue Diamond was actually the hardest one to figure out, just because the extent of her abilities are kind of vague, but this is where imagination has to be put to the test. I imagine being resurrected by Blue Diamond, not only would of course an organic being turn blue, but should they sport any hair, it'd probably conform to resemble a bit more of Blue Diamond's. If someone had a problem with their hair and beard connecting together, it definitely would now. Gonna be a bit boring, but I would say the concussive waves of energy would be replaced with Blue Diamond's lasers, even if it's just a mild form. And as opposed to enhanced stamina, I would instead propose they would have sharper reflexes. This doesn't really have to do with Blue Diamond herself, but with her court, as Blue Diamond's court houses sapphires, which possess future vision. So maybe an organic being wouldn't get future vision, but instead they would get something akin to spider sense. Always on their toes. So yeah, you wouldn't get the short end of the stick if you got resurrected by Blue Diamond. I'm naturally a very clumsy person, so if I got abducted by aliens, killing their home planet, and got resurrected by a gem hybrid, or by Blue Diamond herself, it would probably get me out of a lot of trouble. But with that said, let's switch gears over to Yellow Diamond. What if you got resurrected by an extension of her? Well, first things first, you definitely become a Simpson. Just a complete yellow banana. But this humiliation wouldn't last long. I immediately want to go into the substitution for enhanced stamina. Yellow Diamond is very militant, and she just possesses the image of strength. So that's what would happen to the organic being here. You get resurrected, and you're ripped. You would gain superhuman strength that would rival, if not surpass, Steven. Who knows, maybe you would even get a growth spurt, but maybe more in the neck than the legs. I don't make the rules. Your eyeballs would be able to do push-ups that could grind meat on those abs. Forget high school quarterback, you're going straight to the NFL. A drawback would be you would definitely have to watch your own strength. One false step and oof, all those legs are broken. Instead of the concussive roar, you would get electrical interference. Basically, you'd be able to manipulate and control every device around you. If it's electric or depends on electricity in any way, shape, or form, you can make it your bitch. Don't like a song on the radio? Change the station. Significant other sucked into their video game? Turn off the console. And then blame it on something else. Roundtable uploads? Find them and short circuit all their computers. We're all overly dependent on technology. The world is your oyster. And last but not least, I want to look at what happens when White Diamond resurrects you. Because you may be thinking, oh no, I'm gonna look like a mime. And instead, I think you can do something a lot more fun. What if, in the scenario you're resurrected by White Diamond or an extension of White Diamond, instead of just gaining a grayscale color scheme, you, just like White Diamond, have the ability to make yourself radiate. Except you don't really have a choice, you're just radiating 24/7. I mean, I'm sure at some point the organic being would gain control of themselves enough to, not blind everyone around them, but even when you turn it down to the best of your abilities, there still be constant glitters and sparkles around you. I believe the enhanced stamina would maintain here as well. I mean, you're constantly radiating, and we haven't really seen much of White Diamond in action. However, the special ability here, wait for it, star manipulation. You would literally be able to control stars and produce stars. Just produce them in your own little hands, like you have complete control of the stars in the sky. Light goes out, create a star. Getting mugged? Produce a theory of stars to attack them. You're pretty much a walking, talking galaxy. And you know what? Your life would kinda rule. And because you're grayscale, you would just always be seen as that hip art kid. Who knows, black and white photos and film is the way to go. It never went out of style. I have a question for all of you. If there was one character you wanted more screen time from in Steven Universe Future, or even a group of characters, who would it be? I'm sure some of you would suggest Pink Pearl, aka Volleyball. Maybe the Crystal Gem P team, Peridot, Bismuth, and Lapis. And of course, how could I forget? I'm sure plenty of you wanted more screen time from the breakout character of the entire franchise, Spinel. But for me, my pick would be a certain group of characters who didn't even get the chance to speak in Future. They were present for an episode or two, but of course, with only so much time left, they were absolutely relegated to the sidelines. This, of course, being the off-colors. Paparacha, Fluorite, Rhodonite, and the Rutile twins. However, new information has brought to light that Rhodonite in particular had a story cut from Steven Universe Future, ultimately because the crew couldn't make it work with Future's format. If we were in the original series, this would be a different story. But because of what Future was and how it presented itself, it had to be sacrificed into the black hole of canceled episodes and forgotten plot lines and animation. So sad. I can't help but to wonder what this cut episode could have been about. Luckily, we've cooked up a non-canon supplementary answer. So with all that said, it's time to turn on our imaginations, return to the world of Beach City once more, and dive right in. Although this information stems from an interview with Rebecca Sugar, I need to give props to Let's Talk Cartoons on Instagram, led by a fellow cartoon homie, Debbie. He has done such a great job running this account. We haven't really been doing cartoon news videos as often anymore, so if you do want to keep up with animation related news at the fastest pace possible, definitely drop a follow, because I would have just not have seen this or have made this video without his account. Segueing to the actual interview with Vulture, the topic of plot charts come into play. Sugar being asked, you've said that you plotted out a good chunk of Steven Universe in the chart, and that you talk about it when the show ended. What was the process of making the chart, and how does it feel to look back at it now?
To which Sugar responds, "The chart is from 2016, maybe 2015 at the earliest. I started making charts because we had all of these ideas in Word documents. It was almost an exercise in getting it out of my head so that I could keep everything straight. It's hard to imagine a time when there weren't episodes about each of those ideas yet. In a lot of cases, we'd have ideas that wouldn't make it into episodes, but that would resurface later, like a single pill rose. The idea of going into Pearl's Pearl was a season 1 episode. Each line tracks one of the characters and shows the progress they're making and the ups and downs they're experiencing. I found it helpful to visualize, for example, where Steven's head is at, where Connie's head is at, and then at the point where we're doing episodes with Stevani, their lines converge. I did a similar layout for Ruby and Sapphire's wedding, with the tracks splitting and then coming back together. When Lars turns pink, his line changes to be pink. Alright, that's awesome as fuck! And I wanted certain tracks to run parallel, like what was going on with Lars and what was going on with Sadie, even though they were physically separated. I really wanted to have a Greg-themed arc for Sadie, while a Rose-themed arc was happening for Lars, and that was a way to track that. And that actually just took me back by years. If you guys remember during season 5, after Lars did turn pink, more so after he became a space pirate, and Sadie formed Sadie Killer and the Suspects, there was a lot of discussion between the parallels of Sadie and Lars to Greg and Rose. It's just very nice having that confirmation, even if it was a not so subtle story addition. Fast forward a little bit in the interview, Sugar is asked, "Is there anything from the chart that didn't make it into the show?" Sugar responds, "We had a Rhodonite story that was a part of Future, but it just did not have to do with Steven's arc, so we couldn't find a home for it. There were several things like that. I really wanted to go a little more into gem mythology. Back when Peridot was still with the Crystal Gems, but hadn't had her epiphany yet, I wanted to have a scene that was like a Charlie Brown Christmas special, where she would come out and recite a bunch of gem mythos as if everyone around her should understand exactly what she's talking about." So there you have it. There was a Rhodonite story for Steven Universe Future, assuming the off-colors were going to have a speaking role in a Rhodonite-focused episode, yet it ultimately didn't come to fruition because they couldn't correlate it to Steven's arc, which makes sense. The more we learn from interviews, it sounds like Steven Universe Future was pitched with the premise of every episode Steven's on a different adventure with someone else. Each episode is a little loose end, a little farewell to each character or group of characters, or with episodes like Rosebuds, the idea of a character, as that was the send-off episode for Steven's own mother. But when actually working on the show and forming a narrative, Sugar knew that this wouldn't just be crazy fun adventures that give us unanswered questions with fan favorite characters. No, it would be that, but more so, it was also the idea that every adventure Steven embarks on, he can't help but force problems to eat at him, to either compare himself to others or shut others out entirely when something is clearly wrong. And it's crazy because just by specifying Rhodonite, we could infer that this would have been an episode focusing on the loose end of Rhodonite's components, the ruby and pearl that makes up this fantastic character. And if it's anything like the way I'm envisioning it in my head, I definitely understand why they couldn't make it work perfectly with Steven. Due to hiding on Homeworld for thousands if not millions of years, Rhodonite is very anxious and self-conscious, and she's definitely someone you can startle easily. And honestly, I can understand why these problems would persist going into Era 3. Era 3 was all about the tables being turned and everyone finally being liberated, Homeworld relinquishing their bigotry and embracing everything they denied. This includes cross-gem permafusions. However, Rhodonite is a far cry from Garnet. Not only does everyone love Garnet, but prior to Ruby and Sapphire's accidental fusion, there were two gems who were embraced on Homeworld. Sapphire was a highly coveted gem in Blue Diamond's court, and although Ruby was just, well, a Ruby guard, she was still tasked with the purpose of protecting Sapphire. So I imagine even when getting the short end of the stick, there was still some sort of respect being thrown her way. And as soon as Garnet was brought into the world, Ruby and Sapphire jetted out of there. They weren't so much rejected from Homeworld as they simply evaded Ruby's punishment. However, Garnet was rejected from Homeworld, but obviously she's celebrated in present day, likely viewed as a powerful icon for cross-gem fusion. But for Rhodonite, while everything is changing, I can see her self-conscious and worried because, alright, Era 3 accepts Rhodonite, but what about the Ruby and Pearl that brought her into this world? From what she recited about her origin story in her debut episode, the Ruby and Pearl that Rhodonite is comprised of was actually rejected from Homeworld for being in love. It wasn't just the cross-gem fusion who was rejected, it was the two halves of her as well. And now because Homeworld views cross-gem fusion as this exciting new thing that anyone can indulge in, Rhodonite was probably feeling like, hey, so people like me, but will they like me? Assuming Rhodonite has been fused her entire time on the run, yeah,
that Ruby and Pearl have not had a word in edgewise in years. So it probably would have been this big scary thing, unfusing, and having a fear that even the crystal gems, those who attend Little Homeschool, won't accept them. They want Rhodonite, not these two, but obviously she would have found that reassurance. There's also the case of the former owner of that Ruby and Pearl, Morganite, whom we were never introduced to in the series. I believe the loose ends could have been more than just seeing these two unfused, but maybe Morganite could have also been incorporated into the story. I can see Rhodonite having some sort of desire to get closure and reconnect with Morganite, although she'd be scared shitless. Or maybe Morganite actually goes out of her way to reconnect with Rhodonite's components. Maybe Steven would have been suspicious. His own trust issues coming out onto Morganite, especially this was after the events of Bluebird. But yeah, that doesn't sound like it would have correlated all too well. Though I would argue if the story was anything along these lines, a huge part of Steven's corruption transforming into a giant kaiju, as Connie even stated in I Am My Monster, is that Steven was likely terrified to show this side of himself to the crystal gems, much like how Rhodonite would have been terrified to show her true components to the world, introducing the two who aren't Rhodonite but make up Rhodonite and still have their own merits. Although ultimately, it would have been a challenge for the writers for Steven to be the one to help Rhodonite when Garnet is right there. And Steven Universe Future isn't about Garnet, it's about Steven. So there would have been a huge disconnect. Unless again, they tied it back together with Steven's troubles of opening up, how he's afraid of opening up to the world. But I think most would assume, oh, well, of course Garnet would understand better than anyone. I get it. I respect what Steven Universe Future was going for. I loved what they were going for. And yeah, all the Sun-Up episodes did have something to do with Steven. Even Why So Blue, a very Lapis-focused episode, although Lapis is the one to fight the Lapis Lazulis, one of the very first things Steven says in the episode is that he'll get the Lapises to stop, and he didn't. It was another botched attempt at helping someone. Even the goofy Steven Fusion send-off episode, titled A Very Special Episode, focused on Steven overworking himself and being burnt out. So even that correlated to the overarching theme in Future. It sucks that there's so many stories out there that we never got to see fully realized, but hey, the sky's the limit, and who knows, one day we may be able to return to this world fully animated. So it's been a hot second since Steven Universe Future wrapped up, and although the series itself has laid dormant, recently we have received an extensive behind-the-scenes look full of juicy tidbits with the release of the new art book, Steven Universe End of an Era. And although a lot of major secrets still haven't been revealed, the art book having no mention of Rose's treasure chest, blacking out the Diamond's origins, and keeping their mouths shut on anything that could happen after the series, we've still received a look at some concepts and ideas that span years throughout the series, and breadcrumbs of cut content from both the original series and Steven Universe Future, one of which being Morganite, the former owner of Rhodonite's components. And with the recent New York Comic Con online panel, we actually got a synopsis of the cut Rhodonite episode from Steven Universe Future that we touched on a while back. So as I stall for time for my mega Steven Universe Future review, which will probably be the most personal video I ever made, as properly assessing Future for me means talking about why I resonated with Steven's arc so much and thus opening up about my own trauma, let's explore what could have been, and imagine the beautiful 11 minutes that almost was for Steven Universe Future. So in the Steven Universe Future section of the art book, we get a peek at Rebecca's concepts for Morganite alongside the Ruby and Pearl that make up Rhodonite. In this concept, Morganite dons an outfit similar to a kimono, with her hair elongating into ponytail-esque features that give off the illusion of a paintbrush. As it turns out, she's actually a designer on Homeworld, and would have actually been revealed to be the one responsible for creating the Diamond Pelicans. On page 226 of the art book, Sugar explains, over the years, the series has introduced so many characters and their individual threads. With only 20 episodes to wrap things up, there are going to be some tough decisions on whom to check in with one last time. Future does a good job of putting a cap on the stories of a lot of characters, and even managed to introduce some new ones. Inevitably though, some questions remain unanswered, and so many fertile story possibilities had to be set aside. One of the head writers for Steven Universe Future, Jack Pendarvis, then goes on to say, "We went a pretty long way toward developing an interesting story about Rhodonite. It was too good, if that makes sense. Too rich. I mean, the deeper we dug into it, the more there was to the story. It started to seem like a two-parter, I think, and we didn't have much time to spare, considering everything we were putting poor Steven through. Also, it would have been nice to have Steven visit Lars in space. There was a cheeseburger tree that Joe Johnston was championing, Lars searching for a mythical cheeseburger tree in space. Rebecca shut that down instantly and with glee. Honestly, I don't know if Joe really loved the cheeseburger tree, or if after a while, he was just having fun, getting Rebecca to laugh and wince.
But once, much later, the phrase hamburger backpack appeared in an outline, and Rebecca made a little correction on the side of the page, cheeseburger, and Joe put a note under that which said, tree. I took a screenshot of it so I could keep it forever. The quote-unquote extra Lars episode would have also been nice because we were planning to include some clues about diamond prehistory and or gem religion, I suppose you could call it. Very, very early on, there was the idea of the final 4 episodes consisting of a cosmic journey into the origins of the diamonds and gem culture. There was a remnant of that in the Lars idea, and then that episode fell by the wayside, and a lot of these secret ideas went away with it. So there's something else that changed as the complicated, intense nature of Steven's own arc became apparent. Now, I know. With the final episodes of Steven Universe Future already running at a lightning speed pace, though the art book has a lot of telling revelations that, if you weren't content with how Steven Universe proper or Future wrapped up, you'll probably be shocked to hear that homophobia forced Rebecca Sugar to rush the end of the series, Future only getting greenlit because of the movie getting greenlit. Just keep in mind, it seems Cartoon Network was strict about only having 20 episodes for Future, meaning the big climax, I Am My Monster, had to be 11 minutes, and honestly, for the amount of time they did have, the point of the episode was made pretty clear, even if a longer runtime could have gave us more fan servicey moments. But what about that Rhodonite episode? Well, in the New York Comic Con panel, Sugar and Company actually explained what it is. Roll the clip.
The idea was that Peridot had created a device that could let you know how many times you'd been rejuvenated. Everyone in Little Homeworld is sort of getting checked out to see if they had these lives that they didn't remember. They try it on Rhodonite. She's been rejuvenated like 17 times, like a lot of times. So what we did in the episode is we delved into her past and tried to have her reclaim all these memories. And then it became this it's an anthology, but it's all about the same characters, this love story that just keeps happening and happening. The thought would be that every time that the Pearl and the Ruby that make up Rhodonite found each other and fell in love, that they were then rejuvenated so that they wouldn't remember, but every time they would keep finding each other again. So the issue with this story, it was like 17 episodes crammed into one episode, and it just could not fit.
We really tried to make it work, but it was a lot of design that we just couldn't ask the crew to do.
What could have been. Now again, because Future's existence is anchored to the movie, I would have loved to see this episode. And it definitely feels like a sequel to the movie type deal, with the return of the Rejuvenator as a concept. But alas, they were not able to have it correlate to Steven's story, something that's consistent throughout every episode of Future. Hell, the episode that has the least to do with Steven's story, Why So Blue, still comes back to and parallels Steven, not just because he's present, but because once again, his initial tried and true approach to a situation fell flat on his face. Alongside Lapis' ending monologue reflecting how Steven feels about the diamonds, which would later be explored in Homeworld Bound.
I wish I hadn't done that. It's just, they reminded me so much of myself. It's infuriating.
I'm a diamond. I don't want to be you. I don't want to be anything like you.
Look, at the end of the day, this sort of episode would have made sense if Future was a sequel series to Steven Universe, where they had more than 20 episodes, there's a new overarching story that spanned multiple seasons, and the focus for every episode didn't have to come back to Steven. And although they already exposed the story here, who's to say Rhodonite's components and Morganite can't have their stories repurposed into a different installment down the road? It's actually something I want to dig into in a separate video, since again, the art book purposely blacking out the diamond's origins seems like a I'm not done yet move from Rebecca. But at the end of the day, I enjoyed Steven Universe Future. I loved every moment. It really resonated with me. And although I can understandably already hear the comments saying, what? I would have taken this over a very special episode or Snow Day. I personally wouldn't, because I still appreciate what those episodes had to say. Not just for Steven's arc, but for overexerting yourself and that struggle everyone has growing up of making it clear to your older relatives that you've matured and you want to be taken more seriously. Those things triumph the fan servicey lore we could have had, and again, we could still get in the future. Welcome back to Crystal Clear. I'm Ultric Vox, and Steven Universe ships are wild. And I'm not referring to fandom ships that have no bearing to the show. I mean, what the Crewniverse themselves have inserted over the course of the Steven Universe franchise's entire run. Lapis and Peridot, Amethyst and Peridot, Amethyst and Pearl, Pearl and Volleyball, Pearl and Mystery Girl, Bismuth and Lapis. Granted, most of the flirtation was in Unleash the Light, but their chemistry is absolutely illustrated through body language in both Change Your Mind and the movie.
When it comes to shipping with the gems, not the miner, you really can't fault anyone for the ship because chances are the series has played into it even late in the game. Prometheus shippers, you stayed strong in season 1, and the crew went as far as keeping your ship alive all the way until the movie. But when it comes to the champion of these ships, we know the winners by this point. Ruby and Sapphire, or Rufire, or, Garnet. Steven and Connie. I think Jamie moved away after Garnet got married to herself. No, wait, there he is in the movie. After Spinel, he was probably just fed up with Beach City Peridots content with loving herself and her friends platonically, as one of the storyboarders who shipped Peridot with Amethyst confirmed on social media after In Dreams that Peridot is intended to be the ace in era representation. This was a conversation they had behind the scenes, which likely means this was the intentions from Sugar herself. And if you're thinking, what was with all those cute moments then? Blushing around Amethyst and then all the flirty moments of Lapis? And to that I just have to say, you know, people who identify as ace can still find people cute and attractive even if it isn't a sexual attraction. They can still have romantic feelings. And if you identify as aromantic, you can still compliment your friends, call them cute, have a grand old time with them. Not to mention, and this applies with the relationships and dynamics as a whole, Steven Universe is all about figuring yourself out, and I have friends who identify as ace or aro or both, whom at one point identified as something different, but as they figured themselves out, they came to the conclusion, no yeah, platonic relationships rule. But out of all the ships that seem to have survived until the very end, the one that appears to have surprised everyone the most is Pearl and Bismuth. Bismuth seems to have romantic feelings for Pearl, as that point was blatantly driven home in Bismuth Casual. And now that the series is over, a lot of people are looking at one scene from the finale and taking it in as an indication that one day there will be another Crystal Gem wedding. So let's talk about that. The first place I want to start is that the acknowledgement of the ship in canon should not have been as big of a surprise as it was. The first thing Pearl did when she laid her eyes on a resurfaced Bismuth was burst into tears and soar into her arms. Granted, this is the first time seeing her friend who she assumed was long dead for thousands of years. That would invoke an emotional reaction within anyone. But even with that in mind, their chemistry in the scene was high and flirtatious. And right off the bat, you can tell that these two have a very strong admiration for each other. Bismuth poking fun and asking Pearl, who do you belong to? Pearl's independence is a huge part of her character. And although she really came to her own over the course of the original series, we can assume back in the days of the Gem War, the second command of the rebellion being a Pearl must have spoke volumes and deeply resonated with Bismuth. A staple of servitude spitting in the face of the system, saying, no, I'm my own person. I can do whatever I please, not what I'm commanded to do. Going off of Unleash the Light and the other business we encountered, it seems as if a rebellious streak is only natural within that cut of gems. So I think it's reasonable to assume that these two always clicked off the bat, and we know that Pearl shares that admiration, holding Bismuth in a high regard, and essentially being her cheerleader in Bismuth's debut. And while we're discussing the past, let me tell you, I think a big factor of this relationship that wasn't touched on in the show, but just thinking about it connects even more dots, is that at one point, it would have created a triangle between Rose, Pearl, and Bismuth. Because Pearl must have been regarded as the shit back in the day, she must have been quite popular within the Crystal Gem Rebellion. However, Bismuth, and any gem for that matter, probably would have been too intimidated to approach her in a more romantic manner, in fear of rose quartz being rubbed the wrong way. Granted, I'm sure Rose would have been fine with it, but even with the encouraging words of liberation, you don't want to mess with the leader's girl. Like, has anyone successfully put the moves on Starfire without Robin being pissed off? I think not. But because these two play such a big role in the rebellion, Bismuth supplying the group with weapons and upgrades, and again, Pearl becoming the poster child for independence, I think it makes sense that they always had a thing for each other, though I could see Pearl's feelings being a bit clouded due to her immense passion for Rose, yet ultimately, neither of them acted on it. Still, even after Bismuth attempted to murder Steven, though which gem hasn't, Pearl still welcomed Bismuth back into her life with open arms. In Reunited, it missed all the wedding reception mingling after Dewey tries to put the moves on Pearl, who looks beyond uninterested, and Ronaldo tries to explain armor to the literal master. Bismuth and Pearl end up next to each other, as Bismuth catches Garnet's wedding bouquet, which is accompanied with the well-known superstition that whomever catches the bouquet at a wedding is the next one to get married. Ooh.
Woo! But the foreshadowing and illusions don't end there. As when we jump to the finale episodes of Future, there's a very interesting detail that fans have been pointing out within the episode Everything's Fine. When Helpful Steven, or Diamond Steven, swings by Bismuth's armory to offer assistance, he drops in as Bismuth is getting a demonstration on wedding armor. Fans taking note of the model, Yellow Pearl. A pearl is the one being fitted for wedding armor. Armor for a pearl. And who's running this workshop with Bismuth? None other than, well, Pearl. Now, something Steven Universe Future loves is continually jumping forward in time. Whether those jumps are big, such as a month or more between episodes, they can also just be days or weeks ahead. So I would not be surprised if the events of Everything's Fine and the first 3 episodes of the finale as a whole takes place some time after Bismuth Casual. The events of that episode could have got the ball rolling for a romantic relationship between the two characters. And even if they're not engaged yet, Bismuth can be saving this armor for whenever Pearl's ready. After all, Ruby and Sapphire's wedding was a major moment for Bismuth. Not only did it coincide with the reassurance that the gems still love her and want her in their lives, but she was the one who forged the wedding rings for Ruby and Sapphire. She played a huge role in such a crucial moment. So of course weddings is going to be something she takes seriously, and of course she would want Pearl to also wear armor, as her own armor is the nicest thing she owns. And I've done my research, wedding armor is an actual thing. This is surprisingly still a common practice in modern day, because if we're being honest, nerdy weddings are awesome. And with Rebecca Sugar stating in interviews that she has general ideas for the timelines of these characters, on top of the mention that certain arcs are moved from the original series to Future, with Reunited being an episode at the tail end of the original series, I think all of these instances, and what we can infer about their past, is very much intentional, and that there are wedding bells in their future. And I think it makes a lot of sense, even more so than Pearl and Volleyball. Pearl and Bismuth are both 2 prominent characters who have been hurt by Rose in ways more so than the other characters. Although, just like Volleyball, they are both people who have lost thousands of years of their lives because of Rose, although in different ways. Bismuths and Volleyballs being a bit more literal, but you get the idea. Pearl deserves a happy ending to move on with someone else. And I think out of all the characters, it shouldn't be one of Pink's other lovers, or a human, although it's a nice gesture. It makes sense to be another gem that she has an extensive history with, that she has chemistry with, whom both have always shared a strong and intense admiration for one another, that both have baggage that stems from the same person. Now, when it comes to their wedding, Garnet better be involved. Steven's wedding planner for her wedding better come in handy, and if anything, Garnet better take a look at it first for Bismuth and Pearl before Connie and Steven. And you know Steven would go ham on their wedding as well. For everything Pearl has went through, on top of Steven already having an immense love for weddings, he would lose his mind hearing that Pearl is getting married, especially to Bismuth. While Steven is aware that he does need to take care of himself, that his feelings do matter, and he should put himself first when needed, we know the boy would do anything to help give these 2 a wedding to be remembered. And unlike Ruby and Sapphire's wedding, which was mainly comprised of the residents of Beach City, Pearl and Bismuth's wedding would be full of their comrades, the formerly corrupted gems. They are finally able to attend, and even any shattered gems. As we know, the Eldominant is now able to restore and stabilize said shattered gems. It was a bummer for Ruby and Sapphire's wedding, but now it can make Pearl and Bismuth's wedding a larger scale, grand event. And hey, this isn't to say that Ruby and Sapphire would have to live with the fact that their wedding was absent of their comrades forever. They can always renew their vows, do it all over again, with a full house. And I just think there's something about 2 gems getting married, indulging in human culture, but this time with a full house of humans and gems. It would very much be a reflection of not just their journey, but again, Steven's everlasting impact. Welcome back to Crystal Clear on the Roundtable. I'm Oshrik Vox, and as we all know, rose quartz is pink diamond. Whoa, it's been a very long time, and that still sounds kind of weird to say out loud. But by now, we've all accepted it, come to terms with it, and excited to see what the show has in store for us for the future. And while we're in the midst of the Steven Universe hiatus, in a world after Change Your Mind, and before the Steven Universe movie and a season 6, today we're going to go back and look at all the instances where this major plot point was foreshadowed.
Guys, I started writing this video when A Single Pearl Rose first aired. It's taken a long time. Trust me guys, there's a lot of it. All the way in the beginning up until the episode before the grand reveal. Mostly in chronological order. Now the Crewniverse has had this plot point planned out before the show even went to production. So even if some of these seem way too out there, keep in mind, this was a game in the works for the last 5 years. Alright everyone, the first thing I want to point out is Rose's battle flag. A symbol of the Crystal Gems during the rebellion, this made multiple appearances throughout the series, and surely we'll have more to come. While this flag's most prominent feature is the stylized rose in the center, crisscrossed by stems with thorns on them, another notable detail are the pink diamonds behind the flower. It was a very much in-your-face, front and center nod that Rose Quartz was hiding our true identity as Pink Diamond. It's neat that there's a total of 4 darker shades of pink diamonds, as 4 matriarchs make up the Great Diamond Authority. With Rose's secrets out, I wonder if any characters will ever acknowledge this. More on Rose's flag later. Going into the series proper, let's examine the first episode of the series, Gem Glow, specifically revisiting the Cookie Cat anthem. I don't think I need to point out this song served as foreshadowing for the true nature of the series and its characters, but 2 lines in particular takes on a whole new meaning. For consistency's sake for such a short song, we can incorporate most of the important lyrics. Oh, he's a frozen treat with an all-new taste because he came to this planet from outer space, a refugee of an interstellar war, but now he's at your local grocery store. He came to this planet from outer space, a refugee from an interstellar war. Of course, this refers to Garnet, Pearl, and Rose being refugees from Homeworld, and the gem war that Rose created. Now he's at your local grocery store, being the fact that Steven lives with them, right by Beach City. The whole new meaning comes with, he's a frozen treat with an all-new taste. It could be a wink at Pink Diamond creating the Rose Quartz identity. All new taste, all new form, all that jazz. The other line is, he left his family behind, coming in at the end of the song. We now know that by faking her death and assuming the role of Rose Quartz full time, Pink Diamond abandoned her own family. Yellow Diamond, Blue Diamond, and White Diamond. Not to mention when you look at the Cookie Cat, it's half vanilla, half strawberry, which you could argue could also be the color schemes for Rose Quartz and Pink Diamond respectively. It could also symbolize Steven's human half and gem half, which is a lot more literal and change your mind. Also in Gem Glow, when Steven asks Amethyst to move over so he can summon his weapon, Amethyst responds with, "Alright, your highness." Laser light cannon's foreshadowing was very cheeky compared to most. Steven's crawling through Greg's messy garage, searching for the episode's titular MacGuffin when he accidentally shatters a photo of his parents. Funny how the cracks only formed around Rose, in a framed photo. Much like how she framed herself for shattering, herself. That sounds so weird out loud. Also, Laser Light Cannon introduces Steven's obsession with Frybits. The Frybits in general could have been an elaborate foreshadow to the fact Pink Diamond consumed, or at least put in her mouth, bits of gem shards she created to fake her death once Pearl poofed her. This is one of those could be stretching it moments, but if it fits, I sits. Although, who doesn't love Frybits? After I got hardcore into Steven Universe, I started making Frybits out of potatoes weekly, almost daily for a while. It's been a good year or so since I've done it, but man, they're just so addicting and so good. Frybo sees the debut of the character Petey, the townie and friend of Steven, who's probably closest to his age, until Connie appears. Now, for the longest time, Petey has always been memed on, as his name is literally the initials for Pink Diamond, and it felt like there was some illusion present. Little did we know it was right there in his first episode. Petey laments to Steven that he wanted to be a part of the Fryman family business, but once he finally got in, it wasn't what he expected it to be. He was just stuck in a sweaty costume while they as their mascot, wishing he could go back to just lollygagging around at Funland. Seasons later in the episode Letters to Lars, we see Petey open up his own tater tot stand, Hot to Tot, although Steven still orders the same old, the bits. So all of this is a pretty good parallel to Pink Diamond. Pink Diamond wanted to feel more part of the Diamond Authority, their own family business, desiring a colony. Yet, once she finally got her own colony, it wasn't quite the bee's knees and she actually admired the earth. Much like how Petey preferred living it up in Funland, Pink Diamond wanted to abandon her duties and her abusive family to live among mankind, to become a free spirit. Petey feeling trapped as a mascot could correlate to Blue Diamond's advice in Can't Go Back Stream Flashback. She remarks to Pink, everyone on this planet is looking to you. You don't even have to do anything. Just smile and wave. Typically with a mascot, they are the face of a company or brand. And yeah, all they have to do is smile, wave, and keep keep the masses pleased by basically doing nothing. Pink Diamond ultimately created the Crystal Gem Rebellion as Rose Quartz, breaking away from the Diamond Authority, but much like how PD's Tater Tot Stand is still a potato-based food product, like his family's business, the Crystal Gem Rebellion was still led by a diamond, ultimately leaving it susceptible to be interpreted as a wolf in sheep's clothing of sorts, even if her intentions were good. Guys, this is such a deep parallel, and I can't believe it was planted 5 episodes into the series. Tiger Millionaire also had a sprinkle of foreshadowing and parallels. Pearl chastising Amethyst for acting childish and having her outburst, Garnet telling Amethyst that she's a crystal gem and she needs to start acting like one. It goes without saying this very much mirrors the relationship between the diamonds. Amethyst acting as Pink here. Pearl even believes her and Garnet's words got through to Amethyst, much like how Blue Diamond probably assumed her talk with Pink helped her out in the long run. I mean, it kinda did. The biggest takeaway, however, is Tiger Millionaire and Purple Puma's respective backstories. For Tiger Millionaire, a rich feline industrialist from Jungle Island, once the single child of the wealthy tiger family, he clawed out his own destiny making money in the coconut mines. Rich industrialist, someone who's involved in the ownership or management of industry, like the diamond colonies, and maybe Tiger Millionaire creating his own destiny sounds familiar. For Purple Puma, she was the wildest cat in the jungle, so wild the other cats couldn't take it. So he went to look for somewhere else he fit in, somewhere with other people who felt misunderstood. I don't think I need to spell that out, but that's Pink Diamond to a T. Moving on to Steven's Lion. Steven's Lion introduces everyone's favorite magic pink animal, lion. In real life, lions are often associated with royalty and being dubbed as the king of the jungle. It makes sense from a writing standpoint to pair up Pink Diamond with a majestic animal, or 7, but lion's the one that matters the most. Love ya, buddy. Giant Woman. This one is kind of debatable, but in the iconic titular song, Steven states, "But if it were me, I'd really want to be a giant woman." These lyrics correlate with the fact he is the reincarnation of Pink Diamond, who was, relative to human scale, a giant woman much larger than him. So Many Birthdays is our first real landmark of associating Steven with the imagery of royalty. His annual birthday suit is that of a king's outfit, complete with a cape and crown. This image correlates to Pink Diamond, a gem matriarch, royalty on Homeworld. Steven the Swordfighter has minor allusions to Pearl shapeshifting to stage Pink Diamond shattering, as her hollow Pearl stabs her with a sword, poofing her, similar to how Pearl, as Rose Quartz, poofs Pink Diamond with a sword. We also have hollow Pearl cutting down a pink tree in Pearl's room. These might be a reach, but let us know what you think in the comments. Lion 2 the movie has a very much in-your-face moment with a detail a lot of true believers picked up on years ago. Within Rose's armory is a giant penny, an obvious nod to Batman. He has a giant penny in his own cave. Okay, we get that. But the connection is much like how Batman has his double life as Bruce Wayne, Rose Quartz has a double life as Pink Diamond, and Pearl is her Alfred. Looking back, yeah, I don't see why I thought it was nothing more than a Batman reference with nothing deeper underneath. But hey, over on the Roundtable Teespring store, we have a Bat Quartz design. If you want to pick it up and support the artist who made it, link to that will be in the description. She was Batman the entire time. Mirror Gem. This is actually a big one. When Pearl removes the mirror containing Lapis' gem, she remarks it can capture and display any event it's witnessed in all of gem history, and that it'll offer Steven everything he's ever wanted to know about gems and their culture. But as the mirror doesn't work, Steven just sees his reflection, to which he says, "I must be incredibly important to gem culture." And he was right, as by all technicalities, he is Pink Diamond. Space Trace also has hidden insight details. When Pearl puts on her spacesuit, you can spot Pink Diamond's insignia smack dab in the middle, alluding to her time serving her, or at the very least, under her court. Yet, her reaction towards being in space, wanting to show Steven Homeworld, it feels as if she briefly longed for their old lives. After all, during the Diamond Days arc, Pearl did not seem to mind at all being on Homeworld. She was actually very excited to help plan the Era 3 ball. Keep Beat City weird. Big clue here. We open with a game of Steven Tag. Garnet and Amethyst shapeshifted at the lovable goofball, and offers Pearl to get in on the fun. Yet she's very reluctant, and uncomfortable by the gesture. It's very apparent she's not fond of shapeshifting, planting the seeds very early for her role in staging Pink's demise. Also, by the end of the episode, Renato discovers the diamond on a dollar bill, which ended up being the same shape as Pink Diamond's gemstone, establishing her firmer hold over the planet as a colony. In the roller coaster of an episode that is Garnet's universe, Ringo has a gem that looks a completely different shape when rotated and placed within Ringo's crown, just like how Pink Diamond rotated her gemstone whenever in the form of Rose Quartz, deceiving the masses. Watermelon Steven then gives us another dose of depicting Steven as royalty. Greg creates a crown out of a watermelon, placing it on his son. And not to mention, Steven commands an entire army of sentient fruit. It's like he was running his own little court. Ah, the family business. On the Run finds Pearl consoling Amethyst after their scuffle, stating, "None of this is your fault. You didn't build this place. I hope you can forgive me. You're the one good thing that came out of this mess." Pearl's guilt, her words, her shame of the kindergarten is due to her and Pink Diamond being responsible for its existence in the first place. They were the ones who called all the shots. They were the ones who were killing life and leaving nothing behind. Definitely one of those layers upon layers, more powerful when watching the show moments that showcases just how complex Pearl is. Rose's scabbard is another heavy one, with Pearl's words and actions. When everyone connects the dots that lion belonged to Rose, Pearl snaps. She felt that if Rose had a lion, she would have known about it. Now that we know Pearl served Pink Diamond, that they spent all their time together, and was a part of Pink Diamond's biggest secret, of course she's going to be hurt and feel betrayed. Pearl hitting the wall and Rose's frame falling down could also be an allusion to the image of Rose Quartz beginning to shatter. That Pearl knowing more than she leads on could have, and does have, greater implications. Later on in the Strawberry Battlefield, Pearl can be seen covering her mouth. It's unknown if this was her just stuck in her own head, coping, or her retaining Pink Diamond's secret from Steven, something we see enacted far down the road. I don't believe it was Pearl's seal kicking in at the time, but it can retroactively be viewed as such. As Pearl relives a conversation she had with Rose Quartz, likely the eve of staging Pink's demise, Rose informs Pearl, "If we win, we can never go home," implying Rose and Pearl are from Homeworld, despite later claims of Rose emerging on Earth. There's also the pretty big factor that Rose refers to Pearl as my Pearl. Pearl is quite literally her Pearl. The only other pearls we ever see in the series belong to diamonds. They were slapping us in the face, people. Nearing the end of season 1, we have the return. As Greg and Steven flee Beach City, Greg tells Steven that Rose gave everything up just to stop what they started here and drive the invading gems off of Earth. Rose gave up everything, including her status as a diamond, her old life as royalty, commanding a court, and having her own colony. Whew. Before we continue, I just wanted to thank you guys for watching this far and tell you that videos like these take a while to make. Obviously, they're longer than our typical fanfare, but we want to make longer videos like this. So we're asking for your support. If you could consider helping us out over at patreon.com/roundtablevids. We would love to be financially stable enough to grow our team and make more well-researched videos like this. It's a lot of fun to do. Now, we have a lot of perks, including a shout out. If you ever wanted to be shouted out in a video, Patreon's a great way to do it. So head over there. Look at the various tiers and see which one suits you best. Even just $1 goes far. So link to that will be in the description. Alright, now back to the foreshadows. Attack the light! Yes, the video game itself has some foreshadowing. The light prism is only supposed to be activated by a very powerful gem, and then it's activated by Steven. Well, of course someone who possesses a diamond gemstone is going to be considered a powerful gem. All jokes aside, I really dig this foreshadowing. Moving into season 2, where the foreshadowing begins to unwind a bit, say Uncle. Yes, the Uncle Grandpa crossover. When Uncle Grandpa examines Steven's gemstone, he remarks, "You should make sure you get this thing polished at least twice a year." In real life, diamonds, alongside other jewelry, are recommended to get polished once or twice a year. Now, the Crewniverse has been kind of iffy on this one, as they directly addressed it on the Stevenverse podcast, but I'm going to stand by it, even if it works retroactively. Sworn to the sword. Big one here that's hidden in plain sight. Pearl is shown to be right-handed in combat, while Rose Quartz is shown to be left-handed. If we flash forward to Your Mother and Mine in season 5, the silhouette of Rose that shatters Pink Diamond uses her right hand, giving away that Pearl indeed shapeshifted into Rose Quartz to stage the shattering. We'll come back to Your Mother and Mine later, but finishing out Sworn to the Sword, Garnet informs Steven of Pearl's dedication to his mother during the Gem War, Pearl putting Rose Quartz over logic, consequence, and her own life. This has two stronger implications revisiting everything. Pearl was Pink Diamond's Pearl, so it's instinctive for her to do everything to protect her. But also, if Rose was proved at any point during the war, her gemstone would have been revealed to be Pink Diamond's. The secret would have been out. So, kudos to Pearl. She really had everything covered. We need to talk. Towards the climax of Greg's storytime flashback, a few alarming things rise from his conversation with Rose. First off, Greg yelling at Rose to talk to him like a real person, to which Rose pauses and responds with, "I'm not a real person." At first glance, this is just Rose referring to the fact she's a
gem. They aren't human. They wouldn't consider themselves as people. But now it could be Rose referring to the fact that her current identity is one of deception. Rose Quartz is arguably not a real person. Pink Diamond is. Greg also questions if Rose ever misses home, to which Rose states she never does, hammering in that Rose is not native to Earth, but Homeworld. Cry for help. The beginning of the Sardonyx arc, eh? In particular here, I'd like to focus on Sardonyx and her shoes, which, wouldn't you know, have pink diamonds on them. I wonder how Garnet's half of the fusion felt about that. Maybe something like, those are a nice touch. It's like wearing the blood of our enemies. Sadie song. The song, Haven't You Noticed I'm a Star, has some pretty big allusions towards Pink Diamond. I can't help it if I make a scene, stepping out of my hot pink limousine. I'm turning heads and I'm stopping traffic. When I pose, they scream, and when I joke, they laugh. I think we can all equate making a scene, stepping out of a pink limousine, to Pink Diamond stage shattering, occurring right outside her pink palanquin. Or, alongside the rest of the lyrics, just how, as a diamond, she had a court who adored her and praised her every single move. Diamonds travel in their palanquins, so it makes sense her entourage would follow and praise her. Back to the barn. When observing Pearl, Peridot deduces that Pearl is a fancier model, asking who does she belong to before defecting from Homeworld. Peridot was right on the nose, as Pearl was custom made for Pink Diamond, definitely making her a fancier gem than most on Homeworld. Steven's birthday. Aside from more images of royalty in Steven's birthday section of Greg's photo album, he has a very interesting line of dialogue when he begins to struggle maintaining his older form. If I can just keep this up for the rest of my life, no one will suspect a thing. Like mother, like son, huh? Pink Diamond was able to take on a different form as Rose Quartz. And, well, yeah, she got away with it. No one noticed. It could have been great, has some foreshadowing I picked up on and willingly ignored the first time around. When the gems arrive on the moon base, Steven takes the lead traversing up the stairs, to which Peridot remarks, "We're literally walking in the footsteps of the diamonds." Who's the one walking in front of you, Perry? Shortly after, when Steven sits in the control panel's chair, Peridot remarks, "That chair is only for the elite gems. You can't go around sitting where an elite would sit." But Steven says, "Well, they aren't here now, right?" Actually, Steven, an elite is in that spot at that very moment. It's you! Heading into season 3, Steven floats. As Steven ascends into the sky, he passes a white and pink airplane, with 3 diamonds on the exterior and 4 diamonds on the vertical stabilizer, the latter of which are 4 different shades. The plane itself reads, "Da War Airlines," which you could easily say aloud and get, "The War Airlines," referring to the event of the Gem War itself, and of course, Pink Diamond's role in all of it. Mr. Greg, the highly acclaimed musical episode. During Pearl's iconic musical number, It's Over, Isn't It?, in the bridge of the song, she recites war and glory, reinvention, fusion, freedom, her attention. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Reinvention? After War and Glory? Yes, I believe this is a nod to Pink Diamond reinventing herself as Rose Quartz, resulting in her self-proclaimed Gem War, which saw a victory, where Pink became Rose full-time. There's also an interesting parallel in the song Both of You, with Steven assuming a pink tint, Pearl a blue tint, and Greg a yellow one. The situation mirrors Yellow Diamond and Blue Diamond's relation to Pink under a different context. Monster reunion. While this isn't necessarily Pink Diamond being Rose Quartz foreshadowing, the partially healed Centipedo's diamond insignia is covered up, hiding which court she's under. But we can infer from the fact that she's assigned to Earth to begin colonization that she does indeed serve Pink Diamond, which is confirmed in Leg's creator Homeworld. Greg the babysitter. During Rose's monologue on how gems are made and their purpose, she remarks that when they emerge from the ground, that's who they're supposed to be forever. Yet she doesn't acknowledge that the crystal gems deter from that idea, as it begins to cross into the idea that there's more to Rose Quartz than meets the eye. Bismuth. With all the insane revelations in this episode that still give me chills, this episode introduces the fact that Bismuth designed Rose's sword for a fair fight, that it can destroy a gem's physical form projection, but never the actual gem itself. Thus, a gem cannot be shattered from Rose's sword. Earthlings. Jasper shames the crystal gems for coming out misshapen, to reshape themselves outside of their purpose, and to defend the Earth, calling all of that a disgrace, when all of that describes Pink Diamond and her evolution into Rose Quartz. You know, Jasper's diamond. Well, we can't prove she came out misshapen, but she's certainly smarter than all the other diamonds. Also, can we just roll that voice clip from the climax again?
My diamond! Your diamond! Pink Diamond!
God, I love that sample. Back to the moon. When Eyeball lets the cat out of the bag, that rose quartz shattered pink diamond, Steven looks to Garnet and Pearl. The latter turns away and has her mouth covered, alluding to the sealed pink diamond put on Pearl to prevent the truth from surfacing. Bubbled. This is one of the more sillier foreshadows, but when Steven claims he's rose quartz to Eyeball, showing off his gemstone, Eyeball remarks, "That's more of a pinkish red than a real rose quartz reddish pink. This Ruby knows her stuff." Again, it's goofy, but I love it. On to season 4. I briefly want to touch on Buddy's book. Again, Rose's 7 Lions. They're associated with the image of royalty, and their location out in the desert alludes to another thing we see soon in the season. Onion Gang has a pretty fun one. Garbanzo, who's wearing pink, fakes his death, though Steven is very much convinced.
Why'd you nudge me and wink like this was all a big joke?
You could also make a case for Steven and Onion's friends wearing a trench coat to masquerade as a grown-up, correlating the pink diamond assuming the identity of Rose Quartz to declare herself mature and liberated from Homeworld. 3 Gems and a Baby has some great imagery in the beginning of the episode. Steven, wearing a pink onesie, has his gem unbuttoned so it can breathe, making the shape of a diamond around Steven's gemstone, which of course is exact to Pink Diamond's own design. Not to mention, if Pearl did remove Steven's gemstone, the secret would have been out right then, right there. Steven's dream has a very great parallel in the form of Blue Diamond and Greg's conversation about missing someone who's no longer around, and how to move on from that. They're referring to the same person, who's both caused them similar grief in their absence. Steven's connection with Blue Diamond in general is also, of course, an extension of his mother being Pink Diamond. Adventures in Light Distortion features Pearl almost remarking that she's heard Pink Diamond before pausing, and in that moment, you can actually hear a faint cue from the General Diamond Authority theme.
When I still served Homeworld.
That Will Be All introduces the bubbled rose quartzes, which Steven asks who they've been bubbled by. Yet, it could have only really been Pink Diamond, meaning she accounted for what would happen once she staged her demise. Storm in the Room has Steven staring at a picture of his mom when he says aloud, "I just want to know you, the real you." And his entire rant towards her in the episode's climax has even deeper meanings when you revisit the scene after the reveal. Lion 4 alternate ending. In the very beginning of this episode, as Steven tries to decipher his mother's message, he remarks, "I Bitey Asia? I Bitey Asia could mean something. Maybe I'm supposed to go back to Asia and bite something?" Which could allude to Pink Diamond creating fake gem shards and swallowing them in Asia. On that note, Pink consuming fake shards may be why Pearl has such a great opposition to eating. Later in line 4, we also go to Rose's landfill, which is built around Pink Diamond's leg ship. In hindsight, this should have been the final confirmation. Why else would Rose choose this ship to set up storage? Concluding season 4 with I Am My Mom, when Steven turns himself into Homeworld, Pearl cries out to Steven one last time before covering her mouth. With everything we know now, it's likely Pearl wanted to confess everything and anything right there before Steven departed to Homeworld, but due to the seal, was unable to. Alright, season 5, almost done guys, the trial. Not sure if this was intentional, but after Steven proclaims himself as Rose Quartz and his gemstone has a quick focus shot, both Blue Diamond and Yellow Diamond have very peculiar reactions, as if the gemstone is a bit more familiar to them than they originally thought. And of course, almost everything in the trial unravels the notion of Pink Diamond being assassinated by a Rose Quartz, all the way down to Blue Zircon stating that another diamond had to be the one responsible for Pink's shattering. After all, in real life, only a diamond can shatter a diamond, or like a sledgehammer. Lars's head. Once Lars is resurrected, not only does he have a similar color scheme to Pink Diamond, but he bows before Steven, as our protagonist returns to Earth through Lars's head, as if it was a knight bowing before a king. Gemcation. Aside from Pearl's reflexes covering her mouth, preventing her from telling the truth about Pink Diamond to Steven, in Garnet's brief war flashback, where the crystal gems combated against Pink Diamond, Rose isn't present. Well, I mean, she's right there, but as Pink Diamond. Jungle Moon. Alright, so beyond Steven tapping into Pink Diamond's memories, the fact Yellow Diamond takes the form of Priyanka, while Steven is fused as Stevani, and Stevani taking the place of Pink Diamond, was a pretty big indicator of both Pink Diamond's identity and her relationship with Yellow Diamond and Blue Diamond. Your mother in mind. Beyond what we mentioned earlier, when addressing the various rumors of Rose Quartz, Fluorite states, "Don't be silly. Rose Quartz isn't real." Which, I mean, she's not wrong. Garnet's entire flashback is stylized until the diamond's corruption attack, which indicates most of the flashback is fabricated. It's not reality. Hence why it's not in the show's usual art style. Not to mention, none of Pink Diamond's dialogue in the flashback is faithful to the character we actually know and adore. Pink Diamond's hair in the flashback is also very reminiscent of the Rose Quartz flag. And of course, the huge irony of Steven worrying about Pink Diamond still being out there, and Garnet
Spirit retorting that Rose in short, Pink was long gone. And finally, last but not least, can't go back. When Steven taps into Pink's memories one last time prior to the big reveal, Blue states, as long as you are there to rule, this colony will be completed, planting the seeds in Pink's mind to stage her shattering. A light bulb also went off in Pink's head, realizing, if I'm not here, then the colony will be no more. And we all know how that turns out. Okay, we did it. All the foreshadowing we could find in the series, but there's a few more details I'd like to point out. In the pilot of the series, the gems had a colored ring around their gem that seemingly responded to the rank. Pearl having a bronze ring, Amethyst having a silver ring, and Steven having a gold ring. But why would Steven have gold if Amethyst, another quartz, has a silver ring? Gold should only belong to the diamonds. Steven and Pink Diamond have the same hairstyle, down to the 5 little bumps. And of course, Steven's gem resembles a brilliant cut diamond, which a lot of people used as evidence for this series' validity after Jungle Moon aired, convinced this was how Pink shapeshifted her gem as rose quartz. And well, they were right. Welcome back to Crystal Clear. I'm Ultrich Vox, and after having the opportunity to watch Steven vs. the movie with friends for their first viewing of the film multiple times on multiple days at multiple locations, I can confidently say, alongside internet reactions, that the biggest surprise in the film was none other than Steg Multiverse, the fusion between Steven and Greg. And how could you not be taken aback by this fusion? He can make people float in the air and fly. Steven's and Greg's guitars fused into one double neck guitar that he plays. And the obvious statement that I'm avoiding, he's uncomfortably hot? Not even because he's a fusion between Steven and his father. But I mean, come on, when has anyone in the series ever had abs this defined before? Heck, we see his abs just as much as we see his face. So yes, while Steg's design is definitely the most shocking aspect of the fusion, his original design is a complete departure from how he looks now. So let's take a look and figure out just why this design was changed. Let's dive in. So recently at Cartoon Network Studios, there was a Steven Universe art show to celebrate the movie. Crew Universe alike contributing original pieces, production art, and concept art. Obviously the biggest one, at least from what was showcased on social media, was the original look for Steg. Now I'm sure this design could also be one in many drafts, but I could personally buy this being the first design, as the reason why they could have changed it makes a lot of sense. But like, let's just take a look. The first thing that actually captivated my eye was Steg's ripped Red Star shirt, which indicates to me this was so early in production, they weren't entirely sure on Steven's new look just yet, and that possibly somewhere within Cartoon Network Studios, multiple drafts of Teen Vin exist, some where his outfit may not have changed much at all. But actually commenting on the fusion himself, this version of Steg is rocking a bumpy mohawk that seems to extend into a ponytail, much like the final version of Steg, but with a very weird shape attached to the end. Seriously, I got nothing. I think it's just meant to look cool and spiky, and it changes throughout like 3 of the sketches. But unlike the current Steg's pompadour ponytail, this version of Steg doesn't sport nearly as much hair, but instead goes for a crazier style. Although it kind of fits, given the nature of Greg's hair before he went completely bald, at least at the top of his head. In terms of both his facial structure and just overall body, this version of Steg still has a defined jawline, but really seems to take after not just Greg, but the adult version of Steven that appeared in the episode So Many Birthdays. Like right down to the 5 o'clock shadow. This draft of Steg still has 4 arms, but his second pair, kinda like some other fusions we see, are much smaller in comparison, whereas the current Steg just has 4 long, beefy arms. Something else worth noting is that this Steg has wrinkles. Like, a lot of wrinkles, right down to the point where Sugar contemplated giving him crow's feet. And it also looks like Steg kind of has a belly here. Definitely no 6 or 8 packs in sight. Ultimately, this Steg looks a lot closer to how everyone would assume Steg looks like. It's taking the factors of combined ages, like with Stevani, it's calling back to a previous form of Steven with his adult self, or at least how he thinks he'll look as an adult. And instead of getting jacked, this Steg takes the phrase dad bod to a whole nother level. And I think it's the nature of, oh yes, this is exactly what their fusion would look like, that caused the design of Steg to change. Why the Steg we have is so drastically different. Because that's a huge point of a lot of Steven's fusions in Steven Universe. Pretty much every single one of his fusions subvert the audience's expectations. I don't think many people expected Stevani to look like a full-blown adult. I don't think anybody expected Smokey Quartz to only have 3 arms. And instead of creating new clothes, just mashing Steven's clothes together. Although yes, that's what happened with Stevani, but that's because Steven's human. We weren't sure at the time if fusion rules would take after Steven's rules or the standard gem rules. I don't think anybody expected Rainbow 2.0 to have he/him pronouns and have have a male voice actor. And I don't think anybody expected Sunstone to just be, well, a sun. A big old 80s cartoony sun. As for Obsidian, I'm sure most expectations were, oh, Steven's Obsidian may look identical to Rose's Obsidian, if not with a few minor differences. But instead, it looks like the Obsidian at the temple is a lot more elegant and majestic, while Steven's Obsidian is much more raw and straightforward. No fusion in Steven Universe should ever be too easy to get right. So instead of creating the obvious fusion with Steg, they went all out and created the final sex icon of the 2010s. Prove me wrong. Welcome back to Crystal Clear. I'm Ostrich Vox, and after Steven Universe the movie, there is no fusion I've wanted to return more than Steg Multiverse. And right off the bat, although I know this fusion makes some people uncomfortable for more, suggestive emotions, I feel as if my thoughts in that situation align very well with Cell Specs' review. Check that out if you haven't. And yeah, I don't want to see Steg return to see him bump and grind with the air. I actually believe there's a lot of potential for this fusion. I mean, just his sheer existence proves he's not irrelevant in battle. And I feel as if there's a few more things they can flesh out, which I want to elaborate on today. So with all that said, let's dive in. So a huge part of Steg to me is that this fusion allows Greg to finally experience fusion, something he once aimed to do with Rose Quartz.
What? You can't fuse.
Which was glossed over in the film, but to its credit, it was already pretty long for a Cartoon Network TV movie, and in that moment, Greg was more concerned with Steven's well-being. Yet it doesn't mean they can't flesh this out afterwards. That's the thing with fusions in the series, there's no set blueprint. A criticism I've seen since Change Your Mind premiered was that all of Steven's fusions happened suddenly, most looking to Smoky Quartz's fusion as an example of how to do it right. But keep in mind, that was Steven's first fusion with a gem. Look at how Stevani first happened. Steven and Connie were dancing, and next thing they knew, they became a part of an entirely new being. Heck, just look at other fusions. Garnet, Malachite, Alexandrite? The meaning of their fusions were fleshed out over time, not just in their initial appearance leading up to the actual moment where they fuse. Hell, Garnet came to existence just by Ruby grabbing Sapphire. There's been a lot of spontaneous fusions in the series where I don't see why others had to follow the mode that Smoky Quartz created, when Smoky Quartz was just one of many fusions by that point, especially when throughout Season 5, we see Steven go through a lot of difficult situations with both Garnet and Pearl, not to mention the 4 seasons of development we had before then. And the same thing applies with Steven and Greg. We know their relationship, we know what it means to them. All of that doesn't need to be suddenly reiterated just so they can fuse, but the impacts and volume of the fusion can always be fleshed out at a later time. Who says Steven and Greg can't spend a day out bonding, indulging in some rock and roll together? Maybe they're inventing their own new number for a Beach-a-Palooza, and they decide it'll be cool to incorporate Steg into that. And from there, they can explore how much Steg means to Greg, how much Steg means to Steven, and how Steven is glad that his father is closer to both sides of his life more than ever. I know a lot of people also feel frustrated that Greg before was kind of the anchor to Steven's human half, that he shouldn't be frequently involved in gem activities, but he is Steven's father. They spend a lot of time together, and with how spontaneously insane Steven's life can be, it only makes sense Greg's gonna get naturally roped in at times, like the crazy events that dragged him into the film. And I've also heard some frustrations that something significant to Steg was undermined to be a plot device for Pearl, but we have to consider Greg was the turning point in Pearl's life. Rose Quartz meeting Greg changed everything, things that impacted Pearl throughout the majority of the series. Heck, one of the most important Pearl episodes is called Mr. Greg. Their relationship is intertwined. Greg is almost a perfect example of Pearl's development, how much he indirectly changed her as a person. She used to despise Greg, and now they've really warmed up to each other. If anything, in a movie about reflecting your journey so far, it would have been criminal for Greg not to be instrumental in recovering Pearl's memory. Back on topic, seeing how being inducted into the world of fusion impacts Greg would be a dream to see, especially because through Steg, Greg can fly. Although he doesn't exist in the moment, Greg is still able to fly. He's still able to retain the experience of everything Steg does. How could he not love that? Maybe the introduction of Steg can actually cause Greg to want to be more integrated into Steven's life on both sides, human and gem half. I mentioned this to really segue into my next point. I think Steg would actually be great to see in battle. Unlike Stevani, Steg isn't just bigger human with Steven's powers. Steg, just like pure gem and hybrid gem fusions, sports extra limbs and have abilities that seem to be exclusive to himself, like the fact he can encase himself in a bubbly glow.
and soar across the sky, doing the same to others. But who's to say he can't weaponize the power of music? That he can also strum his guitar to knock back people away like he did with Buck, or even produce waves of energy. Think about it, a giant four-armed man who's able to fly and have the power of rock and roll by his side? That's perfect for a show like Steven Universe. Plus, now that we're at the point where the threats in Steven's life are going to be more and more focused on him, with his identity, home, and life just out in the open, broadcasted to the entire universe, Greg might become a target anyways. So there could be a scenario where Greg's under attack, and in the heat of the moment, him and Steven fuse into Steg to kick some ass. Just imagine an enemy coming at Steg and he's able to encase them in his pink glow and just start slamming them against a wall or something. I mean, I know that's totally unlike Steven Universe, but that crazy example is just to show there is potential with this fusion. One beyond just a musical number, although it was amazing. And I think it's that potential that makes me want to see Steg again. With Steven's fusions with the gems, we know they likely have the capability to mop the floor with somebody. But with Steg, it's a human coming together with Steven and having actual powers of their own? It's crazy! And plus, think about it, when Steven and Connie first fused, do you think Savani would have became a sword-wielding warrior who would go toe-to-toe with Jasper and a few space aliens? Did you ever think Savani would be instrumental in changing the Diamond's minds, even if it pushed Steven in the right direction for the worst reasons? If one fan-favorite fusion can end up becoming a major player in the grand scheme of things, I don't think we should write any off yet. And hey, we know more Steven's fusions are going to record, as the beginning of the year saw a recording session with the voices behind Sunstone and Rainbow 2.0.
Rebecca Sugar can't stop blindsiding Steven Universe fans with some of the wildest revelations we've ever seen. First, it was the new poster that gave us a peek into the future. Then her video on Pearl sketches slipped in some art of Pearl, shape-shifting into Greg to try and win over Rose. And now we have Rose and Bismuth sitting in a tree. Kissing. They're locking lips. They're smooching. These sketches are leading people to the conclusion that Rose and Bismuth were an item, which is obviously a pretty crazy piece of information since Rose put her in a bubble and acted like she was shattered for thousands of years. This not only recontextualizes Rose and Bismuth's relationship, but it also gives us new context to Bismuth's relationship with Pearl. It emphasizes how much of Rose's life was a tragedy, falling in love with someone who unknowingly wants her dead, while also fleshing out the complex dynamics within the crystal gems. Now, you may be thinking, is it really that complex? Or did they all just want each other? And to that I have to say, you may be onto something, but just let me cook. So if we're treating these sketches as canon, which I will for the sake of this video, and honestly it fills in a lot of gaps if you do, then Rose and Bismuth were romantically inclined almost the entire time they knew each other. Bismuth tells Steven that prior to Earth, she was just another gem conforming to the status quo, building structures for the elites to enjoy. But when she met Rose Quartz, all of that went out the window.
She asked me what I wanted to build, and I'd never heard that before.
Rose opened Bismuth's eyes to Homeworld's oppressive regime and inspired her to forge her own path, to build whatever her heart desired instead of what the Diamonds wanted her to make, to define herself and take control of her destiny. While it's up to interpretation, I believe this moment is what's being depicted in Sugar's sketches. As the dialogue lines up pretty perfectly, Bismuth questions her entire purpose. Then all those years of building, were they worth anything? To which Rose responds, yes. They're just hoping you don't realize it. Rose helped Bismuth recognize just how valuable she really is. That she has so much potential that's being wasted on a society that'll intentionally never recognize her hard work. Feeling empowered and cherished for the very first time, Bismuth locks her hands and her eyes of Rose's, ending this vulnerable moment with a passionate kiss. The two quickly became heavily infatuated with one another, and it's easy to see why. In Bismuth's eyes, Rose liberated her from a bitter, unfulfilling life as someone else's pawn. But like with all the crystal gems, I think this caused Bismuth to feel indebted to her. And if you watched my pink diamond analysis, then you know that only added to the profound sadness buried deep within Rose, trying so hard to break free from her identity as Pink Diamond, yet remaining in the trap of having gems worship her no matter what, with her praise for other gems getting drowned out in the process. It never clicked with the crystal gems that she was worshiping all of them in the same fashion. But what made things all the more intense with Bismuth was that she loved Rose because she believed Rose was just another court soldier made on Earth, emerging from the dirt just like everyone else. She was really moved by the idea of Rose being a common gem who decided to be different. That very notion changed the trajectory of her life. And make no mistake, Bismuth loved Rose deeply. She literally built a statue in her honor, dedicating her life to her. Routine reminder to play the light games, they're canon! As for why Rose loved Bismuth, while I think she was drawn to Bismuth's passionate nature and her knack for uplifting others, recognizing her as someone who can love just as hard as she does, I think what really sealed the deal was Bismuth's talent for crafting. Pink was initially fascinated with having her own colony because she believed that they were creating life from nothing. But of course, she quickly realized that the opposite was true. They were taking life and leaving nothing behind. Bismuth, however, she may not be creating life from nothing, but she did turn dirt into metal and then forged it into a sword in under a minute. She's kinda giving Jesus a run for his money. That ability to make something out of nothing, no harm to the planet required, had to be attractive to Rose. Not to mention, Bismuth connects with people through her talent. As we saw in her debut episode, not only does she compliment Amethyst on her whip, unaware that this was the compliment Amethyst needed to hear at the moment, but the upgrades she makes for gems are very thoughtful to both their weapons and their personality. Won't go into too much detail about that because Bismuth is definitely on the list of characters I'm itching to make a big old deep dive on, but it's easy to see why Rose would have a thing for her. They both excel at revering other gems while also using their powers to help them. They're both strong and courageous, which makes me envision them as a power couple on the battlefield. It was a match made in gem heaven. But of course, their relationship was built on a foundation of a pretty big lie, dooming it from the start. We all know the story. Bismuth presented Rose with the breaking point, an invention that could shatter the diamonds and allow them to liberate all of Homeworld. Rose, still living a double life as Pink Diamond, obviously started to panic and objected to using the weapon, something that confused Bismuth, as Rose was the one who was telling everyone about how horrible Pink Diamond is and how Homeworld will never change so long as the diamonds were around. Rose was caught in a very complicated position. She loves this person who, because of her own ideology, wants to kill her. Their disagreement escalated into a fight, one that Rose won, but she could hardly call it a victory, bubbling Bismuth and eventually locking her away in Lion's Mane. It's Steven's problem to deal with, I guess. I don't know, she left a tape for him in the same spot. Who knows what she was cooking here? Here's an ex-girlfriend. Hopefully she won't remember her last few seconds of consciousness. Bye! I don't want to repeat too much of my Pink Diamond joint, but yeah, I don't think she made the right call, hiding Bismuth away forever and lying to her friends about her fate. But it's not surprising she pooped Bismuth, as I imagine her temper wouldn't be under control in a stressful situation like this, and she would want to stop the fighting ASAP. Rose just operates on the out of sight, out of mind mentality, which was pretty detrimental. Now you might be wondering, how did Pearl feel about Rose and Bismuth as an item? Honestly, I think Pearl would have been fine with it. Maybe a little jealous, but I think she'd envy what the two have in common rather than harbor any resentment towards Bismuth herself. Pearl and Rose's romance wasn't a monogamous relationship. Rose had multiple human partners over the course of thousands of years. Pearl just wasn't threatened by any of them until Greg came into the picture. But if Rose was dating humans, I don't see why other gems would be off limits for either of them. Of course, now it seems like Bismuth and Pearl have a thing for each other, something that hits a little different with the context that Bismuth might have been another one of Rose's lovers, both of them healing from their relationship with Rose and finding comfort in one another. Pearl has been shown to be touchy with Garnet. I mean, they were pushing each other against walls for God's sake, but the body language between Pearl and Bismuth is just different. As soon as Pearl sees her, she leaps into her arms, something that Bismuth thinks is unlike Pearl. Maybe Pearl realized her true feelings in Bismuth's absence. And of course, in Steven Universe Future, we get confirmation that Bismuth does have romantic feelings for Pearl, which Pearl seems oblivious to, but honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of fusion was in their future, like with Rainbow Quartz. That's really all I have for this video, but as always, these are just my thoughts and I'd love to hear yours. How do you feel about the idea of a Bismuth and Rose romance? Who do you think is a better match for Rose? Who do you think is a better match for Bismuth or Pearl? Drop your takes in the comments down below and keep the conversation going over on Twitter and Instagram at AllSharkFox and at Roundtable Vids. Shout out to Art Rakota for another great thumbnail. Check out Toonjar for some dope cartoon merch, and if you enjoyed this video, please remember to like and subscribe to the Roundtable for more great cartoon content. Thanks for watching, and I hope you have an awesome day. AllSharkFox signing out.